The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voter's card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news, we analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shakes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m. only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday.
Roads are flooded and all of that, but it's not yet, packed up, and traffic is still flowing. The roads are free, but as usual, we advise road users, drivers, to be very careful, avoid road rage, drive responsibly, and be considerate to other road users. Before we get into the main discussion, let's take a quick break, to fix something. I'll be right back. Please do stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Hello there, good morning and welcome to VOP this morning on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwuma Okoro. Good to have you join us. Now it's raining cats and dogs in Lagos, where we are broadcasting from. The roads are free, by the way, but the floods are gradually gathering, and if it continues, the roads might be flooded again. The city might be flooded. So, as usual, we advise road users, drivers, motorists, and all others, to be careful, avoid road rage, be considerate to other road users, and ensure that, like we normally say, fix your brakes and all of that, so that you don't get into, the wrong side of the law, like an accident or you hit someone hits you and all of that. Everyone should act responsibly. Now, in the next 2 or 3 hours, we'll be taking you through very interesting trending stories. State of the nation, every Nigerian will feel the impact of my reforms. That's coming from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Away from that, in the world of insecurity, bandits kidnapped my brothers, demanded 300 million ransom, Zamfara Governor Lawal, as Nigerian soldiers now earn 100,000 naira per month. Well, ahead of the 2027 general election, nothing must happen to Peter Obi and Kwakwanso. Atiku Abubakar wants the president. Now, those are the major topics of discussion this morning. Come along with us as we take you into our world of interesting stories.
Good morning. Thank you so much for joining us on VOP this morning. I'm Jane Ogoyi. Good morning, Okoro.
Good morning, Jane.
How is first start looking this morning?
Well, I escaped it. Okay. I escaped.
Okay. So you packed your canoe?
No, Jen, don't go there. I escaped it. After I left, it started raining heavily, torrentially.
Okay.
But so I can imagine
what it will look like right now.
Look like if the rain continues. By the time I got to the office, it was still cats and dogs. So I can imagine what people that were caught up, in the rains will feel in first start. They are doing a very good job. The contractor, the Federal Housing Authority, I understand it's not even the award of the local government area that is doing that. It's the federal government that is doing that. Where remediation of roads here and there. But then, one funny thing is that when they close the road for remediation, they don't create an alternative. And so, many vehicles use a part of the road that is good, and it's also giving in, getting worse than even the major road was before. And so, in all of this, I was thinking that, well, I'm not an engineer, but I do understand that if you have to construct roads like this, you also create an alternative for people to use to safeguard, the quality and the life of the one that, because there's more vehicular traffic on adjoining roads that probably were not strongly built to contain trucks, articulated vehicles and all of that. Because each passing day, the roads keep getting worse. So I think we need help. Like I said the other day, Festac needs to be declared a disaster area. Someone asked me, if you declare Festac a disaster area, what will you do to Lekki? To
Lekki or Aja?
Or Aja.
I think it's the same thing. My response to you is just the same thing you usually say, that we are a country of peculiar people. We are an unusual country, because the same thoughts came to me while I was coming to the office this morning. It just occurred to me, like, we're in the thick of the rainy season, and this is the time the Lagos state government is deciding to clear the drainages, make up new channels, you know, for water
They were
to
not
pass.
proactive.
They were not proactive. Why do we
and
always...
like I said, we warned.
We warned every year.
I mean,
every
early warning
year,
alarm and all
very
of that.
predictable. So why can't we plan ahead?
For the past 3-4 years, I can recall, every other year, we'll get into this. You remember when half of Kogi was submerged?
Oh, yes, and Dangote's and Co contributed monies.
And all of that.
Even Uyo, Akwa Ibom
keep going back.
Is also flooded.
I understand that Akwa Ibom is flooded. Someone
flooded.
said it yesterday that, hey, look at what is going on in Akwa Ibom. And it's a coastal state, so you can understand what is going on there. It's a terrible situation.
We just need to be proactive, because most of our disasters are human-made and not natural. Let's just move on. The Nigerian Senate has approved a whopping 404 billion naira budget for the Police Trust Fund, covering 2025 and 2026. A move aimed at strengthening law enforcement capacity and rising insecurity nationwide. The allocation, which includes provisions for training, equipment procurement, and welfare packages, is expected to boost police operations and modernize infrastructure across the country. However, the approval has already stirred controversy, with critics questioning whether such massive funding will translate into tangible improvements in public safety, given Nigeria's history of mismanaged security budgets and persistent challenges of corruption, poor oversight, and inadequate policing standards. Well, this is one of the many instances of where a lot of money, billions of naira, sometimes dollars, are earmarked for security, but at the end of the day, it does not translate to security of lives and property of Nigerians. It also does not translate to improved welfare, you know, for the policemen who are tasked with the job of protecting Nigerians. It also does not translate to the eradication of policemen at what they call it now, at those checkpoints, extorting money. It also does not, you know, solve the problem of inadequate policing standard. There's corruption, there's poor oversight. I don't really care. At this point, sometimes when I hear some of those figures, it doesn't move me again, because I want results. Because it's not that the security sector of the country is not funded. It is adequately funded. In fact, security and defense takes the bulk of the national budget, much more than education and health. But when you look at the indices, at the end of the day, this sector, I mean the security, defense and security sector, is almost comatose. Right now, it's almost as though the defense, soldiers, the army, the military, they've lost the capacity to even tackle the insecurity, such that we are debating state policing, we are debating, what's it called, forest guards, forest guards, and other things, because it seems like the government is overwhelmed, the military is overwhelmed. So all of this money, if it is actually earmarked and really put to good use, I think Nigeria will be better for it, because year in, year out, this money exists. We also have policemen who are even retired, who are still demanding for better welfare. So while you are in the system, you are not properly treated. When you leave, you die in a few years' time. We need to do better, really, and think of, you put humanity first. I think what Nigeria needs is just people at the helm of affairs who really think about the welfare of the average Nigerian. Let's put humanity first. These monies are so much. The other day I joked with you, I said, under this dispensation, we are talking about billions.
Billions.
Maybe
no,
from
before now we're talking about billions.
Millions.
Now we are talking about trillions.
No, we are in trillions, yes.
We are in trillions.
We are in
now.
trillions.
So,
maybe
we get into
zillions. And then
and
maybe
after that, where else?
I don't know.
Ad infinitum.
Ad infinitum.
Endlessly.
Maybe at that time,
money.
Maybe at that time, like you said, Nigerians will rise up. You know, yesterday you said something interesting. You said it may not be a bloody revolution.
It might not be.
But
it might not be. And it shouldn't be, as a matter of fact.
But I mean, when you look at history, has any country ever, the right to freedom, to emancipation, has it always been on a platter? I'm just asking. Look at the Arab uprising that happened the other time. And when you look at Nigeria, even some African countries, Kenya, the likes of Kenya, you know, they stand up, they protest. They were born into protest. Look at South Africans. Though I know that they are fighting for xenophobia. I know that they are xenophobic. The cause doesn't make sense. But I'm actually intrigued by their unity. unity in fighting a wonderful cause.
Yes.
So why can't Nigerians borrow a leaf? Why can't we stand up? I know I'm deviating, but there are just so many angles.
I understand your point. It will get to a point. Like you asked the question whether if there's any country that has risen above its challenges, without having to go through violent change.
Yeah.
Yes, so many of them, it doesn't necessarily need to spill blood, to make a change. Lee Kuan Yew didn't do that, in Malaysia. It was just that they cut off with, in Singapore, it's just that they split with Malaysia, and he went back, into his thinking corner and thought out of the box and came out, with his acolytes, with his colleagues, and said, well, the only country we have is Singapore, and let us build it into a nation, that will be befitting and that will be proud, that will be proud of as a people. And within 30 years, he did that, the fastest in modern history to move from a third world to a first world country, in 30 years.
Yeah.
It's record. So it wasn't through a violent change. So it can happen here in Nigeria. And by the way, they are also multi-ethnic. You have the Chinese there, you have the Malays, you have the Indians, you even have the Tamils, And now there's a new crop of people that are coming into Malaysia, a different tribe of people, that a conglomerate that you cannot specifically name where they come from. And all of them live together. They're able to moderate and modulate their differences. Just like places like UK, where you have it's multi-ethnic, Kenya is multi-ethnic, Ghana is multi-ethnic.
But I think we are most multi-ethnic in Nigeria.
No, we are not. America is more multi-ethnic than
No, I mean in
Nigeria.
Africa.
Okay, in terms of having to have a conglomeration of different ethnicities.
Yes.
In Nigeria, we are. But then it does not mean that we shouldn't manage it.
Yeah.
But I don't even believe that, ethnicity should be the main problem, because I've mentioned some multi-ethnic countries that are still doing well.
But Nigeria is peculiar.
Because of problem of leadership. We've not had good leaders.
But when we talk about leadership, can we exonerate? We can't exonerate followership.
Jane, it's a very, very expansive discussion. So let's go back
let's focus on
issue of police.
Let's
funding.
focus on it.
I know why you took us to that point, because every other thing in Nigeria goes wrong.
Yes.
And so earmarking 404 billion naira for the police trust fund, it's a good thing, very well thought out. But then, as usually, we get into the problems of implementation. Are you sure that this money is not going to end up in private pockets? Because we have seen money. Police Service Commission, what do they do with the money allocated to them? Year in, year out, every budget cycle, they get money. What do they do with it? Policemen are still poorly remunerated. Some of them have to buy their, outfits, their boots, their uniforms, and all of that. You need to go to barracks and see how they live.
The state of the barracks.
The state of the
barracks.
So
what is the money used for?
What is the money meant for? Training. Where do you train them? Or is it just to write off, training session, and you bring a group of people together and they sing the national anthem and you disperse them? The money gets into other people, into someone's pockets. We need, for a country to get it right in security, you need very, very strict and painstaking policing. And so the police that we have here, I'm not sure that we are doing the best. Yeah. It takes, there are always layers of problems. The policemen, are they acting responsibly? The answer is no. Is government treating them very well? The answer is no. So we have to build some kind of, create a balance.
Yeah.
As I always say, it's shared responsibility. The government has to play its part. The people have to play their part. Yeah. Policemen, are you playing their parts? Are you playing your parts? Are you standing on the roads, checkpoints that the IGP has said, dismantle checkpoints? Are you staying there to extort money from people, to harass Nigerians and all of that? That is not your core mandate. Your core mandate is to protect lives and property of Nigerians.
But how do you even think they will have the zeal, just asking, to do the right thing when they see some of their colleagues who have been, who have retired years ago, protesting, blocking the entrance to
where
NANS.
the zeal comes from now? Yeah. The zeal comes from, let me extort as much as I can.
Because when I retire, there's nothing.
I'll be left fallow by the federal government, by the government that I served for 30, 35 years, and all of that. So it's a clear and present danger for any country to get it right in terms of security. It has to have a very, very good policing system. And unfortunately, that is not what we have in the country at the moment. Well, it's a good thing that the monies have been earmarked. Someone should take responsibility. And we don't want to hear stories that, we are looking for a certain amount of money from the police trust fund, swallowed by the snake, or somehow missing, and all of that. Let's leave that, Jen, and get into another interesting story. Right. Well, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has formally transmitted the Secondary Education Commission amendment bill to the Senate seeking to overhaul Nigeria's secondary school framework and strengthen oversight of the sector. Well, the proposed legislation aims to restructure the Commission's mandate, enhance funding mechanisms, and align curriculum standards with global best practices, while also addressing long-standing challenges of poor infrastructure, teacher shortages, and uneven quality across states. Well, lawmakers are expected to debate the bill's implications for federal and state roles in education, with supporters arguing it could modernize Nigeria's learning environment, and critics warning of potential bureaucratic bottlenecks. It's a good thing, secondary education. Apart from primary education, okay, now primary education is the basics. It's the formative stage. And if you lose it at the formative stage, I'm thinking that the federal government should have gone back, to the formative stage, because most of the things that I know, most of the things that you probably learned the basics, in the primary school. You attended primary school, I attended elementary school. So what they attend now is basics, basic school and all of that. So I think whether it's a difference of nomenclature or curriculum, but the elementary school we had, it was a good foundation for me, and which was improved upon when I got to the secondary education. And by the way, I also did the 5-year program. I didn't do 6-3-3-4, so I'm old school. I did the 5-year program. I spent only 5 years in secondary school. And so we had grammar. And that is what the federal government is saying, where we need to go back to where we are coming from. Apparently, the 6-3-3-4 system seems to have failed.
Yes.
But the minister came to tell us, even before telling us that he will send the proposal to National Executive Council. And I'm wondering, why are you telling us before you even send the proposal?
Yeah. It hasn't been approved.
So why are you telling us, making it look like it's already a policy decision? Now, back to this. Secondary education is also foundational to the extent that you have grammar, you have technical and vocational. I mean, if we're able to separate all of this, like I normally say and I always say, we are not bereft of good policies, very well thought out. We have them. Where we have a problem is implementation.
Implementation and sustenance. Continuity.
Sustainability. Because you also have to implement, to measure the outcomes. If you don't implement, how do you measure the outcomes? How do you evaluate, how far? And we also need to have milestones. Within a certain threshold, have we been able to achieve, our desired outcomes in that milestone and all of that? So it's a two-way thing. While government is doing its best, policymakers, people in the Ministry of Education should also ensure you see how secondary school teachers, and unfortunately, we even have more private schools now, than public schools. And so what is happening to the public schools? Now, this new framework now, is it going to take care of both private and public? So what are we doing? Do we have a synergy? Is it a wholesome policy initiative, or is it haphazard? Haphazard. Someone is doing this one differently, another one is doing this one differently. So it's a difficult thing for me to understand, but very well thought out. Like I said again, issue of implementation.
Issue of implementation, I totally agree with you. But I also think that it's, for me, I liken it to a case of building a beautiful structure on a sinking sand. This is what I mean by that. We have this beautiful idea, to restructure the secondary school education system in Nigeria. But the foundation, the structure on which this framework would be implemented is faulty. You have teachers who are not even adequately compensated. You have a lot of teachers who are working in very deplorable conditions. You have public secondary schools in Lagos, even this Lagos state, who don't even have, that are in deplorable conditions. I've seen videos, I've seen pictures of some students who are sitting on the floors. I say the condition of some of these schools. Some of these schools don't even have adequate, modernized, computer labs. You say they want to introduce coding and all of this. So how can we implement these policies without going to the basics, without going to the foundation, and ensure that the system is already stable, so that these policies can actually be implemented and can work out, just like the police funding. Education sector needs a lot of funding. Sadly, in Nigeria today, security takes the bulk of the budget, education takes one of the least, and the health sector, because of the peculiarity of the country. This money is, just like you said, we don't lack these policies. What we lack is implementation. Because year in, year out, every new
We don't
education...
follow through.
You don't follow through. Every education minister comes up with a new proposal.
And there's always policy somersault.
There's always policy somersault.
You do one thing, and after 3 years, you say, well, we need to go back to where we are starting from because this one is not working.
Yeah.
How did you measure it? Did you evaluate?
Yeah.
How the process of implementation?
How about the foundation, the structure
itself,
on which this policy would even ride? Is it on a level playing? I mean, we have a lot of issues in this country, honestly. And sometimes when you want to even think about the issues in Nigeria, you don't even know where to begin. Is it education sector? Is it health? Is it transport? Is it electricity? Is it the petroleum sector? There's just so many things. I just hope that at the end of the day, some of these policies will not just be just another paperwork.
Yes, I would just hope that it will not be just another paperwork. Now, let's quickly run into the newspapers and give you the headlines. Now, we'll start from The Guardian, the window headlines. State police, discordant tune as governors, senators for one abuse. Soldiers' minimum wage now 100,000 naira monthly, defense minister reveals. Xenophobic attacks, reps reject call to suspend ties with South Africa. That's coming from The Guardian. Now, the big story, luxury ghost towns, house flush funds change fortunes, realities of real estate business. Osun 2026, Adeleke alleges APC's plot to disenfranchise voters. IOC divestment leaves indigenous firms with aging oil assets. Global cancer burden to exceed $33.2 trillion, 35 million cases yearly by 2050. Now, that's very scary. I'll take that again for emphasis. Global cancer burden to exceed $33.2 trillion, 35 million cases yearly by 2050. PF-IPC controversy grows amid new claims calls for U.S. scrutiny. Tinubu meets security chiefs as ADC insists FG APC focused on poll. The bottom strip, alleged $4.5 billion fraud. Court admits MFLA statements to EFCC as evidence. Those are the headlines from The Guardian newspaper.
All right, let's move over to the Tribune, to the Punch newspaper actually. Tinubu meets security chiefs amid troops' salary backlash. President in closed-door engagements with security chiefs as attacks persist. Veterans, others, false soldiers, 100,000 naira wage, demand comprehensive overhaul. 100,000 naira wage for soldiers. Interesting. Tinubu's Easter pay review promised to security personnel yet to materialize. 2027, Tinubu unveils grassroots movement, defends economic reforms. U.S. names 124 Nigerians for deportation. State police, governors back reforms. SDP rejects Bajabiamila on panel. Dangote refinery sourced 22% of June crude from overseas. 2027 presidency, Wike rules out PDP as VP candidate emerges. Those are the lead stories from the Punch newspaper.
And from the Nigerian Tribune, window headlines. U.S. publishes names, photos of 124 Nigerians facing deportation over criminal convictions. Senate approves 404 billion naira police trust fund budget for 2025-2026. Adelabu following Buhari Olaniyan meet. Resolved to work for Tinubu's victory. Silent on Oyo governorship. The big story. State police, governors seek fiscal, judicial reforms. State policing requires tactical precision, not political emotion. Ex-CDS Irabo. Alleged 15 million naira corruption. Ex-CCT chairman Danladi Umar remanded in Kuje. Ndume meets Tinubu, says security situation improving. Interesting. Parties race to upload candidates on INEC portal as submission ends tomorrow. Commission to publish particulars of prudential. NAS candidates August 1. Upload of governorship. State assembly candidates begins July 18. I wouldn't betray Nigerians' trust. Reform will deliver better future. That's coming from our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Says sacrifice is laying foundation for future generations. That's it from the Nigerian Tribune. And that's how far we can go on super headlines. We will return at 10 o'clock for extended review of newspaper stories, headlines, and inside stories. In the meantime, we'll go on a short break. And when we return, State of the Nation, every Nigerian will feel the impact of my reforms. That's coming from our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Still, we'll be right back.
Encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Bernie 9 right.
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arikel the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence, and
please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs the voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge.
Welcome back. This is VOP this morning. President Bola Tinubu has assured Nigerians that every citizen will feel the positive impact of his administration's courageous reforms, including the removal of fuel subsidies and unification of foreign exchange market, insisting these tough but necessary decisions, though involving temporary sacrifices, are laying a solid foundation for long-term prosperity. National renewal and a diversified non-oil economy where states no longer borrow heavily, as highlighted at the inauguration of the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu door-to-door movement in Abuja, where leaders like Senate President Osula and House Speaker Tajuddin Abbas praised the shift from mono-economy dependence and called for patriotic support ahead of 2027. However, NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi countered sharply, claiming that many who had booming businesses and backed Tinubu in 2023 due to his Lagos governance record are now economically devastated and reduced to hawking kwili for survival amid worsening poverty, hunger and insecurity under renewed hope agenda, arguing that public judgment is shifting based on daily hardships rather than promises, with support for opposition growing as realities bite. Meanwhile, Tinubu's special advisor Daniel Bowala defended the narrative by asserting that even Nigerians earning 60,000 naira monthly today are better positioned than many who japa abroad 5 years ago. Now, japa is our local language of saying, migrate abroad and all of that. Well, Daniel Bowala cited high overseas living costs, menial jobs for degree holders, and lack of family support networks as modern-day exploitation, while the government touts investments like over 60 billion naira in oil and gas and education assets via NEL Fund and all of that. We have our president tell us, well, no Nigerian will be left out and no Nigerian will, every Nigerian will feel the impact of my reforms. We have in the studio here to help us make sense of these development. Barrister Eze Eluche. Barrister Eluche is an attorney at law. He appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. Beside him, we have Mr. Dele Fanimo. Dele is a reporter as well as a public affairs analyst. And from our Benin outstation, we've been joined by Comrade Destiny Enabulele. Comrade Enabulele is a politician, former local government chairman, and former member Edo State House of Assembly, but appears here in the capacity of a public affairs analyst. In the course of the program, we'll be joined by Barrister Asim Adams. He's a constitutional lawyer as well as a political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, good morning and thanks for joining us. We appreciate your presence.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the invite.
Thank you, sir. Barrister Luce, let me start with you. Bola Ahmed Tinubu, nobody will be, every Nigerian will feel the impact of my reforms. The painful sacrifices we make today is to secure our future. Like they say, you have to die today to live tomorrow. The reforms are biting, they are tough decisions, but let us bear. And the sacrifices we are making will not be in vain. React broadly to this comment coming from our president. What do you see? What do you know?
Thank you very much. I think the reality is that Nigerians began to feel the impact, the adverse impact of Mr. Tinubu's reign right from day one, when he supposedly removed the subsidies, non-existent subsidies, by the way, because it has been established that there was really no subsidies. What happened was that people were stealing from the system. So he removed that, so Nigerians began from day one to feel the impact of his regime. So if he still thinks that we are going to be thinking about when we'll feel the impact, it's not true. We've been feeling the impact, and the impact has continued to be very dire. The value of the naira has plummeted. The ability for Nigerians to even to travel out has been affected in the area of sports, in the area of health, in the area of health facets of our socioeconomic indexes has been adversely affected from day one of this man's regime. Now, when he talks of sacrifice, sacrifice is not only one-sided. If we are sacrificing, and this same presidency, from the first day he came, he asked for a brand new, a new jet. He changed the official cars, brought a chain of bulletproof American stretch limousines. His aides have skyrocketed in terms of their welfare and the emoluments. So the sacrifice is only one-sided. Nigerians are the ones sacrificing, and these guys are having the best of time. The office of the First Lady is awash with very brand new cars almost on every annual budget, and likewise that of the President. So he's only talking to Nigerians. He's totally detached from the system. He's totally detached from Nigerians. That is why he's saying that we should keep on looking further. Looking further what? Nigerians see an oncoming light. And that's the light in the tunnel. But that is the light of an oncoming train that is going to crush Nigerians if we allow these characters to continue in office. So, yes, we know him, we know his antecedents, and we know that we are really going through the pangs of his missteps. And the missteps are continuing. Is it? I mean, even in the area of security, you have seen that there has been a very drastic increase in the level of insecurity in the country. When he came into office, it was basically the north-east that was under a insecurity situation. But now, everywhere, even in the southwest, in the southeast, the whole country is messed up. So what is he talking of waiting till El Dorado time? Nigerians know what they're going through. And with regards to some of the comments of his aides, like this Boala fellow, very much discredited Boala, he's saying that Nigerians abroad, Nigerians who are earning 60,000 naira are better than those abroad. And you see, his reasoning was very, very suspect. He said it was because if you are earning that much in Nigeria, you have somebody who can help you out when you are down. And then those in the UK or wherever don't have any such thing. That was the height of idiocy, mind my words. Because that means this man doesn't even understand what he's talking about. So if you are earning that much, by the way, that is even below the national minimum wage. That's what it's referring to. So if you're earning that much, you are only existing because you have people who can come and give you some stipends. Okay. That is the aim of this government. They want to reduce Nigerians to beggarly status.
I think he was referring to our communal living in Africa, you know, where, I mean, we watch our brothers, our neighbors back and all of that, which we find absent probably in Europe and other parts of the Western world. I think that was the emphasis.
Well, giving excuses for a man like Boala is neither here nor there.
No, I'm not giving excuses.
Yeah, because I mean the language was very clear. Okay. That if you're earning that much, when you have problems, you have people who can always assist you.
Because the African support system.
Must a man believe in that? You are working. You are a graduate. You now rely on people who can come and help you in terms of needs. No, the trite fact is this. This government has been very, very, they have adversely impacted Nigerians. And from all indications, with their overwhelming propensity to borrow for everything, for whatever projects they are borrowing, with this level of fraud that is going on in the system.
We'll deepen and expand the conversation. But before I come to Dele Fanimo, I would like to ask you, Barrister Eze, when you talked about the president acquiring limousine, First Lady, brand new cars and all of that, if you consider the humongous problems that he inherited in Nigeria, don't you think that he needs a conducive workspace, a conducive workspace to be able to think well, think properly, and face, the rot in Nigeria, everybody understands it. Don't you think that he needs that, conducive workspace to be able to take right decisions for the Nigerian people? Should that be a problem that he bought or retouched a jet so that he's able to get on time to wherever he wants to, and probably an office space, renovation, hospital, and all of that? Doesn't he need it so that he will have a conducive work environment to be able to take appropriate decisions for the Nigerian people?
More serious leaders across Africa, some of them even banned foreign travel for themselves and their ministers because they realize the enormity of the problems they have in their country. But this one has embarked upon junketing all over the world, and Nigerians are not seeing any of the benefits. You ask yourself, if you invest in this plane for Mr. President, you invest in this 100-car convoy for him, what is the return on investment for Nigeria? So far, it has been absolute zero. So as far as the Nigerian state is concerned, as far as Nigerians are concerned, all those perks of office, which were even there before he came in, what was wrong with the plethora of cars that Mr. Buhari was using? You and I use cars for 5-6 years. What was wrong with the fresh, brand new cars that Buhari was using? So let us not try to cushion these guys because they are not even for our own interest. In America, if the president is traveling, they want to know what will be the benefit to the United States from each particular tree.
No, but we are not trying to protect or give excuses for anybody. We are just trying to think divergently so that at the end of the day, we'll come to a conclusion that, Nigerians will understand.
I agree.
Now, Mr. Fanimo, let me bring you to this conversation. I heard somebody say, as a matter of fact, Peter Obi said, yes, everybody is feeling the impact of your reforms. Even your friends that were doing well before, some of them are doing selling kuli now. He tried to put humor into it. But recall that at some point the president said, yes, we were living larger than life. We were living beyond our means and all of that. So these reforms is cutting everybody to size. You recall that he mentioned his friend who used to drive a Porsche, who is now driving one small car. He said the friend had 3 big cars, including a Porsche, but now he drives one small car and all of that. So is everybody feeling the impact adversely or positively? Which one is it for you? What do you see in all of this?
Well, I think at this point, you have to realize that there's a kind of dichotomy between the leaders and the led. You see, if you want to judge by the outward appearance of some of these people in government, the tendency for you is to see that definitely there is a gap. For me, if you want me to tighten my belt, I must see you doing the same at the same time. But we have found out that those that are politically exposed are not feeling the heat as much as we are feeling it as Nigerians. And for me, I would not agree to the fact that subsidies was not existing before he came. As a matter of fact, subsidies started in 1977 when military government under Obasanjo became, after Murtala's assassination. But at that time, subsidy was intentional. It was meant to bridge the gap between we that are producing oil and those who are buying from us, in case there is escalation. And it ran up to 1999 when Obasanjo came back, and up to when Jonathan came. As soon as Jonathan came, it became a free-for-all, and then up to Buhari. So we saw that people were importing absolutely nothing, but building up papers, documents to siphon money from government. So people were living like kings and queens on our collective patrimony. So at that time, Nigeria was borrowing money to pay salaries. So subsidy was the right thing to do. And I also recall that even 3 leading political gladiators at that time, Atiku, Tinubu, and Peter Obi, they all agreed that for us to survive, we needed to remove subsidy. And then, at some point, if you are close to the central bank governor or the president, you don't need to work. All you need to do is just go to CBN, get foreign exchange, particularly dollar, for 400 naira, and right in that office or at the gate of that office, you sell for 750 naira. So if you are given $1 million, you are making 350 million naira without any effort. And so this thing had to be closed. And so I support reforms in that area. But the question is, how much has this gotten back to us? We have not really gotten that. 2, if you, like I said earlier, if you are saying I should tighten my belt, I should also see you tightening your belt. But money is not available. The purchasing power of an average Nigerian is going down. And beyond the metrics of the micro economy, we have not seen the impact on our daily life, which is the micro part of it. So what I would suggest here is there shouldn't be further delay in letting this thing trickle down so that Nigerians can enjoy the dividend of whatever sacrifice we are making now. How long will it take us to begin to feel the impact of some of these reforms? It shouldn't be eternity. It should be something that should be seen at this time, because this is over 3 years of government's exposure to some of these things. So I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be feeling the impact of the reforms.
Thank you, Mr. Fanimo. Thank you. Let's move over to our Benin outstation where we have Destiny and Labulele standing by. Good morning, Destiny.
Yeah,
good morning, sir.
Sister, good morning to you.
Good to have you join us today.
I greet my brothers there at the studio.
All right. I'm sure you've been hearing going along with the conversation all the while. How long do you think this administration can sustain this temporary sacrifice narrative? It's going on 3 years. And from the look of things, they might come back into power. So how long do you think they're going to sustain this narrative? Do you think Nigerians will get to that boiling point, or we would still, keep enduring as usual?
Yeah, I think we need to make it clear and as possible, unambiguous. These present rulers at the Abuja and other subnational governments across the length and breadth of this country, their aim is not to empower Nigerians. Their aim is to impoverish Nigerians. And that they succeeded in doing it. And the most sad thing is this. Some gullible Nigerians are doing tete-a-tete with them. That is the most sad thing, and it's very, very regrettable. You see, for a government to say that Nigerians to embark on kuli-kuli and akara at this day and age, 21st century, not in the Stone Age during my grandmother, it is lucific. Let me put it very mildly, according to one of my seniors. It's very lucific. So if you look at I think the speaker there, they have done justice to it. They have impoverished majority of us. So when they say that everybody will feel the impact, indeed, we have started feeling the impact from the very first hour of these present ruiners in Aso Rock. We have started feeling the impact. Since that day till now, it has never been well with Nigerians. That is the gospel truth. Because they are widening the gap. While they are living in luxury and they are living in affluence. And they want you and I to suffocate and begin to beg just the way El-Rufai's wives and family are begging. They want Nigerians to be begging for deliberate. That is their aim. They are ruining us as a colonial master. But at times I refuse to refer to the colonial master because to me, they have done their part. But we on our own, living, not doing our part, it is cost in us. And we must begin to look for how they can pray for the ancestors to remove the cost in us. Because I've often asked these questions. Who bewitched us? Who caused us? I'm yet to find who bewitched us and who caused us. Whether we inflicted the cost in ourselves, by ourselves. That is a subject for another day. Why am I saying all this? For a government to say that 60,000 naira, comparing to Nigerians living abroad, getting any 2,000 or thereabout, that they are better off. They are better off. It's regrettable, Ligubros. Very, very regrettable. When I heard, I was very speechless. I was dumbfounded. I was just laughing. My friend was saying, Destiny. I said, boy, just look at this headline. I were about 6 or some of us. They were just laughing.
Comrade Destiny.
Yes, sir.
Comrade Destiny.
Yes, sir.
Now, the argument of this administration is that we removed fuel subsidy. And as a result of that, we are getting more money. The money that we used to pay out, to non-existent subsidies, for non-existent subsidies, is now being poured back, into the FAC account, Federation Allocation Account, Committee POS and all of that. And the governors are getting more money. The governors are not in denial that they are getting more monies. Nasarawa State Governor, Enugu State Governor, they all acknowledge the fact that they are getting more monies. You joined us from Benin City in Edo State. We understand that Edo State is now a construction site. So, what's your reaction to that? Don't you think that the problem shouldn't be at the desk of the president. What about our governors? What are they doing with the monies that they are getting? I mean, states that used to get like 6 billion naira, some of them get in excess of 20, 25, sometimes 30 billion naira per month. Should we continue to hold the central government responsible? How about the governors? And I'd like for you to respond. Edo State as a construction site. Tell us what you know, sir.
Mr. Okoro, I don't know what you've seen in Edo State. Anybody that is telling you that Edo State is a construction site, I think the person is living in self-denial.
Sorry, sir. I saw the picture of the new flyover at Ramat Square the other day. Very wonderful, very beautiful.
Go and do your due diligence. Finding that Ramat Park is being constructed by the federal government.
Oh, beautiful, by the federal government. Okay.
It's a federal one. It's a federal government project. Anybody telling you but selling dummy to the outside people from outside Edo State, I think they are living in self-denial.
So apparently, the first subsidy money is working for Edo people. That's what you mean.
Government all over, as it currently stands, by these present winners, it's in a court-like. If you see the way secret court operates, that's the way it operates. Perhaps you've not seen some of the videos from the APC chairman, Edo State chairman, while he was in Scotland. Moving from some these big names, designers big names. I wouldn't want to be doing an advert from one designer shop to another designer shop in Scotland. That's exactly what they are doing with our money. Not too long ago, some of the aides with the government, they had a fracas as it relates to a setting in running to billions.
Comrade Destiny. Comrade Destiny. Jared Stenebe, did you travel with Edo State money to Scotland? Do you have proof of that?
You must see. When we are talking, you look at a man before the party assumed and when it was outside the government. You try to juxtapose, try to do a comparison. If for now, Destiny is eating akara and gari, morning and evening. Suddenly tomorrow I'm not in power. I begin to eat salad and turkey. The following, you should be able to know that the present status has elevated my eating status too. That's exactly before now. Who is Jared Tenebe? Please go and do your try to look at his before he had home office, and now though he was known to this government, the person that are presently ruining us. There's no way you will not find one fraudsters in either here or there. You are not hearing from me. The governor of Ogun, the chief of staff to the president, even the president himself. We have had one or two incidences. What they have done, they have a link with Yahoo. They have a link with advanced fraud on these persons. So when I said that this government is run as a secret court, I know exactly what I'm talking about. Although I've not been a member of a secret court, but as a student and a grown-up man, I must have done my due diligence by way of doing a feasibility study and doing a research. And that's exactly where this government is running from the ruiners from Asoro, that cascading even to the local government. If you belong to Party A, especially the people in APC, they wouldn't want to associate with anybody outside their party. They see you as an outcast.
All right.
They see you as an enemy.
Okay.
So that's the problem we're having in this country.
Now, beautiful. Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Enabelele. Please, let's be careful the kind of comments you make on national TV. When you are
you hearing me? Are you hearing from him for the very first time?
I mean, excuse me, sir.
You've had incidences.
Excuse me, sir. When you say that, you mean that people in government are closely associated with fraudsters and all of that, we need to be very certain that these are comments that you can substantiate. Please, thank you very much. We appreciate your presence. We'll come back to you in the course of the show. In the meantime, let's return to the studio, where we still have Barrister Ezeluche and Delefanimo. Barrister Eze, let me come to you again. I would like for you to tell us, in the life of this administration, all the reforms that they tout, talk about removal of fuel subsidy, talk about foreign exchange arbitrage, talk about NEL fund that they are implementing, talk about the state police and all of that. Is there any one thing in the life of this administration that you see that, well, it's taking Nigeria a step further, a step higher in terms of development? Is there just any one that you can think of in the life of this administration?
Well, I think the one you mentioned now about these loans, student loans, NEL fund, is one that can be said to be altruistic to some extent. But when you have a situation whereby many schools, many students, if you ask them, have you had access to this NEL fund? How is it? And you understand the amount of fraud going on in it, you now ask about was it really what is being projected? Because we have several instances of schools collecting more monies and demanding for more and giving less as school fees to these kids or giving allowances. And in some areas, there is almost zero participation and apathy towards it. That is the only thing that one can say, okay, this government has had an altruistic origins for it, but in terms of implementation, like every other thing by this government is still very skewed. But other things that the government talks about, like the subsidy. Why I say subsidy, there is no subsidy is this. And what the other political gladiators were talking about was to remove the fraud. Because clearly what we have is fraud. Even Buhari himself said, what does subsidy mean? The oil pipelines, the drillings were done 30, 40 years ago. Oil continues to gush out. And you say you're subsidizing. What are you subsidizing? You're subsidizing the importation. And then most of this importation is because of the poor work done by the customs and immigration in allowing refined fuel to leave the country, and the round tripping of documents in CBN to pay criminals for importing what they never imported. So that is what those who said they remove subsidy actually meant. Not this removal of some huge sums and diverting it to personal pockets, which the Bola Tinubu regime has done. So I do not see any. The only thing that this government has ever done that is good or close to good is the NEL fund. But virtually every other thing they've done, they have non-altruistic reasons and purposes for it, and you can easily see it in them because they're not really. There is not much Nigerians can take home to the bank from what they're doing. Thank you. All right.
Talking about NEL fund daily, a lot of Nigerians, in fact, some critics have said the idea of giving students loans, to pay back in a country where they might not even get jobs, and even those who want to go into entrepreneurship, the environment is not conducive. They said it's like a disaster in waiting. Do you agree with that the NEL fund was actually carefully thought about?
You see, most policies in this country are well thought out. But when it gets to implementation, that's where you have a lot of discrepancies. You see, I will go with NEL fund to the extent that we as parents, I have only one child in the university, and I can afford to pay his school fee. But I know of families that even as low as 100, I think any university today, federal university is the cheapest. You pay as much as 150, 160,000 naira per session. Okay. But to us, it's insignificant. But there are some parents that cannot even afford, even when you bring it down to 50,000. It's as bad as that. So if such students are given the opportunity to go to school, we are also building a mass of educated young people, which will also galvanize the development of this country. Now, everywhere you turn to in this country, you have like 100 rats in a room. ETF fund, Education Trust Fund, you understand? That particular fund, there are some states till today that can't access this fund simply because they couldn't render account for the previous one. Because you have to render account and make sure that your books are in line with the instructions that go with it. They have not been able to access those funds. Now, the NEL fund, some vice chancellors, some bursars, some registrars in some of these institutions, they are so manipulated that they even raise school fee to access this fund.
Excess funds.
Like if your child is paying 180,000 naira, the school will now cook up books that is paying 300,000. So they pull the funds from NEL fund, and what do? As a matter of fact, they even tell that student to pay 30,000 naira processing fee.
Okay, so your summation now is well thought out but poorly implemented.
Yes.
Okay, beautiful.
So if we are going to blame anybody, it is the school authority that would have to blame.
Okay, blame
the intention was good.
Very good. Okay, we'll blame the school authorities. We don't blame the supervising authorities. Beautiful. Now, let's quickly run to Barrister Asim Adams. Chief Barrister Asim Adams, good morning and thanks for joining us on VOP this morning. I'm happy that you're smiling. I don't know why you're smiling. The president's reforms are impacting positively on you. I can see that.
You blame the school authority, not the supervisory authority. That's what is making me laugh.
No, okay, that's based on the summation of the analysts in the studio. I don't have an opinion here. I just summarized what he said. Good morning to you, Barrister Adams.
Mr. Okoro.
Yes, sir.
How many minutes do I have? How many minutes do I have?
How many minutes do you want to take, sir? I want you to react.
Can you give me 20 minutes?
No. Airtime is perishable. No, I don't have that joking. Long time for you.
I'm just joking.
I know.
I'm joking. Mr. Okoro, first of all, I want to thank you for the direction you gave to my brother, Comrade Nabulele, on calling Jared Itenebe a fraudster, etc., on national television. That was wrong. And please let us moderate the usage of our words in, either denigrating people. I know we are angry, but that is not, to the best of my knowledge, correct. That is my state. I'm from Edo State. So let that be for a discourse another day. Now, profiling what is here. I don't know if you can see a newspaper I have here. I have a newspaper of 2014. And the newspaper is dated Saturday, October 29. In fact, 2011. October 29, 2011. States are not bankrupt, but we have no money. You know who made that famous statement? That statement was made by one young man who is the vice presidential aspirant to Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Chubike Amechi. He was the chairman of the Governors Forum as at that time. He said states are not bankrupt yet, but states are broke. No money. We don't have any money. So from 2010, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 to 2023, the government, federal states, they had issues with, monies for the state. Tinubu came in. As I speak to you, when Tinubu came in 2023, 23 or 24 states could not pay salaries. It's on record. I have the records here. They were struggling to pay salaries. They were civil servants, pensioners. They couldn't pay them. That's a thing of the past now. Everybody agreed that fuel subsidy should be removed, whether it was fraudulent or not, as at that time. All the aspirants, even till today, agreed that fuel subsidy was draining the economy. Tinubu came and removed it, and today there's no fuel subsidy. Tinubu introduced what they call net fund. It has never been there. No government has ever brought that. He introduced a net fund, as the case may be. For the past 15, 16 years, our foreign reserve in the Federal Reserve Bank, wherever they keep their money, whether it's in heaven or maybe in Kovun, I don't know where they keep, has increased to $51 billion and going up, down. Today, even yesterday or last week, the richest man in India, his name is called Gupta. He's the sixth richest billionaire in the whole world. He came to Nigeria, specifically Niger State. He wants to establish the biggest and the largest solar steel manufacturing mill in Africa, in Niger State. 4, the rating agency also rated Nigeria as the second country after Egypt with manufacturing ability. Those are amongst other things I cannot go into them because of time. These are novel, innovations by the Tinubu government. I clap for him. I say he should do more. But those are macroeconomics. He allowed the Naira to be determined by market forces. For me, those are achievements. But if you have a healthy macro and you have an unhealthy micro, the nation will always be swimming in poverty. So what I'm trying to say, because I'm tired, I know that you don't need to tell me Nigeria's problems. If we come here to debate about Nigeria's problems, I know. But what are the solutions? So the solutions I want to give to them, if they are listening, is this. On the macro side, you have done well, Mr. President. On the micro side, you have failed woefully. And if the macro is healthy and the micro is wavering, there will be gnashing of teeth. That is why it seems as if it's doing nothing. Yes, it's going to take time for the micro to come up and work.
Okay.
To meet up the macro.
All right.
But we are not ready to wait for that period of time.
Okay, we are not ready to wait for that period of time.
What you need to do now, the states, you have given money to governors. They are receiving billions every time. That is why 31 of them want you to come. Stop giving the governors this money because they are not using it well. If the governors should be working, local governments getting billions are working, the pressure will not be on the federal government. The states are doing nothing. They receive so much money.
Beautiful,
so
beautiful.
Stop giving them money.
Well said, Barrister Adams. Let me give you some posers now because some of these things are confusing. When you talked about fuel subsidy, the basic reason why fuel subsidy was removed was because, according to them, it was no longer benefiting the average Nigerian for whom it was meant for in the first place. Now, Nigerians are paying more for a product, God-given product, in our backyard here now. So between then and now, between the removal of self-subsidy, when we had fuel subsidy, I think Alaska fuel was selling for 187 or 200 naira or thereabout before it was removed. And now that it is selling for in the neighborhood of 1,000, 1,001, and all of that. That is one. Number two, another reason why fuel subsidy was removed was because a few of us, less than 100 of the 230 million of us, had cornered this money through over-invoicing, round-tripping, and all of that. In the 3 years,
I understand.
In the 3 years of this administration, only one person has been brought to justice. Just one. Just one of them. And again, when you talk about foreign reserves increasing, Nigeria's foreign reserve, are you aware, do you recall the penultimate Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister, Wale Edun, said that, well, we shouldn't rejoice because foreign reserve is increasing. He says it's increasing because we are borrowing more money. And in the life of this administration, within the 3 years, they have borrowed more than the government borrowed from 1960 to our 50th independent anniversary. This administration...
It's not true. It's not true. It's not true.
You need to fact check. I'll give you...
Because
of time, I need you to fact check. I'll give you time to respond. We have borrowed more money in the life of this administration. You'll also recall that Buhari left us at 87 trillion naira debt. Now, not even 87, but now it is in the neighborhood of 159 trillion naira. And more monies are being borrowed by this administration. You said that the macroeconomics are looking up. Now, how long will it take for it to translate to the micro, where the average Nigerian will start feeling it? I would like for you to summarize, sir. Barrister Adams, can you hear me? Oh, unfortunately, his network has taken him out.
Let me just correct one impression that's always been regurgitated by Nigerians about what happened in 2011 and what is going on now with regards to the amount of money states have. For goodness sake, the value of the naira to the dollar was how much then? So when you hear that these state governments are paying salaries and they're doing whatever, the value of the naira has depreciated, has been destroyed. And the salaries of these workers has not improved. So that the states are able to pay money is because, yes, they are getting more money from the center, but they're paying the same salary that was seen the same at 2011. So definitely they'll clear more of these salaries. But then when you look at the monies this federal government claims to be giving states, it has been revealed that most of it is spurious and built on fraud. An example is the one that just got revealed that over 800 billion was contributed by APC governors. And the governor of Imo State was accused of having squandered it. 800 billion. So that means that the money this federal government even gives states or allocates to states and not even for altruistic purposes. At the FAC meetings, you will hear that they have given a state so and so billions. But in reality, how much was the state giving to give back to the APC, to run the APC? So when you have analysts coming out and saying there is so much improvement, improvement in what? Do you not realize these things? I mean, it's sad, but when you are on before national TV, you have to be very, very explicit and say the truth. The truth is that the states are able to pay more because the value of Naira has depreciated and they are now getting more money. And when you talk of the foreign reserves, what, for goodness sake, look at the economics. As a country, we are borrowing billions more and you claim to be having higher foreign reserves. Who are you fooling? Where is that money, so-called foreign reserves? What is it doing there? What are you keeping reserves when you need all the... You are still borrowing money. So we seem not to look through some of these antics this government is playing, and the fact that they use some of our media, they use some of our so-called analysts to propagate these very false narratives. Mr. Bola Tinubu, do not be deceived. Nigerians are feeling the pains of your misrule. And hopefully, if there is a proper democracy, there will be consequences for those misrule. But unfortunately, we don't have a proper democracy in Nigeria. And the same government that promised us things, clear things, that if there is no uninterrupted power supply, and there is no estimated billing, you should not be voted for. That was what Mr. Tinubu said to Nigerians. Now he's shamelessly coming back asking for votes. And some people are propagating the issue that he did some well. All this micro, macro, whatever economics is neither here nor there. Can an average family in Nigeria feed itself? Can it take care of its own health benefits? Has there been increased health facilities in Nigeria? If the answer to all this is no, then Mr. Tinubu's government has been an abysmal failure.
All right,
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Barrister Asim. I understand that we've been able to re-establish connection with Chief Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams, I would like you to summarize on the posers I gave you. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, I can hear you. Should I respond?
Yes, briefly, as brief as you can, sir.
As brief, I want to be brief. Now, Mr. Okoro and the panel, I have raised very germane questions. I'm not speaking for the government. I said I'm tired of the problems. And I was talking about the solution before the network became, somehow. From what you have raised is this. You talk about the foreign reserve. That is the statistics. What Wale Edu said is of no moment to me, but I'm telling you about the rise and increase in the foreign exchange, whatever, which we are using today. I've told you that, investors are coming into Nigeria in trickles, and I gave an example of that. Now, what I'm saying is that the macro is very beautiful. That if the macro is beautiful and the micro is not beautiful, that it will look as if the government is not doing anything. Firstly, my solution, Tinubu, the monies you are getting from the monies from the removal of fuel subsidy, do not pay to governors again direct. Open a sovereign wealth account that can be managed, by, the Minister of Finance or anybody or independent body. Instead of you pouring money to give to the states and they are not using it well. My local government gets 5 billion naira this month. What are they doing with it? Next month, another 2 billion. What are they doing with it? My state government got billions. What are they doing with the money? So these are questions. Since they are not using it very well, don't begin to give to them again.
All right, then.
So that you can do a sovereign wealth account, as case may be.
All right, then.
Then the third one is that right on grants. Like what the first lady came and talking about Akaritis, you saw what happened. Why can't you give grants of 500,000 naira to a select few, 10,000 people? The state governments we are giving money to give 1 million to the same people. The local government give maybe 300,000 to the same people. If you empower 10,000 Nigerians, 20,000 Nigerians with 5 million naira each all over the federation, you see that it will trickle down for this small scale industry that will revive the economy sort of.
Okay.
These are things I want the government to do.
All right, then.
I have so many solutions to them. I'm
So
tired
many
of the
solutions.
problem.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Barrister Asim Adams. We'll come back to you in the course of the show. And at the end of the program, we are going to get concluding thoughts from our analysts. In the meantime, we'll go into our next topic of discussion. But before then, Delefanimo here wants to react briefly.
Yeah. I want to react to what Barrister Asim just said. There's no way the governors can be denied of their rights. Constitutionally, they are supposed to be partaker of this money that is coming to the national pool. You recall what happened during the Sovereign Wealth Fund under Jonathan. It was this Osula that is now in the Senate that spearheaded it.
As a matter of fact.
Yes, you know, and they squander this money. Then too, we should de-emphasize this idea of doling out money, 500, 1 million naira to individuals. Because those who really need that money will never get it. It is those who are already in the wrong of the rich that will corner this money. You imagine if you are going to give out money to the peasant and you are routing it through a senator or House of Rep member, he would rather give it to his thugs. So they don't get this fund at all. So it can't really be part of the solution to the problem.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Mr. Delefanimo. I think in all that we have said, the Nigerian people are the judge, the ultimate judge. They know whether the president's reforms are making impact, positive or negative, on their lives. Okay, I also understand that Comrade Destiny Enabulele has a brief reaction to make. Can we have that, sir, before we move on to our next topic of discussion?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Okoro, for giving me a voice. Let me quickly clear something here. In my course of trying to explain, I did not say Tenebe is a fraudster. Mr. Adams should not misconstrue me. Perhaps he is aware of Tenebe's antecedent. For me, I'm not aware. What I said, why Tenebe, popped up in the course of my analysis, was that the issue given to the money given to state. And I said some of this money are not getting to the end users. I tried to use him like going to Scotland and moving from one shop, one big name shop, designer shop to another. And you asked me that is it that the money that he took to? I said, if you want to know a man, try to know what he was before he ascended or they came to power. That's why. So I didn't call him a fraudster. We need to get this straight. And I went further to say that there are some states where you have some of the SSAs arrested in the United States of America. Even elected council chairman like in Anambra, SSAs like in Ogun State. And there are alleged, fraud, cases. And that's why I said, like the chief of staff, the issue of $25,000 that were published by the Nara reporters. So please.
All right, then. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Enabulele. We appreciate your time and presence on the program. Insecurity, bandits kidnapped my brothers, demanded 300 million naira ransom down for our governor, Governor Lawal, as Nigerian soldiers now earn 100,000 naira. Join us again, we'll be right back.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice. In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise.
Welcome back. In a major assessment of Nigeria's ongoing security crisis, the Defense Minister, Christopher Musa, has revealed that under the federal government of President Bola Tinubu, he has more than doubled the minimum monthly salary of soldiers from 49,000 naira to 100,000 naira as part of efforts to boost welfare, even as he admitted that the defense budget remains inadequate and frontline troops continue to face fierce challenges from bandits and terrorists who embed themselves within sympathetic communities, making intelligence and operations far more difficult in a democratic setting where public perception and local support are crucial. Musa stressed the need for stronger collaboration between the military communities, traditional rulers, religious leaders, and local governments, while advocating for death penalty for kidnappers to create real deterrence against soft laws that embolden criminals. Citing the tragic Oyo school children abduction, where bandits allegedly used the hostages as leverage to free detained commanders and threatened mass killings if troops advance. This comes amid fresh violence, including an ISWAP terrorist attack on a military base in Logomani, Borno State, that killed one soldier, damaged equipment, but was repelled with significant casualties inflicted on the insurgents, alongside reports of bandits kidnapping the brothers of the Zamfara governor, Dauda Lawal, and demanding a staggering 300 million naira ransom, which he refused to pay to avoid encouraging more adoptions. In the courts, a federal high court in Abuja also granted terror suspect Abubakar Abba time until July 20 to decide on changing his plea in a 32-count case involving terrorism financing, illegal mining, IED fabrication, and links to groups like Ansaru, as one co-defendant has already been sentenced on related charges. As Musa called for a comprehensive national database to aid security forces in identification, tracking, echoing frustrations over fragmented data systems. Dele, let me come to you. There's so much to unpack. But let's start from the wages of our dear soldiers, 100,000 naira for soldiers on the front line. Is this something we should even say in public? What do you think? What do you make of this?
I would not want to start from that
okay.
Standpoint. I want to talk about the 300 million naira demanded by bandits for the release of the brothers to the governor of Zamfara. I think it is even better now that they are targeting these people so that they can feel the heat. No wonder the northern governors that were vacillating and trying to avoid taking these people head on, they are now ready. They are now ready for state police. They are now ready to tackle them. They are even saying that there shouldn't be reprieve for these bandits, whatever name you call them. And you can see some of the things woven around that particular suspect is illegal mining. So that person is no longer a small terrorist. He's a big-time terrorist with network. So it shows that there is more to this terrorism and banditry than we already know. So now, coming back to this 100,000 naira salary to a private in the Nigerian army, it's not something to be celebrated at all. Now, these soldiers are complaining that they don't give them their rations, because once you take somebody out of his barracks to another location, you're supposed to give that person his ration allowance, and you also have to provide certain basic necessities for him to feel comfortable. These are not non-negotiable things you must give. Now, 100,000 naira, how much is a bag of rice? For a soldier that has laid down his life, how much is a bag of rice? How much can the wife, and for instance, if this particular soldier has just a child in secondary school, for 3 months that makes a term, he pays average of maybe 50,000 or 100,000, depending on the school. So what that means is that that man has to forgo 1 month's salary to pay the child's school fee for the 3 months that makes up a time. Then what about food? Today, to prepare for an average family, to prepare a pot of soup, you need about 10,000 minimum.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you very much. Let's bring in other guests. Barrister Adams. Sorry, Barrister Zeluche. Sorry about that. Yes, Barrister.
Actually, Mr. Zeluche when I'm here.
Okay, Barrister Zeluche. Sorry about that. Now, Christopher Musa spoke at a town hall meeting, where Nigerians are brainstorming on how to solve the problem of insecurity. He said something that struck me, and he said, well, Nigerian government has not been able to fight insecurity, conclusively, because the communities are sympathetic to the terrorists, the bandits, and all of that. If you have a situation where you have a government in place and you have communities have sympathy for their attackers, what does that tell you? What does that reveal to you?
Well, thank you very much. I think these characters who rule over us, they realize that they can say whatever they want to say and nobody throws eggs or whatever at them. They can come out and mouth whatever they want to say. When he says communities sympathize, when there is no police or military presence and the person around you is the terrorist with a gun, you won't just start. You have to survive. And if survival means respecting the man with the gun, you do that. So when he's only indicting himself, because there's a total absence of security or military personnel in those communities, they are now forced to kowtow to criminals who rape their children, who steal from them. I don't think any community in Nigeria of its own will kowtow to these criminals. But because there's an absence of government, there's an absence of governance, then they are forced to do that. But back to what Mr. Musa is talking about, 100,000. As a retired chief of army staff, he went home with almost over 10 billion naira in SUVs, bulletproof SUVs, foreign trips for him and his family and everything. Over 10 billion. He should first of all tell the community, those soldiers, has he, while he's now been brought back as a minister, has he forfeited those, or he's still having those ones and continuing with his 10 billion largesse, which this Tinubu government signed for these characters? Now he's telling them that he wants them to celebrate 100,000. Look, when people look at all these foreign trips that Mr. Tinubu embarks upon, each day, for goodness sake, most of the people on his entourage have at least $1,000 extra code. That's 1.4 million extra code for government officials. And you see there he goes with a retinue of a horde of aides, at times over 30, 40, all getting these humongous sums. And the minister is coming to tell us that because he's now paying soldiers who sleep in the forest, who sacrifice themselves, who are ready to sacrifice their lives for Nigerians, you are paying them 100,000 a month. So we should glorify you, we should clap for you. He should go and have something else to talk about. Nigerians should be very annoyed with these characters because they talk to us as if they are giving Nigerians this gift. For goodness sake, why will you pay Nigerian soldiers that much? Why will you even pay any Nigerian, whether soldiers or teachers or whatsoever, that sum? And then when you are traveling abroad, you have the guts, the temerity to take public funds as extra code. And most of these trips are useless and worthless. When I use those words, I'm being very, very stark. Because we see what Mr. Tinubu tells Nigerians when he's here. We see his incapability of even speaking to Nigerians. So what is he going to say when he goes abroad? Is he going to speak a different language? Or will it suddenly become a better speaker? And they're telling us they're paying the soldiers 100,000. Well, the fact is this, the soldiers are very calm. Because they see through these scams. They are escorting a single SUV vehicle that is generals riding, cost several, 300, 400, 500 million naira. And you're paying, in fact, that amount for that car can be used to pay the Nigerian soldiers. And he's thinking that we should clap for him. And somebody will be saying that this government is improving, is doing well in any facet. Come on, give us a break, please.
Barrister,
yes.
Christopher Musa retired as a general in the Nigerian army after holding so many command positions.
Yes.
What is wrong with him going home with 10 billion naira? Is there anything wrong in that?
Good. You ask yourself, what does the private or the sergeant in the army or the captain, what does he go home with? Are they not Nigerians? Why would there be so much disparity? Okay, you give him 10 billion and he goes home with it. He comes back as a minister, he still gets paid. And everything is wrong with it, my dear. Because they are there as Nigerians. They are not buying in a different market. We are all Nigerians. Look, the highest office in the land is the office of the citizen of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The president is a servant to the citizen and not a god to the citizen. Once we have that clear in our mind, we understand that he works for us. And you don't work with people and then you now begin to treat them like slaves. For Nigerian workers are worse off after almost 60-something years of independence than they were before the independence.
Okay. All right, beautiful.
So
everything is wrong with a general going home with 10 billion naira. 10 billion naira, yes. According to Barrister Eze Luche.
According to the facts.
So let's get the views of Comrade Enabulele. Comrade, let's get your views on this, please.
Well, I will align totally with the last speaker. I'm happy we still have some persons that can speak truth to power. That is the gospel truth. To be very frank with you, the now Minister of Defense need to bury his head in shame. Before now, although I respect the Nigerian army before now, but coming out in the open to tell Nigerians that the issue of 100,000 naira to the Nigerian army, there's no way you can defeat the bandit or banditry with this kind of salaries. With utmost humility, there's no way. They are not being incentivized. There's nothing to encourage them. Yeah, but here we are. The president or the presidency, the higher echelon of the army, they are smiling to the banks. They are becoming contractors, while the lower cadre are suffering. That is why you see the president is just having a free day with Nigerians. See, as put it by the last speaker, the highest office in the land are the Nigerian citizens, not the other way around. In a sane society, permit me, in a sane society, but it's very unfortunate that we are not living in a sane society in Nigeria. The highest office in the land is that of the president and the presidency. Hence, we see all these razzmatazz, all this man humanity to man, all this how Nigerian elites are underdeveloping the Nigerian country. They are. And there's that time we need to look at how the Nigerian elites are underdeveloping the Nigerian state. And this is exactly what they are doing. For me, when I saw it yesterday, I shed tears, to be very frank. 100,000 naira, you put your life on the line, and you are coming up in the open and beating your chest while you went home with over 10 billion naira. Come on, faith. Who bewitched us? Who cost us? This will remain in my list for years to come until there are changes. Okay. Or we begin to rejig that which affects the fabrics of this country. It is quite sad.
Very sad indeed.
If you are not sad, then you are living in another world. You are not living in this country.
All right, then.
That the Nigerian is taking home 100,000 naira.
Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny Enabulele. Thank you very much, Comrade Enabulele. Now, let's quickly run to Barrister Asim Adams. Barrister Adams, I would like for you to give us your reaction to this development. Communities are sympathetic to terrorists. That is why Nigerian government has not been able to fight insecurity, terrorism, and all of that. 100,000 naira apiece for a Nigerian soldier. And I mean, the Minister of Defense is saying that proudly, motivating, boosting the morale of Nigerian soldiers. And finally, as a lawyer, I would like for you to tell us, a certain Abubakar Abba, has been given up until July 20th by a high court in Abuja to change his plea to guilty. I mean, isn't that putting him under duress by the court? Educate us, sir. 3 questions in one, as fast as you can.
Let me start with the issue of the Abubakar. I have not read why the court did that, but there is a principle in law, criminal law, for instance, that if I'm charged for an offense, they will ask me, especially for the very serious offenses, after reading the charges to you, they will ask you, are you guilty or not guilty? Now, if I get up to say I am guilty, the court, knowing that it's a murder case, and I pleaded guilt, I'm guilty, the court can use its discretion to per se ask the lawyers, are you very sure that he knows what the crime against him is all about? So the court uses that discretion so that because they say, explain to him the enormity of what is here before the court. That this is a murder case, or this is a treason, or this carries death penalty. Are you sure you know why you said you are guilty? The court has the right to do discretion to use. So that is what I feel. Maybe he pleaded guilty to the offense, and in order for fair hearing, and because a lot of people can come out tomorrow and say, I didn't understand the enormity of why I'm here. I didn't know it was a murder case. It was read to me or interpreted to me in a wrong manner. That is why you find that when they bring them, they'll say English or Hausa. If you say Hausa, they'll bring an Hausa to interpret. So it's a difficult something, and the court has the right to say, okay, are you sure maybe the court can physically see the man as not too educated? He does not know exactly, what the charges against him carries a life or death penalty. So he can give him that opportunity to see whether he will rescind that decision. It is normal. It is normal. But in this particular case, I don't know what happened, but I'm looking at the principle of pleading guilt to a serious offense. The court may have time and say, let them evaluate that man to be very sure that he understands the weight and enormity of the offenses that is being charged with. That is, for me, that is the answer I can provide for that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go ahead, sir. I can hear you.
All right. The second one, I think you asked the second question.
Now, the Chief of Defense... Okay, the Chief of Defense Staff says, we are not able to fight terrorism because communities where terrorists are embedded are sympathetic to the terrorists. How do you react to that?
Well, that is the truth. In the Orire abduction that took place, preliminary investigation shows that even the leader of the group is an indigene or something or whatever. Why will terrorists and bandits not infiltrate the communities? Why will the bandits? It's just like what we have in our motor parks. You want to take a bus from Enugu to Lagos. There are those who determine the price. And determining that particular price is that to be the one, you see them exchanging 200 naira, they share it, they share. Without those people, they cannot operate. It's the same thing that happened in the forest. The community was okay. Without me paying this ladder, they call it ladder in Hausa, I cannot go to my farm. I cannot sleep well. So on a daily or monthly basis, everybody must gather his ladder to go and pay them.
So briefly, does that amount to, Barrister Adam, does that amount to a failure of governance?
It's a failure of governance, absolutely. See, it is a failure of governance. Let me show you something. Look, I have on that newspaper, the U.S.-Nigeria Iron Heart modalities on rescue of Chibok girls. It was 2014. Mr. Okoro, you go and read this thing. You just find that these things are being replayed today.
Okay.
That is a failure of governance from 1999 to today. That we've not had good governance. And that's why when I see politicians talking on television and promising heaven and earth, I want to, if I let me not use that word, I want to.
I'm happy you refrained yourself from using that word. I'm happy you refrained yourself from using that word. Barrister Adams, for lack of time.
When I see them talk, they have destroyed this country. And they are coming to talk on
all right,
television.
we are coasting home. We are coasting home now. Barrister Adams, 100,000 naira. So beautiful. Land on it, sir.
That one, for me, the soldiers are even privileged, though. The civil servants is still 70,000, though.
That's minimum wage.
That is the highest, though. It's already minimum.
Yes.
In Lagos and I think Edo and the rivers. Other states not able to pay up to 70,000, though. So soldiers are, because the soldiers you have, not all of them are in the war front. Private Musa is in front of his barrack collecting 10 naira from bus drivers. They are not, I don't pity for those people.
All right then,
Although
Barrister
the one
Adams.
is my
Barrister
concern.
Adams, we will take that
So
as
they
a
have no
concluding
privilege.
thought. We appreciate your time
What are
and
they doing?
presence on VOP this
Thank
morning.
you so much, sir.
Let's run to
Thank you so
Comrade Destiny Nabulele and get his concluding thoughts as quickly as possible. Go ahead, sir.
So, Okoro, let me appreciate you again.
1 minute,
that the
sir.
soldiers
1
are
minute,
privileged.
sir.
That the soldiers are privileged. You are just being economical with the truth. Soldiers are solely in the front line, whether it is very minute that are in the war front, that is immaterial. You see, there are some key parastatals or key workers that ought to have been taken very seriously. The teachers, our doctors or nurses, the uniform men, whether the police or the army, we must treat them very well. That's it. For me, that's why you see this insecurity enveloping us, because the men at the front line, they are not being encouraged. And again, it is quite disturbing and disheartening, Mr. Okoro. I must be very frank. I understand the fears of the media. We must learn to call a spade. It's never a garden fork. When there are precedents and analysts are trying to refer to it, you allow him or her to land. Like the issue of saying what XYZ alleged. That's a no fact. So for me, I'm a little bit concerned, because I know you guys worries and fears. Because in this country, as we speak very just now, if you criticize, you are being seen as being unpatriotic. That is quite disheartening.
All right then, thank you very much.
If you speak, you are being seen as being sponsored.
Thank you very much, Comrade Destiny and Nabulele, who joined us from Benin City in Edo State. We do appreciate your presence. Thank you very much.
You need to assist Nigerians.
Okay, beautiful. Now let's come back to the studio. Mr. Dele Fanimo, your concluding thoughts.
Well, I think the 100,000 naira, no matter what to say about it, is too ridiculous for a soldier that has laid down his life and continue to fight for the sovereignty of this country. Then on the issue of the current state of the economy, we are not comfortable with it, and the Nigerians are not having it good at this moment. Something must be done to ensure that at least there is a level of relief coming to the average Nigerian citizen.
Thank you very much. Barrister Eze Eluche, your final words, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. On the issue of the economy, I mean, Mr. Tinubu came in with like he stated what he came for. He wanted to broaden the tax net. He wanted to pauperize Nigerians more, and he's achieving it. With regards to security or the insecurity situation, I think we've been how will I put it? The government has not been very, very frank with Nigerians. The soldiers need to be well taken care of. The soldiers and the policemen. When you are collecting bribes on the road, you cannot be a good security person. I mean, we have to make sure that they are above the bar. But not just soldiers, because Nigerians are all involved. Rather than give money to government, the government would have been better off paying more salaries to Nigerian workers and the soldiers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That's it on this segment of VOP this morning. We had in the studio here analysts who joined us to help us make sense of this. Mr. Dele Fanimo, reporter and political affairs analyst. We also had Barrister Eze Eluche, attorney at law and political affairs analyst. From our Benin outstation, from Benin City, as a matter of fact, not from our outstation, we had Destiny Nabulele, politician, former local government chairman, former member Edo House of Assembly. And from Port Harcourt in Rivers State, we had Chief Barrister Asim Adams, constitutional lawyer and political affairs analyst. Gentlemen, we appreciate your presence, your time on this show. And I hope that we can do this some other time. Now, on behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro.
And I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for watching.
Up next is Newspaper Review on top of the hour of 10 o'clock. Please do join us again. Bye for now.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The issues. Don't just react. Understand.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And Rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga Padapata of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say they call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV.
Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, why told me? My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Maiden. But last, more than No Maiden. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all they cut anything come on. A VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First.
Welcome to Newspaper Review. I'm Jane Ogoye, and with me this morning I still have Ezie Luche, attorney at law, and Dele Fanimo, a veteran reporter. Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you so much for staying back. There's so much.
Jen, I'm here.
Oh, how did I forget?
I am Chukuma Okoro. Good to have you join us again on Newspaper Review. It's fine.
All right, so sorry. How could I miss you, actually? Let's begin with the Punch newspaper. Let's check out some of the lead stories there. Tinubu meets security chiefs amid troops' salary backlash. President in closed-door engagement with security chiefs as attacks persist. Veterans, others fault soldiers 100,000 naira wage. Demand comprehensive overhaul. Tinubu's Easter pay review promise to security personnel yet to materialize. At the top strip, we have 2027 presidency. Wike rolls out PDP as VP candidate emerges. And there's something on state police. Governors back reforms. SDP rejects Gbajabiamila on the panel. Who would like to go first? Dele, I put you on the spot.
Is PDP likely to be on the ballot? I doubt. So the issue of who becomes VP or whatever shouldn't even arise at the moment. Because which of the factions, is it the Wike faction or the other faction that will produce presidential candidate? They are in various courts trying to sort out themselves, and thank God there is a lawyer here who can tell us the end game. But as it is today, I don't see anything coming out of this PDP towards the presidential election. Campaigns will start any moment from now. And who is going to be the presidential candidate of either of these? Funny enough, the two factions are even giving tickets to candidates. And they are running under the same party. So who do we really identify as the authentic candidate for each of the positions that they have fielded candidates? Makinde, that was at the forefront, had suddenly dropped PDP, is now APM presidential candidate. Some other states, you see PDP members moving to other political parties. So already PDP is in disarray. And I don't think anything good come out of it.
Well, yeah, I mean, I rather PDP is not it's a non-issue actually, because the whole idea of the presidency has been to destroy the opposition parties. It succeeded with Labour. It's done that with the PDP using Wike, and it's still striving with the NDC and the APC. But my more interest is on the issue of Gbajabiamila being in the committee on police reforms. I'm amazed at the audacity of the president, because here is a man who is neck deep in this PFIPC scam. I mean, the Prince Adeyemi continues to refer to him as the source from which, and the other day, Mr. President Bola Tinubu had told the Nigerians that he stands by his chief of staff and all that stuff. I mean, I'm not surprised. Basically, people like us are not surprised, because birds of the same feather flock together. And I believe the man is really doing the workings, doing the bidding of Mr. Tinubu. And Tinubu realizes that if this young man falls, he falls with him. Because the enormity of the scam under that PFIPC is mind-boggling. So having him in a committee on police reforms, maybe he's just there to also serve as a conduit. Because that is basically what I believe Mr. Femi Gbedemina has been doing since his days as Speaker of the Lagos House, Speaker of the House of Reps, and then up to this time when he's Chief of Staff. I don't think Mr. President will allow him, even if he's caught pants down with anything, he will stick by him. But you don't bring him to such issues as implementation of state police force. And I also am amazed at the audacity of the president. Only the House of Reps and the Senate has approved this proposed constitutional amendment. The State House of Assembly have not. And from Nigerians, for there to be a constitutional amendment to allow for state police, 2/3 of the 36 states must approve of it. And they've not done that, and Mr. President is already going ahead to set up a committee. That tells you how he regards this country, how he regards our institutions. He believes that with 31 governors in his kitty, that is one states must approve. So it shows how these people at the federal level rate Nigerians. They don't think what we are doing is serious. They don't think there'll be any debate on this issue in the House of Assembly. They believe it's a foregone conclusion, and that should be something that should worry Nigerians. Thank you.
All right, then. Thank you very much, gentlemen. But Dele raised an issue like which is the authentic faction of the PDP.
Yes.
I think that has been settled somehow.
Really?
One, following a Supreme Court judgment. Two, INEC said they were going to release codes to political parties to upload candidates lists, on their portal, and that is more like giving INEC recognition of political parties, authentic political parties and factions, And so last week, the Abdurrahman Mohammed faction, that is the Wike faction, the Mohammed Abdurrahman National Working Committee, confirmed that they have received the codes to upload candidates' name in the INEC portal. And by the way, it expires either today or tomorrow. That's the deadline. So, but according to him, in an interview with Daily Trust on Sunday, the party spokesperson insisted that it is not the receipt of INEC access codes that define them as authentic leadership, but the Supreme Court judgment. So at least we now know that the Wike faction received the codes, and that is why Wike is very emphatic on, we are going to unveil our running mate, a vice presidential candidate in the coming days and all of that. So if INEC has given them that recognition, I think it is settled. So I don't know what will become of the Makinde-led faction and all of that. In the meantime, that is it, politics for you. But Wike has also said, Wike within the week, I think that was yesterday or the day before yesterday, when he conducted his monthly media briefing, and he said, I don't see political PDP, People's Democratic Party, winning the presidential election. And I laughed. I said, Wike, what are you telling us? Did you ever believe that the PDP, as presently constituted, will win the presidential election? I think he was just posturing to the public and, and all of that. So he has consistently said, this PDP, we are in support of the policies of the present administration, and we will work towards his return to office in 2027. And so what he's doing is mere showmanship, just to a semblance of democracy. He said something again. Wike said something during that presidential briefing. Wike said, our definition of democracy now is when Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi are on the ballot. So if they are not on the ballot, we don't have democracy. Speaking about how Nigerians have defined democracy and all of that. But it gets worrying if somebody in the person of Wike could say Nigeria's democracy has been reduced to when only Peter Obi and Atiku Abubakar are on the ballot. I don't know what he meant by that. The way I interpreted it is that, he is part of the plot to ensure that these two people are not on the ballot. To what end? To ensure that Bola Ahmed Tinubu writes home, without competition and all of that. Is that going to happen? Well, it is left for Nigerians. Like I normally say, Nigerians are the ultimate judge in all of these things.
Nigerians are the ultimate
let me correct one
judge.
impression. Okay. When you say INEC access code will expire, whatever, that is neither here nor there. Reason being that the Supreme Court has already ruled that INEC cannot change the Electoral Act by itself. Electoral Act allows for parties to submit names of their candidates 4 months and 3 months to the election, which is around September or October.
But you know that INEC appealed that judgment.
Whatever they appeal.
They have not ruled on that.
The electoral
they have not ruled, but INEC has come out to say the deadline is today.
Yes, they can say whatever.
I was quoting INEC.
I know. I'm not saying that you're wrong. But what I'm just saying is that the Electoral Act is still that the parties have up to 4 months for submitting their list and then 3 months to change. So those dates are still very far off. And then whatever INEC access codes are there is neither here nor there for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And let's bring Comrade Destiny and Nabulele into the conversation. Good morning again, Comrade. Thank you for staying back.
Yeah.
Yes, it's even, I'm sorry to interject. I'm happy that we have Comrade Destiny Nabulele. He's a PDP stalwart, so let him brief us, give us update on what is going on. I hope I'm not putting you on the spot here.
No.
But at least you still belong to the PDP, am I correct on that?
100%.
Okay,
Which
beautiful.
of the factions?
Which of the factions, sir? Which of the factions? Turaki led. Okay.
You know me now. I'm a realist.
Okay, so your faction is under the boss now.
There is no way I will join the judiciary to destroy the democratic process of Nigeria.
Whatever that means.
You know what it means. Now, you are not hearing from me for the very far. At least Dele Faro to me once said that Nigeria wrote a book that Nigeria needs a crime judicial system. It's not from me. Even Professor Chidi wrote a book too, this electorate. It's not from me. So for me, what we have seen, this shenanigans, is it is pathetic that the judiciary have allowed themselves to be used as an object of ridicule and misleading Nigerians. That is the sad thing. Because what has happened ab initio, the issue of this PDP saga, the law, there's an existing law. I think we have lawyers there. That the party, whatever happens, is an internal mechanism of the party. They have a way of settling themselves. So the judiciary now, they are just being made of, to my own understanding, at least. So for us, it's sad. Well, let me go back to the subject at hand. You see, just at the last speaker, the audacity of Mr. President it is very sad. It's to tell you that it sees Nigerians. These Nigerians as if we are nobody. As if we are nobody. That is the gospel truth. So to some of us, although I have been saying it from the section of his even before in the course of his election, that he's not a Democrat. I think I have been exonerated from all his antecedents, from all his policies and programs. You will agree with me that he has never been a Democrat. Although he has before now, from facts before us, he has one time or the other have not been with the late Sani Abacha. And from the Chagori and what have you will exonerate me too, that indeed he was, or perhaps is Abacha in Agbada. That is the sad thing. So for Wike to say that that he don't think that PDP will win the presidential ticket, I think Wike is playing with the sensibilities of Nigerians, not only PDP, of Nigerians. He was just being sarcastic. So they know how they are just dribbling us. I think Wike need to be very careful. There's what we call karma. You might have it all for years, but at the later end of your life, that's what defines a man. So you should be very careful. If indeed such statement emanated from him, let me reserve my comment. I try to be very careful with the choice of words this morning. It is quite sad. It is disheartening the level they are taking our politics to, our democracy to. Look at what is happening around us. Look at what is happening around us. Everybody are living in fear. Everybody. Journalists, the average Nigerian, even the men in uniform. I'm in Abuja now. I had a chat, not a chat. We were somewhere, some army, young, lower cadre. We're talking. They are living in fear. That even those that are enjoying it are just the ogas that are eating jollof rice in Aso Rock. They are the ones enjoying it. Even the police. So that is where we find ourselves. A small, that's not up to 2% of Nigerians are manipulating us to the detriment of majority of Nigerians. And we are thinking that all is well. The Baja Gate, for instance, is enough to close this government. It's enough for you to have a ghost or a fake presidential agency. Presidential. Not an agency tied to one ministry, to the president's seat. Well, at any rate, a fake government begets a fake agency. At any rate. But for me, I've never believed in this government. And I stand, by God's grace, history will exonerate me.
All right, Comrade, before we come back to the studio, there's this story on the front page of The Guardian that I want you to react to. State police, discordant tunes as governors, senators for one abuse. Oshomele wants governors abusing policy voted out. Mba allays fears of abuse. Abiodun optimistic. House of Assembly will pass bill simultaneously. I know you are a former local government chairman. What are your views on this? Do you think that we're going to have a lot of abuse on the part of the governors, state, local government, and all of that?
First thing first, before the amendment, we must look at three things. Look at the funding, the recruitment, and again, look at sense of checks and balance. There's what we call Police Service Commission. So these three things, we must look at it dispassionately. The process of recruiting, is it the same job for their thug wing, or to encourage or to tell the boys in their party thank you for and give them uniform? If you recall, it was in Edo State that one blessing Agbomere wore a police uniform. At the time, if you recall, if you go back, if you cast your minds back, it was from Edo State. If that can happen in national, police system, so for me, there's no. I advocate for state police, but with this crop of people that is running this country, we shouldn't expect anything fantastic from this government. If a government can, if DSS can lead or perhaps led a thugs to attack a Nigerian citizen, but you shouldn't expect anything fantastic from the state police. For me, I've said it from the very beginning that there are very disastrous, permit me, days ahead for Nigerians, and Nigerians need to wear the toga. They need to be brave, and they need to be very courageous in confronting the monsters.
All right, thank you, comrade. We'll come back to you. Let's bring it back to the studio. Dele, state police. I know you've always been for state police, but do you see any form? Do you foresee abuse? What are your views on this?
The fact that we envisage abuse, when owning firearms in the US, when the law was passed, there were a lot of issues around it. And over time, they got over it. And up till now, there are still pockets of somebody running amok, shooting and all that. But the point is, we need this. For me, the need for state police outweighs the position of people that are saying that it could be abused. There was a time PDP was in government for 16 years. And in fact, they were saying they will be in government for 60 years. But somehow, they are no longer here. Look at what is left of PDP today. So what makes you think that this government will continue ad infinitum? So what we are saying is, if policing is localized, it pays more. And apart from that, up till now, some states are even running the federal police by providing all their needs. You see all the pickup vans in Lagos. You see they will inscribe funded by state security funds. The bulletproof jacket, even the uniform and all that. So let us have state police. There is no way somebody who is not from my community will be posted to my community and identify dark spots immediately he arrives. He still has to make consultations, meet with stakeholders and all that. But if I'm taken back to my community today, I don't need anybody to take me around. I know the areas where to go if there's any incident. So for me, I would prefer that we have state police, regardless of all these fears of abuse or not abuse. Over time, we'll get over it.
Yeah, my view has always been to decentralize the police force, not really state police. And that means that apart from even a state level policing, you also need local government policing, you also need village policing. And in that way, you see that there will be a balance of terror, a balance of force. So when you are coming from the state police command and the village police command says, no, this man is not to be arrested, there will be a counter. And that's what happens in most democracies or in federal systems. In the United States, for instance, you have state governments having the police force, you have the counties, you have the cities, you have even schools and colleges having police forces. So that's what we need in this country, so that when the politician at the state level wants to try to mess up, the one in the village will say, no, we know this area, you don't come here. Then there has to be a meeting point whereby the various police forces will be able to now streamline the activities and maybe have better communication, so that there will not be too much infractions between the police forces. So yes, we need decentralization of the police force.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. I think the concern of a lot of Nigerians, many Nigerians do agree that Nigeria is ripe for state police, but the concerns that are shared across board, are one, the issue of the state governors, abusing the state police. Unfortunately for us, the new draft, the proposed bill that is before the State's House of Assembly, doesn't even help matters. The proposed bill states clearly, under the proposed state police framework, the president directly resolves conflict between a state governor and the police commissioner by stepping in through the National Police Council. There's a National Police Council, and the president steps in through the National Police Council or via direct executive intervention, depending on the severity of the crisis. Now, executive intervention, according to the proposed bill, the Constitution Alteration Bill allows the president to completely suspend the operations of a state police service that violates constitutional law, threatens national security, or undermines sovereignty. Again, federal takeover. In extreme cases where a governor uses state police for unlawful or partisan actions, the federal police service will temporarily take over policing responsibilities in the state. Now, national oversight. The National Police Council, which includes the president, state governors, and the Inspector General of Police, serves as the ultimate institutional arbiter to guarantee professionalism and oversight across state commands. If you examine these provisions, do we really have a state police?
No.
I mean, we don't have a state police.
Particularly in instances where Mr. President has been known to use his former ADCs as IG of police.
No, it goes beyond. It goes beyond this former president, because he wouldn't always be there. At some point, he will leave. And so some Nigerians have said, well, instead of having 36 abuses, is it not better that we have only one abuse? Because the police force is also abused at the central level by the federal police.
Yes. Certainly.
So the argument of some people is, instead of having 37 abuses, or at best 30, 28, 30, because all the governors will not, I understand, may not, abuse at the same time.
Yeah.
And so if we have one central abuse, is it not better than when you have 28, 30 abuses? It's worse.
I asked for 774 abuses.
Unfortunately, I can't recall this bill going through public hearing for Nigerians, to make contributions in terms of the policy direction, the control measures and all of that. It didn't. And fears are already being expressed. How will, there will be state police. Some of the militias that are coming up, are they going to transform to state police?
Or will they be stand? I mean, so many questions.
So many questions.
Let's have Barrister Asim's views. Good morning again, Barrister. Thank you so much for staying back.
Hey, good morning. Good morning.
Okay, let's have your views on this state police matter.
For me, I support state police. I support state police for security reasons. But if you look at what has happened now, the issue people are raising, which are germane, is the political side of it. State governors used to intimidate their political opponent, etc., whatever as case may be. So which means in Nigeria here, everything that goes on in Nigeria is about politics, and politicians. So we don't even have people, we don't even have statesmen anymore. Because you see, when you have a good system, which everybody, even in the 1960s, 1980s, and till now we have been saying about state police. People are not talking about whether they will be effective in securing lives and properties. That argument has not been put in place. But all we talk about is control, political control. I mean, it's somehow, let me tell you something. There is this saying I normally say that if a man waits for everything to be perfect before he takes any action, that man will live old and die without taking any action at all. Now, let the way it has come up, let me put it very succinctly. I hear when Mr. Okoro read out some portions of the bill before the House. That is just about 2 or 3. Have you looked about the financing of the bill? It's not every state. The bill says that not all the 36 states will turn out state police because of structure, because of payment. Lagos State, Rivers State, Anambra State, FCT, they can do their state, they can even recruit up to 1,000 or 10,000 because they can pay. So it is on this particular platter now that particular submission of the whatever you're going to operate your state police will be sent to National Assembly. They will look whether you have the capabilities to establish state police or not. For me, I have said that the advantages of state police over or outweighs the disadvantages. The issue of control, I have suggested, because that is where people are talking about, I have suggested that the Nigerian state, the police, the State Police Commission should be a commission made up of individuals from different areas, the Reverend Fathers, the priests, celebrities, CSOs, retired police officers, people like activists. If you have a comrade in Abulele in that particular state police commission in Edo State, you have some other activists who are there. Without the governor's input, state police will work very well. I see this kind of whatever. The NJC, if you look at the NJC that talks about lawyers and how to discipline them, the federal government don't dictate to them. They know what to do. There was a point they may have confusion. For instance, in Rivers State, when NJC nominated, Desi Okocha as the chief judge of Rivers State, Rotimi Amechi said it will not be over his dead body. That he will bring somebody from a customary court for appeal, the judge there, Agumagu. Yes, for a very long time there was bickering, etc. The courts were closed, but the NJC had their way. At the end of the day, yes, Amechi closed the courts in Rivers State. But NJC stood their ground and said, if Agumagu brings any report to the NJC, they will not honor it. And the NJC held their ground. NJC, to an extent, is an independent body because they are made up of judges and people who seemingly have integrity. The CJN of Nigeria is the chairman. But members of that particular board are people that will look the CJN in the face and say, Madam, we will not accept it. We are going to discipline this judge. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. So that is why I feel that if the SPC, the State Police Commission, made up of, strong-willed individuals, recommend somebody for commissioner of police in the state, the governor will say does not like it. They will tell the governor there's no way you will bring your candidate that we will take. We will not approve of it. Let it end there at the end of the day. It may take some time, but we'll perfect the situation. Because we need state policing. Like what Barry says, as they said there. Even local government, we have to even have police. Even compounds, vigilantes. In Rivers State where I stay, why do you have relative pieces on my state? Because we pay for vigilante. We pay OSPAC and this they patrol. We pay for them. How did they select their leaders? So please, we should at least bring this thing down. I'm happy that the Senate, National Assembly.
Oh, okay. I think we've lost connection with him, but we'll go back to Barrister in a bit. Let's bring it back to the studio. The PFIPC controversy is still in the front burner, and here in The Guardian, it said controversy grows amid new claims and calls for U.S. scrutiny. A U.S. lobbyist is urging Trump and the Congress to expand investigation into the matter. Wike has dismissed claims against Gbajabiamila and he's blaming the opposition. Ohaneze rejects ICPC probe, calls for transparent investigation. Baba Ahmed seeks judicial panel, says presidency can't investigate itself.
Well, the PFIPC scam is it's a turning point for this regime, because some of us who have always known that this government is run on fraud, we have a very critical evidence, a core evidence, in the sense that when you see what this PFIPC went through, virtually every segment of government is involved. Is it the National Assembly that sat over this budget, that budget committees approved a budget for this agency? Is it the central bank that allowed this agency to open accounts, not just one account? Is it the head of service that allocated a very luxurious office space for this agency? Is it even the Foreign Affairs Ministry, although to their credit they raised the first flag, that this agency invites ambassadors to meetings and they meet? Or is it the police officers? Is it the police force and the DSS that have allowed their security personnel to guard and protect the officers of this agency? The entirety of government, the entire fraud scam of this government has come to the fore. And the worry for Nigerians is this. Not too long ago, in the US, there was this news that one of the reasons why the United States government was trying to protect the ban on people from certain countries from coming to America was because their official records are not, they're not sustainable. You can't really establish the truthfulness in those records. Now, Nigerian government under Bola Tinubu has given the world a reason to even suspect the presidency, to suspect everything that comes from Nigeria. And there will be implications for this. The implication is that when next you even go to the embassy for a visa and you say you have this and this document from the CJN's office or the presidency, you are put in doubt. You are subjected under very serious examinations to be sure that what you're saying is true. So the PFIPC scam has been very, very worrisome for Nigerians. To make it worse, Bola Tinubu comes out on air and says he's strongly behind the integrity of his chief of staff, who is neck deep in this scam. What integrity are you talking about? The same Femi Gbajabiamila was disbarred by a U.S. state, the state of Georgia, from practicing law because of fraud. That is the person Mr. President says is very much behind, he stands behind his integrity. What integrity are we talking about, really? Because if you have been found to be fraudulent, not even by a Nigerian system, but by a foreign system, you not talk of integrity. So they have smeared Nigerians' name locally and internationally with this stench, which we've already known that they have. Because even the same president who is talking about this, his records are not even very opaque. They're not very, very clear. His schooling, his academia, certificates, his age, his origins, everything about this president is in doubt. It's up in the screen, up in smoke screen. So it's so sad that this PFIPC is coming up at this time, but it gives credence to what some of us have been saying, that we shouldn't have, from the onset, even allowed Mr. Bola Tinubu to contest for presidency, talk less of being there as the president and further damaging the image of this country.
There's a line I want to read here before you share your views. Adeyemi says, I was detained for 23 days between October 27 and November 19. During that period, I was not involved in any budget preparation, and nobody from the agency, that's his agency, appeared before any committee to defend a budget.
Yeah,
that's what he said.
You see, my worry about all of this is that if I were to be Adeyemi, I will give myself up. You understand? So that we can thoroughly engage some of these things. Now, who paid money? From what account? How did he transfer money? How did he get rent? I mean, space in the Federal Secretariat. A lot of issues are around all of this. For me, the plausible thing to do the moment this thing came up was until when it is resolved for Gbajabiamila to step back from government and then clear his name rather than we going back and forth. Even the VDM interview by Adeyemi did not even give us enough facts. It's like the guy is Maybe somebody is telling him to play this game. I don't know. If I were him, I would give myself up and then explain some of these issues.
Exactly the point. Of the air, Dele, you are my friend. And so I will advise you, if you were involved, I will not advise you to give yourself in.
Right.
Yes.
For obvious reasons.
You'll be dead.
Which you know.
You'll be dead.
For obvious reasons.
See, the thing is in the open. There's no way they will kill him.
What is in the open?
Say that.
What is in the open? Dele, of the air, you are my friend. So I will not advise you. If you were involved, please don't give yourself in. For obvious reasons.
I also joined that plea. That's it. I joined that plea. Please, yes, don't give yourself in.
Fortunately for us, you are not a day.
You are not a day.
Now, I'm not a politician, but I've reported politics for a very long time. And so, what I've learned is that, and I've learned a lot, any day I have a problem with my wife, I just pray I don't have problems with my wife, I'll simply blame the opposition. I'll blame my kinsmen, who are the opposition in that marriage. I will even blame my in-laws, who are the opposition in that marriage. How on earth could somebody like Nyesom Wike come to say, this is the handwork of the opposition? Was it the opposition that went to the National Assembly and presented a budget? Was it the opposition that went to defend the budget? This man said he was in detention for 23 days. And within those, by the way, we don't even know why he was in detention.
Yeah, it's not stated.
It's not stated. He has never said that.
He said when he was released, their office space was given to another agency.
Okay, so that's apparently he was in detention. He had come into,
maybe
in the way of some powerful elements. And that was why he was detained. For 23 days. During that period, this agency's budget was submitted. Yeah. Nobody, according to him, from that office, from that department, was there to defend.
But they
approved it. And now you're asking for 48% of that budget approved. That is at the center of the controversy.
Allegedly, though.
Allegedly, Now, why I don't cut flags for Adeyemi is that you paid 400 million naira. What were you expecting? What were you thinking? 400 million naira with a balance of 200 million naira. What did you want to achieve? If I have 400 million naira of my own, where I made that money, I remain there. Must I be in government? Must I serve in government? So he more like made an investment. And so that is why at the center of this drama, both Adeyemi and Femi Gbajabiamila should be brought to justice, be brought to book. Unfortunately, we have a government that is shielding the president chief of staff. And the president himself is very, very active in doing that. You say ICPC, should investigate. What? Investigate what? The commission, the agency. And you back your chief of staff. And Wike is coming to, I mean, birds of the same feather. They flock together. That's exactly what is happening. And like Barrister Ezeluche said, this is a watershed in the life of this administration. We have had cases here and there where we have had doubts and questions about this administration. But this one is one obvious fact, and they are not even hiding it. Flying it in our face, that ignominy, that you can't do anything, there's nothing you will do, and all of that. And on top of now, SDP has rejected Femi's appointment, as chairman of that 7-man committee. How could you, under such circumstances, you are appointing Femi embattled, to come and head a commission where you have the Attorney General of the Federation, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, you have the National Security Advisor, you have the chairman of the NBA, Afamo Sigwe, you have who again? I think there are about 7 of them. 7-man committee to be headed by a man whose character is in question at this moment.
Let's run to Barrister Asim, and we'll bring it back because we're almost coasting home. Barrister Asim, let's have your views on this PFIPC, the controversy.
The problem I have with most of us Nigerians, we live only in the now. We only live in the now. We always profile what is happening today. But we forget that there was a reason the Oronsaye Commission, Steve Oronsaye Commission was set up to look into government parastatals and agencies and look for ways to delete, streamline, because there were too many. That was where the excuses came in, where these phony and contraptions, emanated. 2, under the Buhari administration, there is a particular contraption, economic advice to the president. That office is non-existent. It was discovered But during the budget, whatever they were budgeting money to that particular office, it was a continuation of that particular whatever now that this FCPC, whatever they call it, came in. Now, let me tell you, go to, I think, item 23 of the budget, where this particular agency was mentioned. It is written, Office of Economic Advisor to President slash this Adeyemi, whatever. That was how monies were given and voted to that particular office. It's been there for about a decade. The only problem now is that we got to know now because a personality like Bajabia Miller name has been mentioned. Whereas they have been stealing this money quietly. Nobody knows. That is what they call budget padding. Most of the members are aware that these phony agencies come to collect money. They budget money for non-existent agencies. I go around the Nigeria country. I see signboard, federal government, this agency. I ask question, what kind of job are these people doing here? But you'll be very surprised they don't have any office. But every year they budget money to them at National Assembly. It has been there. Do you think that it's yesterday that Adeniyi set up that office in a secretariat? Can you assemble that kind of authority within a month or two? This man has been operating quietly for these people. He has been operating quietly. It's just that it is now that this bubble burst, that the lid was now blown open. Because you can't tell me that in the secretariat where you have the office, you cannot own an office there without the approval and consent of the secretary to the government of the federation. He's the one that allocates offices to people inside that particular secretariat. How did Adeyemi get an office there? How did he get an office? A physical office, not AI. It's not AI. A physical office. He had staff.
So let me just
this
move.
This man went together.
Barrister Sim, I'm sorry, I have to cut you in.
With him.
I'm so sorry, I have to cut you for a bit.
So what are they talking about?
Let's have them.
What are they talking about?
Let's have Comrade Nabulele's views in 1 minute or less, please. Then we'll bring it back to the studio. We're out of time, sadly. Okay, I think you have to unmute yourself. Your mic, rather.
Yes, I said the issue is very clear. It is audible to the deaf and visible to the blind. The last speaker said something that strikes me, that this agency or agencies has been there and they have been stealing money quietly. The crux of the matter, where the contract went sour, is this: that Baja was requesting for about 42% of the budget to that agency. That is the crux of the matter. And Nigerians, we need to look in. See, I'm happy that the last speaker said something that has been there close to since the session of APC-led administration. Nigeria has never remained the same again. It is from one fraud to another very, very ignominious display of grabbing the people's collective patrimony. That is where we find ourselves. And let me try to anchor. The last speaker said something about the issue of giving 400 million. That were to be you see, that is what is up. That is what goes on. Before they give you anything in this government or in this party, in this APC-led government, you must part away with reasonable sum. That is whether a contract or whether you're going to just pass through or just pass through Aso Rock, you must part away something for this set of people. And again, we talked about the issue of Nigeria image. You want Nigeria image to be good. How? It's not possible. When the man that is presently, ruining this country, the president, has been alleged for 15 thousands in dollars. That is one. The man that is the chief of staff has been equally alleged of about $25,000 in the United States as well. And again, this essay to Ogun was arrested in the US, one of the essays. And again, an elected council chairman in this APC government in Anambra was equally arrested. And you want the international community to see us as a saint or someone that we liken to Saul, who later became Paul on his way to Damascus. We are not even ready for that kind of experience, as we speak very justly, because we are not willing. We are not ready to change. That is where we find ourselves. We have found ourselves. As I have said earlier, before now, Nigerians must take the bull by the horn.
Okay.
Don't be intimidated.
Thank you.
A closed mouth is a closed destiny.
Thank you very much, Comrade Nabulili. I'm so sorry, I have to cut you short. We have less than 2 minutes. There's a photo on the front page of The Guardian that I would like us to zoom in on. It's the launch of the president's inauguration of the national executives of BAT's door-to-door movement. Can we please zoom in on the pictures, on the photo? It's on the front page of The Guardian. In the photo, you can see that the Senate President is presenting 38 vehicles. Can we zoom in on the picture, if we can? Front page of The Guardian. Meanwhile, the ADC is insisting, that's the photo, the Senate President presenting 38 cars to, the working committee members. And then, at the other hand, the Kebbi score remains short for 7 months. But the APC is insisting that they are focused on the polls. And, the APC is saying they are not focused on the polls, but the ADC is saying they are. Victims of Onire abduction still in captivity 55 days after. Atiku Kwankwaso demand protection for Obi. Let's just have your concluding thoughts because we are almost out of time on this matter.
For me, my concluding thought about all of this is that campaign has not even started. That we should be seeing all of this. We should wait for next month when campaign will actually start. Then I'm still worried that the continued holding on to these Orire victims, it's a minus to us as a country. Our security agencies are not doing enough. And today we hear they have moved them from one point to another.
Yeah.
And if you have all the intelligence, why are you not moving?
The army chief said they are holding the kids as a human shield. That's what he said.
But I know
yesterday.
that a place like America,
Yeah.
this kind of thing will not happen.
Yeah.
They should have technology. If you can't get this technology within, you should reach out to other countries to help so that we can have this. Because if eventually these people die in captivity, I will feel very, very sad that we can't handle such a delicate situation. I know there could be minor collateral damage, yeah. But then it shouldn't be that we just leave them on their own.
My one is, I believe that this PFIPC has exposed this government to what it is. Anybody asking for Mr. Diemi to come back and hand over himself to the government wants him to kill himself. Because the government, they can investigate the police, the CBN, they have other places to investigate first before this so-called Diemi shows up. And with regards to donating cars to APC members for this by door-to-door, the wife of the president was urging Nigerians to go and learn how to fry akara, bean cakes, and kulikuli, and they are busy distributing multi-million naira cars to people, to their party members. Shame on this government. Shame on them. Nigerians should do the needful. Kick them out of office. Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, and I think the president should do better for Nigerians. That's it from me.
All right. Barrister Sim, your final words, please. In 20 seconds.
Final word is that the government should look at the Nigerian people. They are suffering. I don't know how they are going to do it, but please, they should quickly work out a model for a good government and economic reforms that will affect the people. And lastly, I want everybody, all old politicians that participated in elections from 1990 date, they should be banned from coming to take office in 2027. All of them should go and see them because they caused these problems we've had from 1999 date. All of them should not seek office again.
All right.
If you participated from 1999 to date,
points taken.
Nigerians should not vote for the They should go and sit down.
Comrade Destiny, please.
Comrade Destiny. So worried to come to government.
All right. Comrade Destiny, your final words, please.
You see, if the president says that he's comfortable with Badger and is making him the chairman of the police review, whatever, then what do you expect the committee set up to interrogate or the ICPC to do with the investigation? It's dead on arrival. That is my own conclusion. And again, let us be very sincere. You see, the issue of carrying of over 30 utility vehicles or SUVs, that's to tell you that is where our subsidy or the gains they are getting from subsidy. That's where they are going. That's where they are channeling.
All right, comrade. I take that as your parting words. Thank you so much. We are absolutely out of time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I must appreciate you for staying back, Comrade Destiny Enabulele and Barrister Asim Adams. Back here in the studio, Daily Fanimo. It's always a pleasure having you. Chukuma Okora, and I'll see you tomorrow. See you on Monday morning, actually.
Monday morning. But I'll be back at 6 o'clock for Political Lens. Join me there, and it promises to be quite interesting.
Okay. We also had Eze Eluche and Attorney at Law. Thank you so much for joining us. That's all we can take on Newspaper Review this morning. Sports is next. I'm Jane Ogoye. Thank you so much for watching.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, cultural enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how they... We had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say, without revealing too much, my character was the character that led
King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey, oh yes, so this is
that means you're like a billion in the movie.
Well, without really revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so it's the experience is not totally new, but it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, the Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamala Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV. Voice.
And the nation will tango all night long.
For a tournament that started with 48 teams and now we are down to, well, a country is already in the last four of the FIFA World Cup 2026, and that's talking about the finalists of the last edition, Les Bleus of France, the likes of Kylian Mbappe, Michael Olise, Ousmane Dembele, Desiré Doué, that fearsome attack are now in the last four after brushing away the Atlas Lions of Morocco 2-0. Well, that game was always going to give us excitement, but after 90 minutes, it looked like it was one-way traffic at some point because Les Bleus actually showed their might over the Moroccans. So far, they've had a fantastic tournament and they are not bowing out with regret. But of course, when you're coming up against the likes of Kylian Mbappe, a player that is trying to get into his third final and try to get the second star for himself and the third star for his nation, so you have to prepare a lot. But then the Moroccans, they can hold their heads up high, even though their minister, or let me say their football representative, came out to say, look, they are doing it for Morocco and not for Africa. So Africa did not really give them that much support. But then they are still Africans. There's nothing they can do about it. But they are out of the tournament, and France are now into the last four. We are still waiting for other teams, likes of Belgium, likes of Spain, likes of Argentina, who will also be involved in the quarterfinals. But France are waiting for whoever. They've made a statement. After that win over Morocco, they've made a statement now saying, look, anybody can get it, right? If we can beat the likes of Morocco. We've beaten Senegal as well. We've even beaten Norway, even though it's a second string Norway. But anybody can get it, and they are in the last four. Good morning and welcome to the Sports Republic Show this beautiful Friday morning. I am Afiz Ogunbanjo, and we are going to be giving you the very best from the world of sports, and none is bigger than the World Cup. And we are going to be starting immediately with the game that happened last night. Le Bleu of France against the Atlas Lions of Morocco. Mbappe against Hakimi. It's like a PSG get-together when you really look at it. And a Real Madrid get-together as well, because the likes of Ibrahima Konate, Brahim Diaz, Kylian Mbappe, you know, the Real Madrid players. But of course, Achraf Hakimi, Desiree Doué. Achraf Hakimi actually knows Kylian Mbappe as well, right? Because they've played together at Paris Saint-Germain. Ousmane Dembele, Desiree Doué, like I mentioned, Bradley Barcola, Michael Olise, who might actually end up playing for Real Madrid as well. So it's a PSG and Real Madrid get together, you know, sort of. Then we have likes of William Saliba, you know, of course, in there. In the Moroccan midfield, Ayub Bouadi, having likes of Azzedine Ounahi as well, Nail Enainawi. It was just a collection of stars, and of course, France prevailed 2-0. So France are the brush Morocco aside at the World Cup, but there is a certain concern in the French camp, because one of the stars, in fact, this major star of that French national team, Kylian Mbappe, he missed the penalty. Well, he stepped up again, dusted himself up, and he got a beautiful goal for himself, and also an assist. And of course, as you have it right there, the Man of the Match award, you know, rightly given, you know, to the Real Madrid man. But he went down with an injury, and Mateta came on as well. But Kylian Mbappe, of course, France will want to keep him. His injury scare has raised concerns, and Morocco, they've tasted defeat for the first time in 35 games. That's an incredible run, and they can only be really, really proud of that one. And it has seen them capture the hearts of the football once again. The football world has captured their hearts. And a certain Manchester United legend, Roy Keane, he came out to speak, and he said you could have 25 players around Kylian Mbappe, but the great players decide what they are going to do with the ball. And with these great players, what they do is they dictate. And of course, you know, memes have been coming up for Kylian Mbappe. Some people have called him the dictator. They've given him names of, you know, dictators in the past. But what you cannot deny is the quality of this man. And the Ballon d'Or, with this World Cup, the Ballon d'Or conversation is stirring up for him as well. People are saying, oh, it's going to be Ousmane Dembele, it's going to be Harry Kane, it's going to be Michael Olise. But don't forget Kylian Mbappe. It was a trophyless season with Real Madrid. You can't still write him out with the numbers he gave. Even in his first season, you know, about 2 seasons ago now, he came in, 44 goals in all competition. He showed up and showed out. Ultimately, the team did not get to win any trophy. The next season as well, they didn't get to win. But the man is still doing well for himself. He still went on to the World Cup. 8 goals now, 20 goals at the World Cup. You can't write the script for this man. Desiree Doué as well. He showed support for his PSG teammate Achraf Hakimi after Morocco's elimination from the World Cup. All right, before we go into all of this, my guest is with me right here. We learned that he is not on for now, but he is definitely going to be joining. Let's just take some numbers from that French backline. Dayo Upamecano and, of course, Arsenal man William Saliba. They've kept 4 clean sheets in matches at the World Cup, and clean sheets against Iraq. They had a clean sheet against Sweden. Of course, clean sheet as well against Paraguay. Again, against Morocco, they got another clean sheet. What a team. What a pairing it has been. Upamecano he has proven to be very, very shaky at times. But William Saliba, you know, giving him that balance. I can't play with the ball. He's a ball-playing defender. But Upamecano is the one that, you know, when you need the hard tackle, it's just like Saliba and Gabriel at Arsenal. Upamecano goes in for the tackles, he goes in for the one-on-one duels. Saliba as well, also good in that department. But when you want him, you know, to spread the ball to the midfielders, to the fullbacks, you have a William Saliba that can't hold the ball. So it's a good balance for France. They have that strong pairing in there. Dayo Upamecano and, of course, William Saliba. You have it on your screen. And their goalkeeper as well, he has not really been talked about because he's not really been too stressed, even though they've conceded. Mike Maignan of AC Milan doing a good job. And another thing about this French squad is the depth. And before I go into that depth, I will want my guest here has now joined me, Abiodun Akpino. Thank you for joining on the show this morning. It's good to have you. And this game, France against Morocco, and I want us to start with this French team, with this lineup that we have. Look at that squad depth. There's Mike Mignon, Saliba, and Upamecano. They've been playing, since the tournament started. But look at Dean. He didn't start in the first game. It was Thierry Hernandez, the Al Hilal man. Then that depth showed up, and now we have Lucas Digne has been playing games. Joe Koundé on the other side as well. We have Adrien Rabiot, Manu Kone, who also did not start the first game. Desiree Doué, Michael Olise, Ousmane Dembele, and of course, Kylian Mbappe. And let's look at the other players on the bench. They have Ryan Cherki, who can start in any other nation on a regular day. You have Lucas Hernandez. Ibrahima Konate has not even played. There's Warren Zaïre. N'Golo Kanté is also still in this squad. What do you make of this French team? And did you expect them to roll over Morocco like they did yesterday? Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Fizz. I don't know if you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, I can hear you. Good morning. Welcome.
Okay. Good morning. It's good to be back on the show this morning, where it has been an interesting, 2026 World Cup so far. Absolutely. Right from the group stages down to the quarterfinal. We saw the first quarterfinal yesterday between the Le Bleu and the Moroccan national team. Well, France is showing to us that, we got to the final in 2018, we won it. Got to the final in 2022, lost narrowly to the Argentine. And this time around, we are going all out to win it this time around. Of course, they secured their spot in the semi-final. And that is a testament to the quality of that team. A whole lot has changed since the last, played in the final of the World Cup. No Pogba anymore. N'Golo Kanté is still very much around, but not as decisive as he used to be for them in the past. So it shows that they've got quality, they've got players who can actually impact game. And that is what we are currently seeing under the leadership of Didier Deschamps, the manager of the team. For me, Morocco failed to come to the party yesterday, and they paid dearly, in that game. Of course, Kylian Mbappe, the man who has been the go-to man for them, he would definitely step up anytime, any day, and exactly what he did for them yesterday. So I'm really happy for the French national team. But then talking about, their allegiance to African team, I really want Morocco to win that game. But then the quality is just too much for any football fans out there to ignore the French national team not to win that game. Right. So I think they did everything possible yesterday. They ticked all of the boxes, and it paid out for them, and they won that game.
But Abiodun, much has been said about the way Morocco approached that game, right? Because when you look at their first game against Brazil, they were fearless, they were bold. Ayub Boadi was controlling the midfield. But in this game against France, they sort of sat back. So I was having a discussion with a colleague this morning, and he was like, maybe they showed too much respect to the French national team. Is that the same way you view that game as well for Morocco?
Absolutely. I agree with the person, honestly. Because if you look at the game against Brazil, fast forward to their game against the Netherlands, it was end-to-end stuff in those two games. They weren't afraid of the Brazilians, knowing full well that, this is the Brazilian national team, you have to respect them. But then they came out all strong that, we are from Africa, we know, but we've got quality in our teams also, and we can actually hurt you on a good day. So I was expecting something like that against the French national team yesterday. But it felt like, maybe they had another plan. Maybe they want to, sit deep and eat the French national team on the counter. But then if you look at the French side also, they've got fast player, they've got fantastic defender, who could hold their own on a good day. So I wasn't expecting that kind of approach from, the Moroccans. And I don't know whatever the manager told them. Yeah. Maybe he's telling them that, Kylian Mbappe is in form, Doué is in form, Dembele is in form. So we have to approach the game in lethargic way, or go out there to respect them.
Right. How big of a miss was new Bayern Munich man Ismail Saibari? How big was the miss? Was it because he pulled up in their round of 16 game? So how big was the miss? Was it that it was the one that started as a number 9? Sofiane Raimi then came in from the bench and also got some goals. But obviously you can't compare the both of them, right? Saibari is the one that, even if he's not a traditional number 9, he still goes on to supply the goals. But when he pulled up with that injury in the quarterfinals, and now he couldn't play this game, obviously. So how big of a miss was he to that Moroccan team? Do you think his absence there just sort of, took away the goal contribution in that attack?
Yeah, I agree, because if you look at the contribution of Saibari so far in this competition, it's been very, important for them in the insightful game. And in fact, for me, I knew it was going to be difficult for them going forward, because this is the man who has actually, scored a total of 4 or 3 goals, if I'm not mistaken, so far in this competition. So you want to bank on that kind of person. You want to bank on that kind of quality going forward into a big game. So with other players coming in, of course, they are also quality players, but then you cannot compare with what a certain Ismail Saibari will bring to the table. So I think they miss him in that game. It could have been a different ball game entirely if he was involved in that game. But then, injury is also part of the game. Once you are out of the game, you have to rest for other players to come into the party. Adebini was, on the field of play yesterday. Maybe something could have, actually changed in that game. But the quality of the French side was just so phenomenal. You look at Dembele, you look at Desire Doué, you look at Olise, you look at Kylian Mbappe. These are monsters that you don't want to face. So for the Moroccans yesterday, they knew what they are up to. All they had to do yesterday is, to go all out in that game. But then I think they were a bit cautious, knowing that, okay, we know that these guys have got quality. They are very solid in their midfield, and their defense is also very, very solid. You look at Saliba, you look at Upamecano. These are guys who have really, held their own so far in this competition.
Is that the best pairing for you?
Yeah. What do you say?
Is that the best defensive pairing for you? Because if you look at the Spanish defense as well, Laporte and Kubasi, they haven't considered a goal at all. But Upamecano and Saliba for this French team, even though they've conceded against Norway, they also conceded against Senegal. But is that the perfect pairing, that perfect contribution for you for Saliba and Upamecano? Who would you rate as the better pairing? Saliba, Upamecano, or Kubasi and Laporte?
Well, I think I will go with the French guys because of the experience. Of course, William Saliba is still quite young. Right. I think 24, 25 thereabouts. Right. And Upamecano, in as much as you want to malign him for, his mistakes.
Can be shaky at times.
In some cases, yes. But then it's been very, very solid for the French side this season. We saw towards the latter end of the season for Bayern Munich also, it was top-notch. So I would want to go for these two guys. But for the Spanish side, well, for me, I think it's just a couple of games before you see, the other side of the Spanish side. Of course, Pau Kubasi has been solid for Barcelona, but then he's also got mistaken him. And the young man also talking about Aymeric Laporte also. I don't know, maybe because of, his injury crisis before he left Manchester City, kind of contributed to his downward performance in terms of the man we saw when he recently joined Manchester City. So I think I will go for the French national team in terms of how solid they've been so far in this competition. Right. William Saliba, Upamecano, these are guys that can actually, hold their own on a good day.
Absolutely. All right, let's go on. Still with the French team, still sticking with them. One man, that we can't just afford not to talk about, Kylian Mbappe. Right. Let's look at his World Cup starts after 6 games. He's got 8 goals, 3 assists, 11 goal contributions, direct goal contributions in just 6 games. Man of the match, a lot. Right. At the end of this World Cup, even if they don't get to win, let me just put you on the spot quickly before we move on. Even if they don't get to win, do you think this man is now in the Ballon d'Or conversation just because of this contribution? 11 goal contributions. He now has 20 goals at the World Cup in just 6 games. 11 goals. He was the star of the show at the last edition. When he was 19-20 in 2018, he was also the star of the show for France. He has led them to 2 finals now, back to back. He's on the way to the 3rd one. What can you say about this man? You are the Real Madrid man. Let me just make that public now. You are the Real Madrid man. You've seen him week in, week out for your club, doing really well. What can you say about this man, Kylian Mbappe, at this World Cup especially?
I think this is one thing we need to get straight. Prior to this moment or prior to this World Cup, Kylian Mbappe was doing well, no doubt, for Real Madrid. But then it became the enemy of the fans. The fans saying, "Oh, he's not tracking back, he's not doing this, he's not doing that." But then you sign him to come into the team and score goals, and that's exactly what this guy has been doing. But for me, his performance at this World Cup so far, well, let me just say I'm not surprised, because we saw him in 2018, we saw him in 2022, and now we are also witnessing what we saw, 8 years ago. The same Kylian Mbappe, getting to that level where you can actually say, okay, it seems this guy is the next Cristiano Ronaldo and Lionel Messi combined in terms of, his consistency, in terms of his stats. And you want to put that kind of player in the Ballon d'Or conversation. Of course, Madrid had a very, very bad, campaign in the Spanish La Liga, even in the Champions League. But then you cannot look away from what Kylian Mbappe has done in terms of his consistency and the stats. And for me, every time we talk about the Ballon d'Or conversation, once is around the World Cup time, trust me, the whole of the conversation is going to be on the World Cup. And the voters also will look at the individual performance of a certain player. Of course, when it comes to the voting, loyalty, or let me say likeness, will come into play. But then you cannot look away from what Kylian Mbappe is currently doing right now for the French national team, and of course what he did for Real Madrid, in the Spanish La Liga. So it will be so unfair not to have Kylian Mbappe in that conversation. He might not go on to win the Ballon d'Or at the end of the day, but then I think it deserves to be in that conversation for what he's done for the French national team so far at this World Cup.
And of course, we have the likes of Michael Olise, and with those two on board, even with Ousmane Dembele happy to play the backup role, France are actually going to be unstoppable. Look at that midfield. Conte, when going into the tournament, a lot of people say, oh, it should be N'Golo Conte starting. Definitely, if you have taken opinions of people, they will tell you N'Golo Conte should be starting. It doesn't even look like his age at this point in time. Adrien Rabiot as well contributed well. Aurelien Tchouameni, that move to Manchester United did not materialize again. He's going to be signing a new deal with Real Madrid, also in that setup. Then we have Manu Kone from Roma, still doing well at this World Cup, getting that belief of Didier Deschamps is in the team. So you could see that squad depth is everywhere in this team, and you won't be wrong if you say this team are actually the favourites. They might go on and win the whole thing. There is still Argentina and Lionel Messi. There is Spain and Lamine Yamal and Rodri also. But this French team, trust me, with the PSG boys, both the former and the present ones, they can do anything. Still moving on to the World Cup, let's talk about another Frenchman. This time is former Arsenal manager, the legendary one, Arsene Wenger. He said Spain is the only team capable of beating this French national team. They haven't conceded at this World Cup. Right? They will be going on to play Belgium. Should they get the better of the Belgians, they will be playing France in the semi-final. Abiodun, quickly, let me get your thoughts on this one. Arsene Wenger saying Spain is the only team that capable of beating France. He is a Frenchman and is still identifying some weakness, in the French squad, saying, look, they've been very, very good attack-wise, but Spain, if they can take advantage of this defense, Upamecano can be shaky at times. They can take advantage. They will be able, to get the better of Les Bleus. But it's the same Spanish side that we saw against Portugal. That fact that they don't have, let me say, a typical number 9, I think is still worrisome for them, because they had to bring in Mikel Merino to come and do the business of a number 9. Mikel Oyarzabal is a left winger primarily. He's not a number 9. So do you still share the same sentiments as Arsene Wenger, even with the fact that Spain don't have an out-and-out number 9? Do you think they're capable of beating this French side?
Well, I cannot, actually say Arsene Wenger is wrong, because he's a veteran manager. He's been there, done that. So you cannot rule out his opinion. But I think I'm looking at, looking at this situation in a different direction, because for me, I saw the Spanish side against the Portuguese, national team. Of course, they won that game, but they were not that phenomenal in terms of, the performance. I wasn't on the edge of the chair, looking forward to that moment. But for me, this French side, I think what is working for them is the fact that they've been able to, maximize what they've got up front. Mbappe, Dembele, Olise, Doué, they've been able to maximize, their strength. And if you look at the midfield also, of course, you cannot compare with what they had, at the last World Cup. They had the likes of Paul Pogba, Conte is still doing well in his prime. So you can actually say they've got a fantastic midfielder and they maximize that also. You cannot compare with what they had back then. Talking about Olivier Giroud, Antoine Griezmann.
Right.
So there a little bit of, changes in terms of the dimension and how the team want to set out. So for me, if the French national team could actually maximize more going forward into that semi-final, whether they are going to be playing, whether the Spanish side or the Belgian side, I think for me, they are still going to be the favorite because of they've been able to maximize the attack. You have to, attack first. And of course, the defenders also, they've been doing pretty well. So all they have to do is to make sure that they are giving their defenders that leverage to also, buckle up and do well when it comes to, team play. And the question has been very, very solid in terms of team play. So for me, I would fancy Les Bleus to go all the way. If, Spain actually get to the semi-final, of course, you will respect Arsene Wenger because he's a top-notch manager, he's a veteran. But with what I've seen so far, comparing to, when Spain had the likes of Torres, David Villa, these are out-and-out strikers that can actually give you goals. But Spain are lacking in that direction right now. They are lacking in that position. So I think France, for me, all the way, whether they are going to be playing in the semi-final.
But Abiodun, we've also seen Spain on occasions. I mean, in the Euro 2012 final, they won that game without an out-and-out at number 9. It was David Silva at the time, playing false 9. I think the Spanish game has evolved into not really needing an out-and-out number 9. But of course, there will be games where you would know that you need a number 9 that can put chances away. I mean, I remember Arsenal as well, some seasons back, not having an out-and-out number 9. They had to go into the market to go and get a certain Victor Gyökeres. So there are some games where you just need to have a number 9 because that's his job. He's going to be there to put chances away. Even Kylian Mbappe, that was a left winger primarily. He has evolved his role into that number 9, that position, and he has been doing well for himself, getting goals. You just have to have a number 9 in your team. Borja Iglesias, they have actually Borja Iglesias, but you can't trust the former Celta Vigo man to give you all the goals. But let's still move on and let's talk about another contender. This time around is the Three Lions of England, and they have injuries left and right, suspensions left and right, and there's this latest one. Jarrell Kwanzaa, the former Liverpool man, has been suspended by FIFA for the next 2 games, and Kwanzaa was given a red card during Mexico's game, missing the quarterfinal clash with Norway and, of course, a potential semi-final. Before I go into that as well, let's just talk about Spain against Belgium too. It's the battle of the Reds. There's La Furia Roja of Spain up against the Red Devils of Belgium. Let's see the better red that will go on to meet Les Bleus. Battle of the colors right now, in the semi-final. Spain against France is actually going to be a blockbuster game. And still talking England, Marguerite and Declan Rice as well are also major doubts for England's World Cup quarterfinal against Norway. And Gueye, the City man, he felt tightness in his hamstring this week while Rice is dealing with an illness. And this time, Abiodun, let's go into this game quickly. We are still going to take a preview later on this show, but let's just look at it quickly. England, they are contenders, definitely. They go into any tournament as contenders. They do well in the qualifying. Now with this team that Thomas Tuchel has brought out, this man on your screen, Jarrell Kwanzaa, that was a rash tackle for me against Mexico. He's going to be missing the next 2 games. He might miss the semi-final. In fact, he is going to miss the semi-final. Should they get there, he's going to miss the semi-final. Declan Rice is dealing with an illness. He's been, I'll put it, Mr. Consistent for this English team, even from his club side, Arsenal. Marguerite as well, who has actually formed a fantastic partnership with Ezri Konsa, in the heart of that English defense, is also feeling some tightness in his hamstring. Injuries left and right. Rhys James is also out. And now they are battling suspension. How do you think they are going to shape up against this Norwegian side? They are actually booming in confidence. Erling Haaland is getting goals left, right, and center. Martin Odegaard is pulling the strings. They also have players in the midfield, Sander Berg and, of course, Patrick Berg. players at the back as well, Julian Ryerson, and their goalkeeper, who was inspirational in their game against Brazil. That's talking about Nyland as well. You are facing a side, booming with confidence, and you are suffering in your own hand. How do you think England will shape up against Norway quickly?
Well, I think this is the best time to, the worst time to actually face the Norwegian side.
Right.
I don't know what is going through the head of Thomas Tuchel right now. I think I saw somewhere yesterday a video of, John Stone, trying to prank Thomas Tuchel that he was injured, but then it was just a joke, and you could tell from the reaction of the manager that he wasn't happy. He's looking forward to a team that is fully fit to go all out, because they've been knocking on the door for a long time. We saw them under Gareth Southgate, in the semi-final, the Euros final. So they've been nearly men in terms of achieving that success. But for me, I think it's going to be a difficult encounter for them because of the players who could be missing. Kwanzaa is out with suspension. They do not have a certain, Donald Trump to speak on their behalf. So that is out.
Why did you go there? Why did you go there now? How did you know it was Donald Trump that said that? It just happened. It's an Article 73. Let's respect that.
Okay, where you go? So if you look at the team of the three line right now, maybe this is the time to call on board the other guys who have not been able to actually have a taste of the game so far.
Yeah, the likes of Chalobah.
And I think Thomas Tuchel, yes, and I think Thomas Tuchel also who switches formation. Maybe you want to go with a three-man defense. There's still Ezra Konsa. There's what's this man named John Stone, and maybe you just look for someone that could partner, these two guys in terms of playing, the three-man back line. So I'm not a coach, but then you have to find a way to actually navigate this kind of game once some of your players are out injured and the one that is suspended. So he needs to create something out of nothing for him to actually win this game. Right. Because the Norwegian, they are brimming with a lot of confidence right now. And you cannot go into a game like this, fielding a very weak defense when you are facing a certain Erling Braut Haaland. This man do not care. He just wants to get the goals. And I think it's going to be a difficult game for the Three Lions.
Absolutely. I won't be surprised to see Bukayo Saka playing as a left back. Anyway, he started there. And he also did that. I think that was at the Euros where he came in. He stepped up and he played as a left back. I won't be surprised if Thomas Tuchel could deploy him, in that department, because trust me, the Norwegians, they are not a joke. They have Antonio Nusa, who is also doing well for himself as well on the left wing. Oscar Bob is on the right-hand side as well. Martin Odegaard, of course, like I said earlier, pulling the strings, and of course you have the big man up front, Erling Braut Haaland. 7 goals. He now is now, let me say, second, right? Because Kylian Mbappe and Lionel Messi are both on 8 goals, and he will also be looking to catch them. This tournament has just been fantastic. But England, they have firepower of their own. Harry Kane, who is also doing good business for himself. He's been the one dragging them out of the mud. And with this man I'm about to talk about, Jude Bellingham, of course, the midfielder for Real Madrid. He has become the first player, by the way, to score twice in a World Cup match at the Azteca since Diego Maradona in 1986. And guess who Diego Maradona scored those goals against? It was against England, where we have the popular, or let me say the infamous hand of God, and of course one of the best goals in World Cup history. Taking the ball from the midfield, dribbling through the English players, including the goalkeeper, and getting on to score. But an Englishman has come out and now is the first player since Maradona to score twice in a World Cup match at the Azteca Stadium. This man as well, alongside Harry Kane, they've been the ones dragging England in terrible situations that they find themselves in. Their individual brilliance has just been showing. And Abiodun, let me quickly talk about Jude Bellingham. Just before the World Cup started, this man, people have been coming out saying, oh, he shouldn't be the one to be considered for the World Cup. He didn't have a good season with Real Madrid. Let us consider Eberechi Eze. Let us consider Cole Palmer. Let's consider Phil Foden. But this man has stepped up to show that he is the complete midfielder. When you need him going forward, he is there. He is providing. He is scoring. When you need him to attack, when you need him to defend, he is there defending everything. This man, Jude Bellingham, it seems like he is a complete midfielder. Now, Abiodun, let me quickly ask you, is it wrong or is it out of place to call Jude Bellingham a world-class midfielder at this point?
Well, I think that is going to be an understatement because he's not just a world-class midfielder, he's a world-class player.
Wow.
You just have to put the respect on that name. And time again, it's shown to the world that, see, I might be out of form, but then the talent is still there, the class is still there, you know. Right. You just want to deliver when it matters. And for me, it's been the go-to man for the Three Lions. If Harry Kane is not in game, you definitely see, Jude Bellingham asking for the ball, wanting to take that decision. So that is how you define a world-class player. Just like you said, prior to the World Cup, there were a lot of narratives out there. Oh, he should be dropped. He wasn't fit. He's not doing well. And at some point, there was also this conversation around, oh, Morgan Rogers should start because he's in top form. He's doing well for Aston Villa. But you cannot compare a Morgan Rogers who is just having a first wonderful season with Aston Villa compared to a young man who has been doing it consistency even before he joined Real Madrid. So I think for me, the comparison was just out of place for me. But then, Jude Bellingham being the man he is, he decided to show to the world that, see, I know a whole lot has been said about me, but I'm going to show you guys that I'm a world-class player and exactly what he's currently doing for the Three Lions right now. So I wouldn't be surprised if we stepped up again tomorrow against the Norwegian. But then, like I said earlier, that game is going to be a bit difficult for them. But if you are relying on someone to deliver the goods for you, you can always bank on Harry Kane and Jude Bellingham anytime, any day.
Absolutely. All right. Let's now go into another quarterfinal game. Argentina, the defending champions of the World Cup, against a team that's actually proven themselves at this World Cup, knocking out a team that I feel will actually worry the Argentines, and that's talking about Colombia. They knocked them out on penalties. Manuel Akanji, I don't know if the ball has been found from his penalty that he took in that shootout. I don't know if the ball has been found because he skied that way over the top. And there's one thing I'll build it quickly. I don't know why centre-backs are really involved in penalty shootouts these days. From the Champions League final where we saw Gabriel of Arsenal. Even at this World Cup now, we've seen Jonathan Tah. We've seen Ari Suter for Australia. We've seen Lucas Errington, a young man that has been doing well for Australia. They put him, in the line of fire to go and play penalty, a centre-back, and he missed. Now we saw Davinson Sanchez in the game against Switzerland as well, missing a penalty. Manuel Akanji doing the same thing. What is wrong with centre-backs and stepping up for penalties? Where are the other players? Is it that they have, let me say, the mental strength more than other players to step up and take penalties, especially decisive runs? What do you say about that?
Well, I think playing a penalty is psychological because in that moment, a lot is going through your head.
Right.
For those who have played football before, you understand what I'm saying. I play football, for a long time, and I'm still playing football in a situation whereby, you have to deliver your team. A lot is going through your mind. You are under pressure. You are just thinking of many, many things in your head. So, and it boils down to the fact that if you do not have that confidence going forward to take that penalty, at the end, you could miss it. So you have to have that belief, that, mentality that I can convert this penalty, irrespective of the goalkeeper I'm facing. Of course, we've seen, big players miss penalty, but they will tell you that the penalty is crazy. Is either you miss or you score. So you have to be decisive in terms of, your decision, where I'm going to play the ball, and you don't change your decision.
Right.
And goalkeepers also nowadays, they are very, very smart. We've seen analysts who are monitoring a particular player, how he plays his penalty, how he takes his move, and all of that. So football has really evolved. Technology is also helping in that direction. So I think it's just so crazy for footballers, to step up to go and play. Not to talk of defenders who their primary assignment is to, get the ball out of the way for the opponent not to score. So their primary assignment is not to play a penalty. Of course, you always want them to step up, but then I think psychologically, you feel that emotion, you feel that, that scaredness that, this position whereby I need to deliver, and you really can't afford them, honestly. some of them have done well in the past. You look at the likes of Hierro, you look at the likes of Paulo Maldini,
Even
you
Sergio
look at the
Ramos.
likes of Zambrota. These are guys that will convert penalty, and they are defenders also. So I think our penalty is just psychological. If you are not ready, trust me, you are going to miss it.
Absolutely, but of course you can't just afford to put your centre back, in front. Maybe that mentality of him clearing the ball, when he's trying to defend, maybe that's what it would take to that penalty shootout. So I think it happens like that. But let's look at this game, Argentina against Switzerland. Argentina scaled through barely against Egypt. They had to come back from 2 goals down, against the Pharaohs of Egypt. And of course, there is a lot that has actually transpired in that game. A lot has been said behind the scene. Okay, we don't want to go into that yet. I think that has been trashed out, but. That quality of the Argentine side, this man right here, Lionel Messi, dragging his team like he always does, getting an assist, getting a goal, and of course enforcing for that late goal as well. So, but this Swiss team, we've seen Granit Xhaka, who is also the midfield enforcer, in that team. Then of course the young gem Joan Manzambi, who will be getting a move to Newcastle as well. It's been the revelation for this team at this tournament. Vargas is also doing well, and Bolu as well. Where do you think this game will be won and lost? And again, before you answer that, Abiodun, Portuguese referee João Pinheiro, he will now be the one to officiate the game between Argentina and Switzerland. What game, or what is FIFA trying to do? Because we saw in the game Argentina against Egypt, it was a French referee. France, in their game against Morocco, was an Argentine referee. Now Argentina against Switzerland again, we are seeing a Portuguese referee. What is going on with FIFA, and where do you think this game will be won and lost?
Well, I think I had this same conversation with a particular referee in the MPFL,
right? And
he told me point blank, see, it doesn't matter. In as much as you are a professional,
right,
you know this is your job. You have to put into consideration that this is my job. The whole world is looking at me. So, irrespective of who is playing, whether the country that are playing is they are Argentine, they are Spanish, you have to do your job, and you have to do it really well. So I think FIFA is trying to, maybe curb, or let me say eradicate the notion that, if you are officiating a game that involves Argentina and Brazil, and maybe you are from Colombia, maybe you want to favor a particular country,
right,
because of the rivalry in between these two teams. I think, FIFA are trying to, actually curb all of that. So I think they do not care about the opinions of the fans. They just want to do their job on the field of play. Of course, we know that some of these referees, they have allegiance with some of these teams. And that is a statement of fact, because you are also human. We've seen referee that will tell you, I support this particular team. But that doesn't mean when I'm doing my job, I should be biased. So you have to be professional in handling, some of these games. So that being said, talking about the game between Switzerland and Argentina, for me, Argentina has been, very, very good in this competition. And I love the fact that they have this mentality of never
say die.
Give up. We saw them, yes, against Cabo Verde. We saw them against Egypt, And the fact that they have a certain Lionel Messi in that team has been an extra edge for them, more like, the icing on the cake for them. So they've been able to maximize the quality of Lionel Messi, and that is working really well for them. So, but like I've been saying, in me joining this particular show, I think the Argentine are still very lucky in terms of the kind of opponent they've been able to face so far. Of course, the draws have been done even before the commencement of the World Cup. You can't afford them for that. But then I think they've been lucky in terms of the quality of opponents they've been able to face. But my own unpopular opinion, going into the game against Switzerland, I think they should be very careful, because this Swiss side, they've got young players who could run our defense. They've got, experienced midfielders who are also very good. But then, if you have to put it side by side, you want to favor Argentina on paper based on the quality and the form they are in right now. But I think for me, I'm looking forward to see what will happen. Maybe you might be seeing something close to what we saw against Egypt and Argentina. But if you have to rely on the quality of Messi, trust me, I think it's just that, I'm not trying to win for Argentina.
Absolutely. I mean, you said a lot there. Let's hope that the Argentine players will actually listen to everything you said, and they will take that into their game against Switzerland. But Swiss people will not like what you just said as well. It's like you're not even tilting their way to for them to also win that game. But still speaking FIFA, members of the European Parliament have called for an investigation into Gianni Infantino, claiming he has completely lost control of the tournament, and they are demanding immediate explanations over the Folarin Balogun red card controversy. I mean, that's one. I don't think Infantino right now is covering himself in glory. From rumors that not rumors really, when he came out to say, oh, he suffered with Argentina, and he quickly backtracked and he said, oh, I'm a neutral. From that one to this Balogun red card, it's just so funny, and I don't know the stand that Infantino is taking in this one. And I mean, if you look at that, this is not a picture you really want to be looking at, because it actually looked like it was influenced. We can say Article 23, Article 73, whatever, but for a red card that still stood and the player still got to play. At the end of the day, Belgium said, look, that doesn't matter. We will still beat you, right? And they did that, in fantastic style. 4-1 it ended, and USA are now out of the tournament. But things like this will linger, over a long period of time, because you've set a precedent, really. Other departments, other football bodies will be looking into this and say, look, we can actually overturn decisions. If a red card, something has been given as a red card, a foul or not, the verdict has been given, right? And you still went on to say, look, it can be changed by anybody because it's in power. I don't think that is good for this man right here on your screen, Gianni Infantino. Abiodun, before I let you go on the show, let's quickly take this one. Bruno Guimaraes, of course, the Newcastle man, he told his club and his teammates that I want to leave for current Premier League champions Arsenal. And as it stands now, it seems like he has agreed to a 5-year contract personally with the Gunners. What do you make of this move? Look at the Arsenal midfield. There is Mikel Merino in there. There's Martin Zubimendi in there. Declan Rice is in there. Miles Lewis-Kelly is in there. Christian Nogard is also in there. Right. I'm looking at the players that can play in the central midfield and, of course, the defensive department as well in the midfield. I'm not looking at Eberechi Eze and Martin Odegaard. They are the attacking midfielders. But look at these other names I've mentioned. Where do you think Bruno Guimaraes will fit in this Arsenal side, and who do you think will be on the bench for him?
Well, I think this is a statement of intent for Arsenal if they go all out to sign Bruno Guimaraes. For me, the performance of Martin Zubimendi has been either here or there in terms of his consistency.
He had a good start, by the way.
Yes, he had a good first half of the season, but for a team that wants to win the league, you are not expecting a player you bought for a lot of money to just give you his best performance in the first half of the league, and he just went on to bed in the second half of the season. So you want that consistency. Top players will give you the consistency until the end of the season. But for me, with the experience of Bruno Guimaraes coming into this Arsenal team, I think he's going to be a starter, honestly. Wow. He's going to be a starter. Going into that midfield, you have Declan Rice, you have, like you mentioned, Merino, Martin Odegaard, Zubimendi. For me, Mikel Arteta, will definitely fancy his chances to start Bruno Guimaraes ahead of Martin Zubimendi, because he's that kind of a player that can go forward to get you goal, and of course, be that shield to shield the defense also. So for me, I think it's going to be a major coup. And for Newcastle, well, it is what it is. They are a big club, no doubt, but they're not as big as Arsenal Football Club. So at the end of the day, some of your big players are definitely going to leave for the biggest of the biggest. They want to play championship football. They want to win trophy. So it's just making sense right now that this man wants to win trophy. He wants to play with the big boys.
I don't think you can blame him, just like you said, Abiodun. I mean, he wants to, win trophies, and what better side to go in the Premiership than the team that just won it. I was talking about Arsenal. I think he sees that they have this championship mentality. He sees what Mikel Arteta is doing, and he feels like he can be a part of that. But you don't trust a man that is always kissing the badge. You understand? About 2 seasons ago, he agreed to a new contract. He was kissing the badge of Newcastle, and now he's leaving them. I mean, there's no loyalty in football. Thank you very much, Abiodun, for getting on the show with me this morning.
Always my pleasure. Thank you.
Right, and I also want to say a big thank you to the guys behind the scene for making this show a fantastic one. So we come your way again next Monday, giving you the very best from the world of sports. I am Hafiz Ogunbanjo. It's been the Sports Republic, and I'm saying have a wonderful weekend and the rest of the day. Bye for now.
ezigbo nwa afọ Nigeria. Ka ihe m ga-eme pụrụ iche.
Nwanne m nwoke.
Adanne.
M ga-akwụ chi n'eziokwu. Kwanyere ndị ọzọ ugwu ma lekọta obodo anyị anya.
Gbam!
Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m. Obodo anyị bụ Nigeria ga-aga n'iru ma ọ bụrụ na anyị jikọta aka kwado ndị na-achị anyị ka ha mee nke ha, anyị ga-emekwa nke anyị.
N'ezie, ọganihu ga-adị ma ọ bụrụ na anyị na ndị na-achị anyị jikọta aka rụọ ọrụ. Asaa bụ ihe ndị na-achị anyị kwekọtara ha ga-eme ka obodo wee dị mma.
Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwenu! Igbo kwezuenu o! Ọ bụrụ na bụ ezigbo onye Naịjirịa aga m eme na-edosa ụzọ anya ụcha oge niile na-akwụtụsi n'ụzọ eziokwu na-emere ndị agbata obi anyị ebere. Ndị ọchịchị ga-arụ ụzọ ọma na-abịa nwee ụlọ ọgwụ ọma na Anambra mee Enugu ka ọ dị nchebe ehihie n'abalị. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta ndị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Nchebe gburugburu mebe obibi onye niile. Ndị ọchịchị ga-eweta ahụike. Ọ bụrụ na nrọ ọrụ ike mụta aka ọrụ. Ndị ọchịchị ga-emepe ụzọ ọrụ n'Ebonyi n'Imo. Ọ bụrụ na nkwanye ugwu nye agbụrụ niile n'otu ndọrọ ndọrọ ọchịchị. Ndị ọchịchị ga-ekpe ikpe ziri ezi nye onye ọbụla. Asa maka asa anyị jikọtara ọnụ. Nkwekọrịta gọọmenti na nzaghachi ndị obodo. Ụmụnne m na ụmụnna m bilie ka anyị bulie Naịjirịa elu. Nkwekọrịta dị ọchịchị anyị ga-aza ọnụ obodo anyị ga-eme ya. Ọ bụ nkwekọrịta anyị na anyị ga-eme ka Naịjirịa gaa nke ọma. Naijiria obodo mmanụ aṅụ na mmiri ara ehi na-asọ. Ụzọ ọma o, ụlọ ọgwụ ọma o, ebe obibi ọma o. Igbo ndị ọma pụtanụ ka anyị oleba onye agbakwara nke nwanne ya gbara. Let's go!
Abia, Anambra, Ebonyi, Enugu na Imo. Anyị ga-ekwe nkwa na anyị ga-eso ụzọ asaa na asaa ndị na-achị anyị wepụtara.
Powered by National Orientation Agency.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelion. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories from
share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Hello, my name is Inejo. Keep watching VOP TV.
What up? My name is Osula. You are watching VOP TV. Keep it locked.
Hello, I am Floyd Igbo. Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing good. Keep watching VOP TV. And, just have an amazing day. Thank you.
Hi, guys. It's your boy Praise. Keep watching VOP TV.
That 10 seconds you save by crossing the road could cost you your life. Pedestrian bridges are built for one reason: to keep you safe. They are free, they are strong, and they are there to protect you. Dashing across expressways leads to injuries, loss, and grief that last forever. Using the bridge takes less than 1 minute. Losing a loved one lasts a lifetime. Parents, teach your children. Drivers, slow down near bridges. Everyone, please use the pedestrian bridge every time. Your life is worth the climb. This message is from Voice of the People's Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
The rains are here. They bring relief, green fields, and fresh water. But they can also bring danger if we are not careful. Rule 1. Avoid flood waters. Never walk, wade, or drive through moving flood water. Fast-moving water can sweep you off your feet, and that water may hide open drains, sharp objects, or live electric cables. Rule 2. Stay away from weak structures and slopes. Heavy rain can weaken buildings, walls, and hillsides. Avoid sitting on the old buildings, billboards, or trees. If your area is prone to landslides, report cracks or soil movement to emergency agencies immediately. Rule 3. Protect yourself from lightning and accidents. Stay indoors during thunderstorms. Avoid open fields, tall trees, and metal objects. If you must travel, drive slowly. Use your headlights and never use an umbrella near power lines or while riding. And rule 4. Stay healthy. Clear your gutters to stop mosquitoes that causes malaria. Boil or filter your drinking water. Keep food covered to avoid cholera and typhoid. And wash your hands often. This rainy season, stay alert, stay prepared, stay alive. This message is brought to you by Voice of the People Television.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas.
Well, hello and welcome to the Midday News and Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. First, the headlines. Atiku Abubakar asks Tinubu to explain audit bill rejection. Senate backs Lafarge sale to Chinese investors. Tinubu to meet security chiefs. Troops foil terrorist infiltration in Borno State. Police announces restriction of movement in Edo State. Preliminary reports on Asaba road plane landing incident. And in business, Nigeria boss tops world stock market. In sports, Morocco's boss Houabi concedes France deserved the victory. In entertainment, Funka Kindele recalls hustling to survive at Unilag. And now the news info. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has given President Bola Tinubu a 7-day ultimatum to comply with what he described as his constitutional obligation by either signing a Federal Audit Service Bill into law or formally notifying the National Assembly of his reasons for withholding assent. He also accused Tinubu of violating the Constitution by failing to act on the bill within the period prescribed by law, warning that continued inaction undermines democratic governance and public accountability. Atiku, in a statement issued by his senior special assistant on public communication, Frank Shuaibu, said the president's delay in assenting to or rejecting the bill months after it was transmitted by the National Assembly amounted to a disregard for the Constitution. The Federal Audit Service Bill is a proposed legislation intended to strengthen the independence of the Office of the Auditor General, modernize Nigeria's public audit system, and improve oversight of government spending. According to Atiku, delaying action on a bill designed to deepen transparency and accountability sends the wrong signal at a time when Nigerians are demanding stronger institutions and prudent management of public resources. Atiku alleged that the president's failure to act reflects what he described as a broader pattern of constitutional disregard in the current government. And in the Red Chamber, the Senate approved the proposed sale of Lafarge Africa PLC to Chinese investors after adopting the report of its ad hoc committee, despite concerns from some lawmakers over transparency and Nigeria's stake in the cement manufacturer. The proposed divestment came before the Senate through a motion sponsored by the senator representing Ogun Central, Shuaib Salisu, who questioned the transparency of the transaction and the limited opportunity for Nigerian investors to participate in the acquisition. Presenting the committee's report, Chairman and Senator representing Benue South, Abba Moro, said the panel found no legal impediment to stop the sale.
Sitting up, and once the tension, the pressure as it is recently, you have seen it all over in Northwest. There's been a lot of pressure on the bandits in the Southeast, Northeast. They have even taken out some of their leaders, and even yesterday, some of their commanders have surrendered. So, if the tempo is kept, I'm sure that this thing will come to an end. These are just ragtag people that cannot stand up to our military, even in number or like that. It is only that the commitment and this is not there, but you can see that the President has since declared state of emergency on security.
Still in the red chamber, the Senate also approved 403.1 billion naira for the Nigerian Police Trust Fund to strengthen policing and support the fight against terrorism, kidnapping, and other security threats. The approval covers 170.1 billion naira for the 2025 fiscal year and 233 billion naira for 2026. The 2026 budget provides for personnel costs, capital projects, and overheads aimed at boosting the operational capacity of the Nigerian police force. Lawmakers expressed confidence that the funding will improve the provision of equipment, infrastructure, training, and other resources needed to strengthen security operations. The approval comes amid growing security concerns and renewed calls for stronger measures to tackle crime across the country. Away from the Senate, President Bola Tinubu has convened a high-level security meeting at the presidential villa in Abuja with the nation's top military commanders, intelligence chiefs, and senior security advisors. The closed-door meeting reviewed the country's security situation and ongoing military operations across various theaters. The session, which lasted more than 2 hours, was attended by the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Musa, retired, the Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Olufemi Oluyede, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Agala, the Chief of Air Staff, Air Marshal Hassan Abubakar, the Chief of Defense Intelligence, Major General Emmanuel Ondeade, and the President's Special Advisor on Homeland Security, Adeyinka Fakayede. Meanwhile, Senator Ali Ndume has called for stronger actions to tackle Nigeria's worsening security and economic challenges following a meeting with President Bola Tinubu at the presidential villa in Abuja. Speaking to State House correspondent, the Borno South Senator said he met the president to discuss solutions to the country's pressing challenges.
That concerns surrounding foreign ownership within cement industry should not be a source of concern, as Lapage at the moment holds approximately 18%.
Northeast, the president is sitting up. And once the tension, the pressure, as it is recently, you have seen it all over in Northwest. There's been a lot of pressure on the bandits in the Southeast, Northeast. They have even taken out some of their leaders. And even yesterday, some of their commanders have surrendered. So if the tempo is kept, I'm sure that this thing will come to an end. These are just ragtag people that cannot stand up to the military, even in number or like that. It is only that the commitment and this is not there, but you can see that the president has since declared state of emergency on security.
Reacting to the decision by the 19 Northern governors to establish a regional security trust fund, Ndumi welcomed the initiative, saying security should not be left to the federal government alone. Moving on to other stories, the federal government has reviewed its anti-kidnapping strategy and launched the second phase of the multi-agency anti-kidnap fusion cell expansion to states. The initiative is aimed at strengthening intelligence sharing and improving coordination in the fight against kidnapping. It was unveiled by the National Counterterrorism Center under the Office of the National Security Advisor with support from the United Kingdom National Crime Agency during a stakeholders meeting in Abuja. Speaking on behalf of the National Security Advisor, National Counterterrorism Center Coordinator Adamu Laka said kidnapping remains one of Nigeria's most serious security challenges and requires stronger interagency collaboration. He noted that criminal groups have continued to adopt their tactics by exploiting technology and operating across multiple jurisdictions. The UK National Crime Agency International Liaison Office, Mountain, reaffirmed Britain's commitment in supporting Nigeria in tackling kidnapping and organized crime while commending the professionalism and dedication of Nigerian security agencies. Elsewhere, troops of the Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hardin Kai have successfully thwarted multiple coordinated infiltrations attempts by ISWAP terrorists across Borno State in the early hours of today. This is as troops on Thursday, 9th of July 2026, intercepted a suspected foreign terrorist drug carrier conveying a large consignment of illicit drugs, alcohol beverages, and other prohibited substances believed to be destined for terrorist elements operating within the Lake Chad Islands. This was disclosed on Friday in a press statement signed by the Acting Media Information Officer of Headquarters Joint Task Force Northeast Operation Hardin Kai, Captain Mohammed Goni. Goni explained that the successful interception further highlights Operation Hardin Kai's determination to deny terrorists access to logistics and supplies that sustain their criminal activities. He stressed that available intelligence has consistently shown that illicit drugs and intoxicants are frequently used by terrorist groups to stimulate fighters, suppress fear, and facilitate violence operations. He further said the theater command commends the vigilance and professionalism of the troops and assured the public that operations against terrorists and their collaborators will continue relentlessly. Goni also encouraged the public to continue providing timely and credible information to security agencies in support of ongoing efforts to restore lasting peace and security across the Northeast. Away from security matters, the House of Representatives has rejected a proposal to cut diplomatic ties with South Africa over the xenophobic attacks on Nigerians. The proposal was defeated during debate on a motion sponsored by the chairman of the House Committee on Navy, Yusuf Gadgi. Moving the motion, Gadgi said Nigerians and other African nationals continue to face killings, unlawful arrest, displacement, and destruction of businesses despite repeated diplomatic engagements between both countries. He said the reoccurring attacks and inflammatory remarks by some South African officials undermines the ideals of African unity and peaceful coexistence. During the debate, lawmaker Donald Ojogo Osauru urged the federal government to adopt a tougher stance, insisting Nigeria must not remain a toothless bulldog. He also proposes that diplomatic ties with South Africa be severed. Kayode Moshood said Nigeria invested heavily in South Africa's anti-apartheid struggle, while Oke Joe Onwakulasi called for the names of Nigerians killed in South Africa to be compiled and presented before the International Criminal Court. At the end of the debate, Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu put the proposal to a voice vote, but the House rejected it. Elsewhere, the Edo State Police Command has announced a statewide restriction of movement from 12 a.m. to 6 p.m. on Saturday for the local government elections. In a statement, Police Public Relations Officer Eno Ekodem said the restriction is to ensure a peaceful and secure electoral process and will be enforced alongside other security agencies. Only officials of the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission, accredited election observers, media personnel, security operatives, emergency responders, and other essential workers on election duty will be exempted. The police said security personnel will have been deployed across all 18 local government areas to protect voters, electoral officials, and sensitive materials, warning that anyone who violates the restriction or disrupts the election will be arrested and prosecuted. Still in Edo State, the Edo State Independent Electoral Commission says it has concluded preparations for the polls across the state's 18 local government areas. The Commission says measures are in place to ensure a free, fair, credible, and peaceful election. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, has more in this report.
Independent Electoral Commission. Edo State Independent Electoral Commission says it has completed all preparations for the 2026 local government election scheduled to hold across the state's 18 local government areas, 192 wards, and 4,519 polling units. Briefing journalists in Benin City, the ESSEC chairman assured residents of a free, fair, credible, transparent, and peaceful election, noting that all necessary arrangements have been put in place. He said logistics for the distribution of election materials, transportation, security, election personnel, ICT, and communication systems have been adequately coordinated to ensure a smooth exercise.
The Commission has worked diligently over the past several months to ensure that every aspect of the electoral process complies with the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the electoral laws of Edo State, and internationally accepted democratic principles. Today, I was pleased to announce that the ESSEC is fully prepared for the conduct of elections in all the 18 local government areas. 192 wards, yes, 4,519 units in Edo State. Logistics. One of the most critical components of any successful election is effective logistics. I'm pleased to inform the good people of Edo State that all sensitive and non-sensitive electoral materials have been produced, inspected, sorted, packaged and will be distributed according to established operational procedures.
Speaking further during the question and answer session, the ESSEC chairman highlighted measures put in place to ensure a smooth, peaceful and credible local government election across the state.
Concerning the result transmission, if you are looking for electronic transmission, like the one you are proposing that has not even worked in the federation, I don't know why you should be expecting it at the local government. We will not do that. But election will be transmitted through hard copies of presentations. Then when you talk of the duration of the period of election from 8:30 to 2:30. But that doesn't mean at 2:30 those people who are online, you drive them away. But they must be part of the exercise till the last person has voted and counting has started and collation has taken place and result has been declared.
Brother Johnny, POP TV News.
Well, thank you so very much, Rhoda, for that report. In another development, the Nigerian Safety Investigation Bureau has released its preliminary report on the incidents involving a Bombardier Challenger 601-3A business jet that mistakenly landed on a road under construction near Asaba Airport instead of the runway. The VMO Aero Limited aircraft was flying from Lagos to Asaba on June the 10th, 2026, when the incident occurred. According to the NSIB, the crew aborted their initial approach before making a second approach to runway 11, although the aircraft navigation system indicated it was correctly aligned with the published RNAV approach. It landed on the nearby paved roadway instead of the runway. The Bureau said investigators have recovered and downloaded the cockpit voice recorder and flight data recorder at its Transport Safety Laboratory in Abuja. It added that the investigation includes flight crew and witness statements, air traffic control recordings, operational records, and aircraft examinations with technical analysis still ongoing. The NSIB stressed that the preliminary report contains only factual information, initial findings, and immediate safety recommendations. It does not assign blame or determine the cause of the incidents. The Bureau said a final report containing detailed analysis, conclusions, and any additional safety recommendations will be released after the investigation is completed in line with ICAO Annex 13. You're still watching the media news right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Mr. Dele Fanimo. Mr. Fanimo is a seasoned reporter right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Fanimo, and thank you for joining the conversation.
My pleasure.
Also joining us virtually is Mr. Amobi Ihegburu. Mazi Amobi is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Mazi, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Thank you for having me.
All right, and let me start off with you, Mazi. Interesting times are here, and I want to start off from Edo State, where the local government election will be happening tomorrow. Interestingly, the Independent Electoral Commission in Edo State, that's the EDSEC, has said all preparations have been concluded and all 18 local government areas across the state have all of the materials needed for the election to be conducted free, fair, and credible. But then, looking at previous elections before now, what do you make of statements like this by the Independent Electoral Commission, State Independent Electoral Commissions in states, and of course, judging it with previous local government elections that has taken place in recent times under the Joash Amopiton-led INEC administration?
Thank you very much. There's a pattern, there's a trend in local government elections in this country. The party in power in each state will almost always have close to 100% in the elections. So it is a pattern, it's a trend. And I think the Edo State local government elections slated for tomorrow will also follow that trajectory. So there is nothing new. You find out that APC will sweep the whole local government position, chairman and perhaps the councillors too. So it's a pattern. I'm not particularly thrilled about free, fair, credible elections, in this country as it concerns local government elections, because experience has shown, in the past that any state that has a political party in power must sweep, unfortunately, the local government pool. So it will follow the same trajectory.
Well,
I didn't quite get what you said.
I'm saying that on the contrary, in Adamawa State, when the local government elections did happen this year, we saw a different result where the PDP, the former party of the state, picked all of the local government election results as against the fact that they are now an APC state, because of course the governor has ported to the APC.
Yeah.
So are we most likely going to see same?
Yeah, the scenario might be different from what you have painted. Recall that the state governor said he's going to give the president, is it 3 million votes or 2 million votes or 5 million votes, as the case may be. This will be a litmus test for Governor Monday Okpebholo to actualize what he said he would do for the president in the general election. So the Adamawa scenario will not replicate itself here. It will be, if you ask me, 100% for APC in order to justify what the governor said he would do for Mr. President.
All right, then let me bring this conversation back to the studio here, Mr. Fanimo, as against the backdrop of the fact that, yes, Governor Monday Okpebholo has said that he's going to deliver the states to the president when it comes to the presidential election. But we're going into local government election, one of the most important election, I dare say, because when development and democracy is supposed to be seen in the country, it should start from the local government level. But from your perspective, and I know you've covered election over time, are you foreseeing an election that is a flawless victory for the APC, as against the fact that there are some other oppositions that are talking tough in Edo State?
For me, politicians, they tend to learn from the mistakes of the past and the mistakes of other politicians.
Okay.
You see, the trend has always been, once you are the governor of the state, since you have the resources of the local government through the joint allocation committee,
yes,
so you have all the apparatus of government. So just for the optics, they conduct elections. But like my friend said, it's just for the optics. It's winner takes all. I think an exception in the last 2-3 years is that of a particular local government that was lost or given. That was the statement, that we can't afford to allow our political leader to lose his local government. And so it was ceded to that political leader. I'm sure you know the person I'm talking about.
Right.
But in all cases, Fubara came into government, decided to conduct election, and when it was too hot for him to move his candidates to PDP to conduct the election, he moved them to APP in less than 2 weeks, and APP became the champion of Rivers State. So I'm not going to expect somebody like Okpebholo to lose any of the local governments, because he needs those foot soldiers,
okay,
to deliver on his promises to the president that Edo State is given in the next presidential election. So where will he get all those people to work for him if he doesn't consolidate from the local government?
Now,
but it's an unfortunate thing.
Yes.
Because
grassroots election should be conducted as transparently possible and credibly possible, because this is at the heart of development. It's like a building block.
Right.
If you don't have a strong foundation, whatever you build on top of this foundation will one day crumble. These are the closest people to the grassroots. The local government chairman, the vice chairman, the councillors, and supervisory councillors. They relate with the people in those communities. They know their aspirations. They know their challenges. And so if you bring somebody that does not understand what that local government means to become the administrator, the local government chairman, there's no way. He would rather be betrothed to that governor and not to the people who ought to have elected him, but were not given the chance to elect. State electoral commission are just there to answer to the whims and caprices of the governor.
Now, standing on the premise of the analysis you just gave now, particularly on the development of local governments as against what is supposed to be within the development of our states, are you also aware that some of the opposition figures in Edo State are presently crying foul, stating that it's looking more like this election is going a direction and on the part of vote buying for the ruling party in the state? Now, some would say opposition will always cry foul, but let's also just oppose it with the fact that the EDSEC chairman clearly have stated, and I'm talking about Mr. Jonathan, clearly have stated that about 9,000 INEC officials will be deployed to the over 4,519 polling units in Edo State. Would that in any way quail the accusation or allegation of vote buying in this election?
It is not the responsibility of the EDSEC official to tame those who want to buy votes or those who want to sell votes. It is the job of the security operatives there. That's why in some elections, EFCC officials with their branded uniform would always be on ground. You have policemen, you have, in some cases where they consider volatile, you have soldiers, and sometimes it could be civil defense. You know, these are people that should discourage as much as possible vote buying. But sometimes they are complicit because they are probably been briefed before coming out for such election. It's so brazen. We see it when we cover elections, how money are shared. And it is not peculiar to a ruling governor in a particular state. It is what is done all over the 36 states of the Federation. Show me a state that the incumbent governor had lost about 20-30% of local governments in Nigeria in the last couple of years. It's always the result is what has been anticipated. This party in this state won all the local governments. This party, for instance, Makinde in Oyo State is PDP. All the local governments in Oyo State are PDP run. Akwebolo is not going to be different. All local governments in Edo State will likely fall into his hands after tomorrow. But it's not the right thing to do. Because this local government autonomy, if it is granted at the end of the day, maybe it will remove these local governments from the apron string of these governors so that people can now exercise their rights to vote.
When you say local government autonomy not being granted, or if it's being granted, I mean, I thought that's supposed to be a legislative duty that has been passed already. Why do you think
it has not been passed?
Why do you think it's being restricted?
You see, the federal government put the cart before the horse. You understand? They went straight to the Supreme Court, who gave a judgment saying local governments should get their funding directly from the state government. No, from federal allocation. But they've forgotten that
the process of coming to Jack took a process and also embedded in the amended constitution.
Right.
So if you must return local government to full autonomy, it must also go through that process of severing the local government from the state. Now, the first person that kicked against it was Seyi Makinde of Oyo State, who said it's just a jamboree. Because they know. And most of these governors, they ordinarily would not want to release this local government.
All right, then. Let me go back to Mazi Amobi. Now, there is also the conversation surrounding vote buying as alleged by opposition figures right now that this seems to be the bone of contention for tomorrow's election. How much of vote buying can be restricted in our elections? That's on one hand, because we're coasting home now. There is also the low voter turnout. There has been recent occurrence within the Nigerian electoral and election circle. What do you think is the reason behind all of this as well?
Yeah, unfortunately so, there is nothing anyone can do about this as presently constituted. Because when you look back into the off-season elections, from 2003, after the general election, you have seen, manifestation of vote buying and low voter turnout and all that. People are continuously losing faith in our electoral process. And that is the reason why you have this low voter turnout. If the result of election can be predicted, why am I going there to vote? That would be what the people will say. If, the weaponization of poverty has been so pervasive in Nigeria, that is why you have vote buying. And these people do it brazenly in the glare of the public. You see one man standing there and dishing out the money, and people are glad to collect these monies. So what I'm saying in effect is that there is a lot of things that we need to do to begin to talk about not buying votes or increasing the turnout of our during our elections. The attempt in the past, about 6-7 months ago, to tinker with the electoral process has failed because the electoral process have not given Nigerians the what it takes for people to come out and vote and have hope in the electoral process. There is no transparency. You will see what will happen tomorrow. You will see exactly what will happen tomorrow. All those things cannot give an election credibility. Hence, people will still buy votes and there will be no voter turnout. If I know that my vote will not count, why am I wasting my bloody time coming for an election? So, Dave, what is important here is that the country should be, we lost an opportunity to re-engineer the electoral process. We lost it. And it will continue to haunt us until the next election cycle, which is the general election after 2023.
Well, because
when probably from right-thinking people will begin to think about the electoral process also.
Well, because of our time, really, I would have loved you to explain better what you said. We lost the opportunity, but in maybe 30 seconds, what's your position as well with the House of Representatives clearly rejecting the proposal to cut diplomatic ties with South Africa over the xenophobic attacks on Nigeria? I mean, you know the backstory, but then what's your position with that particular rejection of the proposal? In 30 seconds, because we're out of time.
The South African Authority has shown us that they do not have regard and respect for Nigeria. Little wonder why they did what they did. The most annoying part is the lukewarm attitude of the government of South Africa towards what is going on. I like what Mahama, the president of Ghana, did by stepping down Ramaphosa's visit to Ghana, and all that. Nigeria should take more steps. Oshimole suggested, nationalization of South African concerns in Nigeria. Nothing less than that can make South Africa to come to their senses.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mazi Amobi. Let me bring it back to the studio. Mr. Fanimo, your take as well in 30 seconds because of our time. I mean, you know the backdrop story. So, but then the House of Reps said, no, let's not go this route. Continuous engagement would be making the difference.
I would prefer continuous engagement because right now, how many South Africans are in Nigeria? How many of these South Africans are doing menial jobs? So we will only be targeting corporate organizations. And who are the people working in these corporate organizations? Nigerians. So for me, up till today, no South African had gone to universities, hospitals to chase out Nigerian doctors because they know that those ones cannot be chased out because they don't have a replacement for them. But it's only people with small-scale businesses, SME, that they are chasing out of their country. But we have South Africans doing the same here. I think the best bet is, while we are trying to manage this at the diplomatic level, let's just restrain ourselves from, because it will hurt us more than the South Africans at the end of the day.
All right, then. Thank you so very much, Mr. Daly Fanimo, seasoned reporter and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for your time today.
My pleasure.
Also, Mazi Amobi, public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation as well this afternoon. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, VOP Media trains staff to boost reporting skills. These and more when we return after this break. Please stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on burning 9, right?
The 2564.
Glad to have you back. It's still the media news right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to other stories. As part of efforts to strengthen professional journalism, VOP Media has organized a capacity building training for its staff. The workshop equipped participants with practical skills in camera handling, storytelling, and human interest reporting. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Guswada has more in this report.
VOP Media is investing in the continuous development of its journalists through this media training aimed at improving news gathering and storytelling. This training, facilitated by veteran journalist Dr. Kingsley Igwe, focused on practical insights on proper camera handling, identifying and developing human angle stories, as well as conceptualizing story ideas that are relevant, impactful, and newsworthy.
A reporter must agree with his cameraman and have his own input. The reporter must also come up with his own idea. They will synergize. So that when they shoot, you don't need to be tapping the cameraman, give me this shot, give me that shot. That era is gone.
We represent the people, and everything that has to do with the people should be our interest.
News gathering is the commercial value of news. Gather news, become interested. We are looking at commercial aspect of it, which is news gathering.
Participants described the training as timely and impactful, saying the practical sessions have strengthened their confidence in visual storytelling and improved their understanding of developing compelling news stories.
One thing with most Nigerian stations is that almost everybody goes the same direction. But then when you get the stories and then you're able to analyze them, you can say, okay, we can go instead of one direction, we can go in the 5 directions, which can, help elevate the image of the station.
Looking for stories in real time and trending stories. Yeah, it affects the people.
One story can give you different angles to a particular story. You can get
different angles just to understand.
What you should do first is to get the facts, then before the news writing can come into the picture. So notes for news, having notes for news wherever you are is very, very important.
With this training, VOP Media has reaffirmed its commitment to continuous learning, ensuring its staff are equipped with the skills required to meet the evolving demands of modern journalism. Matthew Ogunswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Well, thank you so very much, Matthew, for that report. Moving on to some business stories. Nigerian equity have overtaken South Korea's stock market to become the world's best performing equity market in dollar terms this year. According to a Bloomberg report, Nigeria's benchmark stock index has returned 67% in dollar terms since the start of the year, edging South Korea's KOSPI index, which gained 66%. Bloomberg said South Korea lost its lead after the KOSPI fell into a technical bear market, declining 22% from its June peak as investors reassessed AI-related stocks. The report added that the South Korean won has weakened 5% against the dollar this year. In contrast, Nigeria's market has rallied on the back of economic reforms, stronger oil prices, and improved foreign exchange liquidity, with the naira appreciating about 4% against the dollar since January. Bloomberg said financial stocks have led the rally, with Fortis Global Insurance posting a return of about 1,400% of dollar terms last year. Unlike South Korea's technology-driven market, Nigeria's gains have been powered largely by domestic macroeconomic reforms. And from business, we move straight to sports, where Morocco's head coach, Mohamed Albi, has admitted France deserved their 2-0 victory in the FIFA World Cup 2026 quarterfinals. Kylian Mbappe scored after missing a first-half penalty and later set up Ousmane Dembele as France secured a semi-final place, where they will face either Belgium or Spain. Albi said Morocco faced a formidable opponent but remained optimistic, insisting the Atlas Lions have a bright future despite their exit. And to wrap up the media news, we'll go straight talking entertainment. Actress and producer Funke Akindele has opened up about the jobs she took on as a student at the University of Lagos to support herself. In a recent interview, the award-winning filmmaker said she learned nail making by watching others in Yaba and recalled being slapped by an unhappy customer. Akindele said she also sold cakes, worked as a makeup artist and costume assistant, sourced filming locations, and sold bed spaces in Unilag to make ends meet. She added that she provided makeup and costume services for actresses, including Buki Wright and Yabo Joe, and earned extra income by securing location for film shoots. And with that entertainment story, we've come to the end of the media news right here on Voice of the People Television. But before we go, let's take a look at the headlines again. Atiku asks Tinubu to explain audit bill rejection. Senate backs Lafarge sales to Chinese investors. President Tinubu meets security chiefs. Troops foil terrorist infiltration in Borno State. Police announces restriction of movement in Edo State. NSIB releases preliminary report on Asaba Road plane landing incidents. In business, Nigerian boss tops world stock market. In sports, Moroccan boss Albi concedes France deserved victory. And in entertainment, Funke Akindele recalls hustling to survive at Unilag. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, cultural enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them our own side, how our forefathers felt, how they... We had city-state, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say, without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Ibanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so
this is that means you're like a billion in the movie.
Well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in 5 movies, as a fighter, so it's the experience is not totally new, but it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, the Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamala Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to the Spotlight Show. It's another beautiful day, and you're welcome to the Spotlight Show on VOP TV. And this is the show where we bring you closer to the people making headlines and inspiring change around creating and unforgettable moments. And yes, I'm your beautiful host, Precious Agumanu, but you can call me Prezi. And today, always on the Spotlight Show, is always an exciting time. So get ready while we catch up on the hottest entertainment stories making waves around the world. And first up on our list today, we're talking about a couple that actually climbed the Empire State Building and get engaged and actually walk free. So yes, a daredevil couple has sparked global attention after scaling the iconic Empire State Building in New York, where the man proposed to his partner at the top of the skyscraper. And the dynamic engagement, which was captured on video, quickly went viral after the couple also displayed a banner carrying a message of love and peace before making their descent. And their celebration, however, was short-lived as officers of the New York Police Department arrested the pair and the couple shortly after they came down, and they were charged with burglary, reckless endangerment, criminal trespass, and other related offense. So the couple later appeared in court and were released under the supervised release as legal proceedings continue. Actually, I this particular one, I'm like saying, is love worth it? Because hey God, you can climb, you can go any mountain, you can reach any top to prove your love to somebody. Actually, this basically shows me that does this kind of love really exist? Really? Where people want to show their partner that I really love you and I really care about you. And you need to, when you tell your partner, I can do whatever I want to do for you. I can kill for you. I can kill day. This is a lot. All right, you see, our fans have actually come out. They've already said a lot of things. Where the comment section is, we have a lot of people talking about this particular story. And people are asking this question that, is love really to show someone you really love the person, do you have to go this extra mile, even to an extent to you're trying to endanger your life, and you want to make the person proud of you, you want to make the person happy, but to this extent, is it worth it? So let's go over to the comment section and see what our fans have for us. All right, and somebody said some people be doing too much for a proposal. He reached to ask, because I asked the same question too. I mean, this is a lot. Like, how can you just want to prove to somebody that you love the person, and then you're going extra mile? Okay, it's doing too much for me. And Fizzy Bella said, how did he even convince her? Like, do you get it? And me, do you know the worst part is that I actually saw the height of the skyscraper, and I'm like, what? Really? Me, I'm scared of heights. Imagine. God, I beg you. You want to, if you don't be this kind of love, I don't do again. All right, Oluwa Bukolami said, if love is a crime, they are willing to be arrested. I swear, like, they are willing to be taken. Actually, they got arrested, but later they actually went free. They were released, and it's their love for me, because I can't imagine how people will want to, go extra mile for their partner. I feel maybe because they're abroad and you can always see those kind of things there. Can that happen in Nigeria, where you want to just go and I won't call names, but I've seen a lot of, basically we'll call one or two people that I've seen that have gone extra mile just because of love. Love is a beautiful thing, and love is also good. If you experience love, it's beautiful, but not to the extent of you want to kill yourself because of love. God, I beg. It's a lot. It's really, really a lot. All right, and Tosco Bays said, how it can be now? It can't be say like they don't already release them, and they're actually basking in their love life. So please leave love for people that actually deserve the love. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of people really talking about this couple that actually went extra mile to prove their love for themselves. So Amadou Buko said, strength. Strength. Hey, blood of Jesus. Strength. Are you serious? Okay. And Zentry Ticket said they both look like they are into stunts in the movies, like power couple. Like, yes, do you get? In fact, they're supposed to just feature this kind of people, like all these range, Powerpuff Girls, all this kind of Superman, those kind of movies where you go, they watch those times, you go, you get that kind of vibe. Like, you want to prove love to somebody, you're not going to climb mountain, kilo day, all because of weight. There's nothing love cannot do. Jesus. There's nothing love. You see, if not this love like this, in fact, let me not even say, because people will now start saying, oh, Prezi, you're talking too much. The truth is that if it not be this kind of love where Prezi deserve, I don't do again. These people have shown me what love. In fact, now like this now, what they do, I'm sure only that Wala go support me for this one. Otilo, like it is finished. This is when you will have to prove your love for somebody. Not when you are coming to them, you just be saying, oh, baby, I love you. Baby, I beg, show workings. Workings supposed day. Let us see the workings. Like this time, we want to take the workings. You go suppose they climb, they climb mountain. I'm not saying maybe go climb, but come to think of it, it's actually beautiful that things like this can happen, but it's scary. I don't think I can actually do that. But seriously, this couple are, they shock me. Me self shocked when I actually saw the video. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of fans are still, talking about this couple that actually went beyond their ways to prove their love for themselves. And yes, Somebody said their future kids watching dad raise the bar. Actually, if mama and papa dey like this, how their children go come be? See vision, correct vision. Like, oh Jesus, I don't even know. No. If it's Johnny Bravo, I won't call Johnny Bravo because Johnny Bravo's movie stuff is not basically the superhero. I'll be calling the superhero, Spider-Man, all this kind of movie where you go to watch like this, you go to get joy. But come to think of it, when Spider-Man don't come marry, in woman, then waiting the pikin go come be, waiting will come call her. Jesus Christ, imagination won't wound some people. Okay, and yes, she is so fair. Said everybody they propose for plates. He reach, he reach their turn. They take an extra mile. Take and play. Like, do you get what I'm trying to say? A lot of people want to say, oh, maybe you go for a very cool lunch date or dinner date, and they just write for you, will you marry me? You get that kind of vibe. But I be like saying the thing can't they change. See, one thing I always say about these Gen Z people, they can do things that you have not even thought about. Imagine they don't already program as they want to do engagement. You just carry your woman, go up, go climb skyscraper. Say na engagement you want to do. My God, have mercy on me, oh Lord. Because see, if not be this kind of engagement for Damola, and in fact, I me go even collect the bed. I know they agree for them. Let's take more comments. We still have fans still talking about the couple that actually went extra mile to prove their love for themselves. And actually, this has actually got a lot of people talking about engagement and, proof of love. Is it worth it, or is it just to, just to do? But is it worth the engagement? A lot of people feel that, this time around, if you want to prove that you love me, you have to do things that has never been imagined. Like this couple has actually done. Let's take more comments before we go over to the next story. We still have a lot of people still talking about this couple. And yes, Dami Ignite said, love looks like what you made me do. Like what you made me do. Andy Yimika said, good. Good, okay. If they ask yourself, may you even go climb the one way. Jump, ordinary jump. Oh, I know say you no go even get them. Okay. All right. And Glam Girl by Andra said, very good. Make them ban them. They not release them. If they shout, make them ban them. They not release them. And I am Tick AJ said, now this kind of proposal I want. Actually, oh, we are in the same line. Everybody that wants this kind of proposal on a straight line. But if you like say, if you not did the straight line, I don't run even now. When you compare person's son, they can't tell you say, oh, because what love made my son do, they play. All right, and yes. See, I always say things about love. I beg. You see this fact where they climbed tree. You reach to climb things, just to prove your love. I mean, if it's your partner and your partner understands you, what is the essence of climbing a lot of things just to prove your love? So far, say your love, your partner accepts you. Kuku relax. You go now just to say yes, so finish. Just yes. You understand? People they need that, they put on for plates, they do all those things. Just yes. So Kuku, go kill yourself. All right. I mean, I will still tell them congratulations to them on their engagement. And yes, that takes us to our next story, and we are talking about reality TV star and media personality Mercy AK has sparked widespread reactions online after giving fans a glimpse of her lavish walk-in closet. So reportedly, valued at about 4 billion, and the luxury wardrobe features an extensive collections of design bags, shoes, clothing, perfumes, and accessories, with Mercy revealing that several of the pieces are rare, exclusive, and no longer available on purchase. So the closet tour quickly went viral across social media. A lot of people, drawing mixed reactions from fans and critics alike, while many applaud the former Baby Niger winner for her success and impeccable taste in luxury, fashion, and other questions. Reported values of collection, igniting conversations about wealth, luxury living, and celebrity lifestyle. See, this money long, I'm telling you. Later they go say, Prezi, you too like vain things. Yes, now the reason be this. I like let me be liking vain things in peace. Because tell me, see, they say money is the root of waiting. But if you don't still get money, that one still be problem. So just kuku have the money. But actually, I've always been talking about Mercy because trust me, right from the time she has always been so keen about her career, about her job, about things she does. I mean, she has just been successful, and it's a beautiful thing to actually see. You know, imagine at that age, you know, getting houses and, you know, investing in a lot of businesses, and you're just basking in God's glory. Like, do you understand? Small girl, big God, that kind of vibe. All right. See, I actually love the fact that, it's a lot. See the bags, the shoes. And she even said that these bags are very rare. That's to tell you they are designers. Yes, you get to get the designer's bag, the designer's shoes, and the rest of them. I mean, if the money is there, you gotta live your life. I get it. Please let them live. Because when they will call, they talk, say, Prezi, you too like all these kinds of things. Yes, I they like them. Who they push sugar for mouth, you go vomit them. Yes, they push sugar for your mouth, you go come out them. No. So actually, I'm happy for, you know, Mercy, and the fact that she has always been, you know, glowing in God's glory, and a lot of beautiful things that has been happening basically in her life. And it's a good thing to see, and to see how a young woman is actually basking. And you know, see, now waiting they make me happy when I see young ladies, when I see ladies doing amazingly well. It makes me happy. Yes, as we don't reach there, you know, say if you celebrate somebody, your own testimony go come. So maybe they celebrate all these kind of people. You know, those kind of things. You don't know when your own go reach you. You go just be happy. You get. So yes, let's take some comments. The fans are actually, you know, saying something about Mercy. A lot of people are happy for her, and people are still shocked to see that she has so much money. That particular closet is, and she said she can. In fact, let's see that video, because I wanted guys to see what she actually said on that video, because she cannot sell her closet for any reason. I mean, she can't. Let's see the video, please.
Everything here is what?
Okay. And these are the clothes. So this is just my humble place. This is where I just sleep, wake up, eat, and just be grateful to God.
So what do you think everything here is what?
If someone gives me like 4 billion right now, I will sell.
So the net worth of this, everything here is...
Yeah, because it's not about the money. It's about the love, the care, the spirit, the intention of getting, like, it's not just about the money. So like, it's priceless, because most of these bags, you can't even get it right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's not about the money, but with 4 billion, I can think about it.
All right.
And then, yeah.
Okay.
And these are the clothes. So this is just my humble place. This is where I just sleep, wake up, eat, and just be grateful to God.
So what do you think everything here is what?
If someone gives me like 4 billion right now, I will sell.
So the net worth of this, everything here is...
Yeah, because it's not about the money. It's about the love, the care, the spirit, the intention of getting, like, it's not just about the money. So like, it's priceless, because most of these bags, you can't even get it right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So it's not about the money, but with 4 billion, I can think about it.
All right.
And then, yeah.
Okay.
And these are the clothes.
Igbo women and their view for business. Like, she has already said it's 4 billion. Like, 4 billion, I can think about it. Jesus. And you're calling this place, you know, the way she's even saying it, oh, my humble. You see, now that kind of humble place, now people, they use take the deceive for other people. Because what is this? The money long. You come and telling me, oh, Prezi, you know, this is my humble place. It's not humble again, yo. Hey. But seriously, this is a lot. You see, said, you actually heard what she said. She said, these bags are priceless. It's not even about just getting them and stuff like that. It's about the love. Get? So it's a lot. I have a lot of friends that actually, you know, so keen about, you know, fashion, bags. You know, they are so engrossed with bags. They so much love shoes. There are some people that can actually, I don't want to say sell their birthright because of shoes and bags, but it's possible, yes. A lot of people are like shoes, bags. You know, women are plenty wahala. That's just the truth. See, if it's for men, I can actually say that men sometimes don't even give time for all this kind of thing. But when it comes to women, we always want to look good. We want to look We want to carry the latest bags. We want to wear the latest shoes. We want to but it's all good. I mean, if it's what you want to do, you do it. If you have the money to do it, it's your money. You do whatever you want to do with it. So yes, let's go over to the comment section. Trust me, my fans they already talk plenty of things about Mercy, and let's take some comments and see what they have for us. And yes, the great said, if you're a young girl viewing that video, do not pressure yourself. Make nobody pressure you, especially if you do not have the money. Remember, they will soon become old-fashioned. When your time comes, you will buy yours. Just be content. Okay, and that's a good thing. I mean, those bags actually, they actually, go and, more designs come out, and it's just like you're actually carrying the old-fashioned bag and stuff like that. I mean, all those days where people want to buy this, buy that, buy this, buy that, you're wearing the latest, you're wearing the trending, and after how many years, it's over. Those bags still don't, still won't make any sense. I mean, that's just the truth. So right, and T-Bows 500 said China baking handbags. I don't think she has shopped in Harrods or Selfridge in London. 4 billion for wear. Fake life. Some people don't have this joy. They don't have joy at all. Joy is away from them. Okay, let's take more comments. We still have more comments from our fans, and a lot of people are actually, still talking about Mercy's closet. As she said, her closet worth 4 billion naira, and she could sell it if she gets 4 billion naira. And yes, Chat with T said, I live in central London. I was literally just a Hermes last week, and for my Hermes mini Kelly bag, Hermes told me I have to wait 2 years for my bag, as it's one of the hardest ones to get on my wish list. These bags are fake as shit, and the fakeness is too much and senseless. Idiots will be worshipping these fools. The stupidity of a lot of people online disgusts me. Really? You see one thing, people didn't even see the bags very well. People don't even know if it's original or not. I mean, there has to be printings of those bags, and you can't even stay one place. You can't even just by viewing it on a video to know the one that is original or not. I mean, you see one thing about people is like, if you do the good thing, they are mad. If you do the bad thing, they are still mad. If you not even do either any of them, they are still what? They are still mad. So come to think of it. I mean, if she can get this, I mean, it's her bags. She can do whatever she wants to do. So no hate speech, no hate speech, no bad words. I mean, just celebrate and move on. If you feel that it's too much, you can just comment. Then going the extra mile, shouting fake up and down. It's still her bag. It's still her house. Okay, and Prince and somehow said the comments, Nigerians are such bitter and jealous people. I mean, you all need help. Like, seriously. When you move here, this one gives the bags, and when you go there, this one gives the bows. I mean, people should just be coming down. Relax. Then relax. All right, Abby, for you, 2011 said all are fake. How do you know? Imagine that many Birkin bags that you can't get here in the UK, even if you have money. You have to be on a waiting list. Lord Niger and fake. What if you know if she has been on the waiting list before you even think about it? Waiting list, and she has gotten her own. I mean, how many years has she left? Has she left Big Brother Niger? I mean, she has made a lot. There are lots of money she has actually made during those times. And when we talk about she getting houses, going to school, getting her certification and a lot of that. I mean, a lot of people are still not happy that the fact. The truth be say, people will still talk plenty things, but you have to be who you have to be. And not mind the way they talk, actually. And Black Z said, una no really know waiting be billion, sha. See, if not the billion within Nigeria, forget it. Because, well, I don't want to say much on that, but the truth is, it'd be like, say, if you just hold 1,000 now, you come be like 200 naira now in the hood. Yes, it's not funny. Because within 5 minutes, money don't miss. Okay. All right, and Lima Beauty and Cosmetics said, Allah, please come through for me. Been on the streets of hustling for past 16 years, and I'm here looking for 5 million to support my business. Yeah, God will answer. It's everybody. Some people are in this, this line now, and God will help all of us, actually. And Dr. BG said, billions everywhere now. God, I beg go. Okay, let's take more and more comments before we go over to the next story. And Omo Jesu 2020 said, "Una the talk sha." Okay, and I am Oboma said, she said it's priceless, but if she's given 4 billion, she'll sell. Actually, that's what she said. It's priceless. I mean, she can't even really sell it for, anything except it's 4 billion. So if you're ready to buy her. And Enyagas Grace said, God, I beg now 5M I define like mad to take open my shop. One life life no balance. Actually, you see, the truth is, Rome was not built in a day, like people say, and you can't get something just in a day. It's a gradual process. If you feel Mercy got all this her luxury closet just a day, I think that's not possible. It's a gradual process which she built. She kept on building till it got to that particular frame. So it's like you doing what you want, what you're doing. Definitely your shoe go shine. And please make nobody go pressure you because say you don't get the money to buy what you want buy, or get the phone you want to get, or get anything you want to get. Don't be pressured. Don't be by anybody way buy first. No, the first carry first, go they reach there. Calm down. Life na small. You will definitely get there and still get yours. And when it comes to that time, you won't be buying the latest at that time. So you see, all win now win. All right, let's take more comments. And before we go over to our next story, we have a lot of people still shocked at Mess's closet that actually worth 4 billion naira that she said she's going to sell for 4 billion naira if it happens. But the closet is priceless. And Rafi said, hey, I know Mercy is big fake, okay, but you can get Hems bags from retailer, okay? You don't need to wait for it, and it's super 100% original. Okay, it's well with you people. All right, everybody wants to decide their own market. All right, Abby, for you said, you can only get Hems bag in pre-loved. That's second hand. Otherwise, you ones will have to go through Hems, and it's a long waiting list unless you have a history with them. For people where they wear designers, continue, God they help you people. But the truth is that Mercy is just growing up. Baby girl is living the life. I mean, you get it. She's living the life and she is happy. If she loves what she's doing, fine. If she wants to even get more than that, I mean, it's her money. She does what she wants to do with it. So let's not be giving the hate speech and all those plenty things people don't marry right. Just pray for yours to come, and definitely don't let anybody pressure you. It is how life it is actually, because a lot of people still fake these things, and I understand what people are really saying. Okay, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we still have a lot of gist to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Stay with us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOPTV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOPTV, Voice of the People Television.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
Welcome back to the show. Spotlight is still happening here on VOP TV. And yes, I'm your host, Precious Akumaru, aka Call Me Prezi. And yes, we've been talking about a lot of things and things that are happening around you and people that are falling in love and, you know, proving their love the extra mile or taking their love the extra mile. And yes, next on our list, we're talking about media personality Toke Makinwa. She has actually sparked widespread reactions online after stating that money is sometimes the only thing men have to offer in relationship. You know, speaking during an episode on a mentality podcast, she argued that the many modern relationships are transactional with financial provision, often becoming a man's primary contribution. So the remark quickly ignited heated debate online, with supporters saying her comments reflected the realities of some relationships, while critics described the statement as unfair and a broad generalization about men. So the conversation has continued to trend across media, and a lot of people are, you know, drawing mixed reactions from a lot of people. You know, people are still saying, "Is this really right? We're standing up for the men." But the truth, let's just face the truth. I think actually I actually agree at some point with what Toke has actually said, because when we look at it from the view of where ladies come, ladies, we already know saving our money we like. Maybe we just tell ourselves the truth. There are ladies that are just after the money. And men now know that, oh, this is what ladies like. Definitely they give them the money. So it's seriously, at that point, just know that majority of the men just know that they feel like, oh, I mean, it's ladies, they always want the money. Now only money they want. They don't want any other thing. Now only, in fact, men will listen to what she actually said. Let's listen to what she Toke actually said over here.
Having the same. I look at many young girls in university, for instance, right now. The girl is a good girl, going to Babcock, having the same friends, church in the evening, singing, focused girl. Then she meets a Yahoo boy who just blew. And as he sees her, first thing he's offering her is what she has never seen before. And they don't even want to get to know you or ask you questions. I've had the strangest things that men have offered me. And it has made me realize that.
What's the strangest? Top 3 strangest things?
Just.
You get calm down.
Just cash.
Random.
Like men will feel like that's what they need to show you, to talk to you. And sometimes I really just want to get to know you. Sometimes I think you're a great guy.
Those people who are actively dating now, I have conversations with these people. A lot of guys will tell you that they can't come with anything else, because when you even come to tools, the first thing the girl tells you is your shoes from where.
You know why?
So the guy doesn't even have anything else.
It's because the men started. Most
but
men.
It's the girls that started demanding.
No. I don't think it's the men.
You see the fact that a lot of women feel that, when they see a guy, oh, if you cannot provide for me, if you cannot take care of me, because a lot of women still see that take care of me, provide for me, is finance. And I think basically that particular part is where those issues still lie. Because trust me, you can be good, you can be a good guy, you can be this, you can be that, but when it gets to the point where you can't provide, a lot of women can't stay in a home where money no dey. Even the video talk say love is sweeter when money enter, it is sweeter. So let's tell ourselves the truth. I feel a lot of people, a lot of men actually, I mean, a lot of men actually offer the finance part and money part. But I think it's way beyond this whole thing. It's time that people start to realize that men, they need more than the money, more than what they're given. Basically, it's not about the money. What about character? A lot of people feel that, oh, I can manage a relationship just because the man is giving me money and I'm okay. I mean, it doesn't work that way. So let this be balanced, because both the ladies, I'm not going to generally say this for the men, but it has to be balanced. Both the ladies and the guys, please, it's important that you people have something to, when they say, what do you bring to the table? Let it be that it's general. Both of them, when they bring the thing to the table, no one knows saying that the thing I bring to the table. You get what I'm trying to say. So it's a lot. But when you actually say, oh, they're talking down on men and stuff like that, it's not about that, because it is the truth. Women have turned like, oh, if he cannot take care of me, then the men had to, source out to find the money to actually take care of their woman. It's as simple as that. All right. So you see, a lot of fans have, brought out their own discussion concerning this, brought out their own experience. They've shared their own experiences and actually, add their own view on what they think about what Toke Makinwa has said. So we'll take some comments and see what they have for us. Let's go back to the comments. And yes, Full Day Picture said, I like this table. The table is in fact, this table shocked me. Okay. And Reggie GME said, in everything, still guide. Abio, guide, monetary guide is important. As a woman, as a man, just hold your bar is important. And Dr. Kingsley said, is this laugh for me or I don't even know for you? And Rachel Juchi said, now you Sabi, come to Jesus. He offers everything. Well, okay. People preaching God. Okay. And Walk with Simeon said, you see a girl, ask for her number. She gives you. Next, you send a text on WhatsApp and she will be forming celebrity and be dropping one word for you, as if she was forced to give out her number. What do you expect from guys that have money? Baba, if you get money, use them runner sharply. Okay. But always respect the ladies that give you more attention. Life no hard. In everything, still guide. It's important. All right, it's correct, said Guido. No mind these women. Okay. Adeyang Ju said, I think the strongest part of her argument is this: unhealthy dating culture is rarely created by one gender alone. No, social media, economic hardship, peer pressure, celebrity culture, and personal choices from both men and women have all influenced modern relationships. At this same time, it's important not to paint all Nigerian women with one brush. Okay. Okay, lies the cry. Many women still value character, peace, emotional intelligence, loyalty, and responsibility over money. And likewise, not all men use money manipulatively or believe relationships should be transactional. But the truth still be say women still like money, but we could count few women that are not all because of the money. Basically, they're there because of the character, peace, emotional intelligence, and loyalty, responsibility. A lot of people don't see the money, but trust me, the money goes to the importance. Very, very important. I'm serious, because a lot of women just want to be taken care of. Who they like bitter something put them for mouth. If you carry sugar put for person for mouth, it go come out. No. So let's be realistic. All right. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people are still talking about Toke Makinwa's statement. So let's take more comments and see what people are still saying. And the Lord Vary said, which one will I want again? The truth is that women, you cannot learn a woman all day, like one day. The truth is that women, we are just dramatic. That is just the truth. So we get different character for different mood. Okay, we get different character for different mood. So, but definitely, when you see your woman, as you want to handle them, it's best for you. All right, let's take more comments. We'll still have more comments before we go over to our next story. And Samaria, Bob said, and they think that's all that matters. And Obino Daddy Muna said, this girl is how is she confused? She's not. And Richie Mula said, Toke personally was part of the people who pushed such movement, and now age is catching on her. She's trying to switch sides. God, I beg you, it's not about switching sides. I mean, let's be realistic. Let's say the truth. Is it now so it a be? A lot of people, a lot of women now are not. If you don't have the moon, they won't even. They won't. You ordinary chat where you go chat themselves. They don't. They give you side eye. Do you understand? I mean, some men can actually attest to that. All right. See, what I always say about this whole thing is, please just guide. Whether you be man, you be woman, still get something you're doing. Get your money, get your moolah, so that you can. If you have more than your wife, I mean, it's a good thing. If you have more than your husband, and both of you and your partner are okay, it's good. But sometimes to the men, I feel that money shouldn't just be only your priority. You should talk about a lot of things, emotions, character, a lot of things that women look at. I mean, and to the women, please, money also should not be all that you look for in a man. Because a lot of women has, looked at the money and turned it into something else. And they are not even happy. So peace should be actually be the most of the priority. Character, all those things are really important, and not all the money. Money will be there. It's important, but I'm not saying it's not going to be important. It's important, but that shouldn't be what you should look out for. So if you desire a good relationship or a good marriage, there are a lot of things to look out for. And yes, see, and I've always been saying this about relationship, but I mean, people go still do what they want to do. Okay, let's go over to our next story. And yes, and this one is about our Nollywood actress Halima Abubakar has stirred reactions online after announcing that she has converted from Islam to Christianity, following what she actually described as a miraculous recovery from a prolonged illness. She shared her testimony, and the actress said she battled health challenges for about 9 years and before experiencing divine healing, a development she believes that transformed her life and strengthened her faith in Jesus Christ. So Halima expressed gratitude to God for restoring her health and said her decision to embrace Christianity was inspired by her healing journey, and the announcement has since generated widespread reactions and with a lot of fans and well-wishers sharing mixed opinions, while many congratulated her on what they describe as a new chapter in her life. And I actually saw the video when she was, crying for help online, and I'm happy that she's better now. Like, she's healed. When you come to talk about miracles, when you come to talk about healings, it's a lot. Like, you feel there's this joy, there's this freshness, there's this joy you will have. It's a beautiful thing. I mean, it's not about basically talking about you converting from Islam to Christianity. We have seen a lot of people that are still Muslims that that converted from Christianity to being a Muslim. So it's not about the religion. Whatever religion you have, definitely when you get your testimony or your miracle, please stick to that. And for Halima, I am so happy for her, because trust me, it was a lot actually when I first saw the video where she was seeking for help online, and a lot of people actually came out for her, and it's a good thing that now she's well and healthy, and has actually spoken up about she converting from Islam to becoming a Christian. And it's a lot. We've had a lot of celebrities that have actually converted from maybe Christianity to Islam, and they're likewise. But the truth is that peace should be restored, and happiness, whatever you feel that you're doing and it's right, please continue. If it's that's the place that you find your peace, if that is the place that you find your joy, it's okay. For somebody to be to suffer an illness for like 9 years is a lot. I mean, it only comes from the person that has experienced it that can tell. So for Halima, I am so happy for her. And yes, let's take some comments from the comment section, people. A lot of people are happy for Halima and still saying congratulations and wishing her good and well. All right, Beauty with Brain said, but she was never a Muslim. She only bears an Alsa name. Nothing about her show she was a Muslim, so congratulations to her. Okay. And Closet Figure said, your healing is permanent. Amen to that. And then Kenish said, I pray that you'll never have to experience life where everyone will forsake you. Last, not only she know waiting God do for her. Allow people to express their joy. testimony, however they see it. If he reach your turn, stay mute. All right, let's take more comments. We have a lot of... A legend in China said, "You shall don't heal, Abdulilai." All right, and I am... Abba said, "I am not sure you ever be a Muslim before." I think she was. She was, actually. And Tatsi BG said, "I am glad she's okay. That babe went through a lot." Actually, that's true, because she actually went through a lot. I saw that video and I was like, oh my God. I think she's in her new, and it's a beautiful thing. And Abdul Lakim said, "Good for her. We Muslims are happy for you." And Benita Davis said, "Jesus is the only way." And Chioma Official said, "Jesus is the only way, the truth, and the life." All right, it doesn't matter your religion. If you're a Muslim, if you are a Christian, just do the right thing and always stay true to your religion. With faith, everything will come to pass. All right, guys, this is where we draw the curtain. Trust me, what an inspiring and entertaining episode here it has been here on the Spotlight Show. And to our amazing viewers, thank you for spending your time with us today. And remember, every great story begins with one bold step. So keep believing in yourself, keep creating unforgettable moments, and never stop chasing your dream. I am Precious Akumani, your girl, call me Prezi. And this has been Spotlight on VOP TV. So follow us on all our social media platforms at VOP TV Live and subscribe to our channels. And join us again for another exciting episode. Until next time, stay safe, stay inspired, and keep the spotlight shining.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Nigerians, your voice matters, and in 2027 it starts with your permanent voters card, your PVC. If you're 18 and above and you're a Nigerian citizen, you have the right to choose who leads your community, your state, and your country. But that right only counts if you have your PVC and your name is on the voter register. Here's what to do. First, check if you're registered. If you're not, or if you've moved, lost your card, or turned 18 since the last election, go to the nearest INEC office or an INEC registration center. Second, it's free. Don't pay anyone for any registration or collection. Third, collect your PVC early. Don't wait until the week before elections. INEC will announce dates. Listen to radio, TV, and follow INEC's official pages. Your PVC is more than plastic. It's your power to hold leaders accountable. It's how you decide on roads, schools, hospitals, and jobs for your community. When you vote, you decide the future of your children. Get registered. Get your PVC. Vote in 2027. For Nigeria to work, you must be a part of it. Your vote, your future, your responsibility.
This message is brought to you by Voice of the People, VOP Media.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
It's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on VOP TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching VOP TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with VOP TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching VOP TV. Mwah.
Shout out to VOP TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to VOP TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching VOP TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Watsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on VOP TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Phil Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to VOP TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence, and
please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight, on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
Fruits such as bananas, mangoes, and plantain are commonly consumed for their nutritional value. However, in a bid to meet market's demand that speed up the ripening process, some traders resort to artificial ripening methods. Many consumers have raised concerns that chemicals may be used to force fruits to ripen faster before reaching the market.
The reason why allow it to ripe on time, no need of putting any chemical, just cover it for some days. The heat will make it to get ripe. No need of putting any chemical. Even the chemical is not good for our health like that.
Some traders say the practice helps them prevent spoilage and financial loss, especially when fruits arrive from farms unripe and must be sold quickly. However, others insist they rely on natural methods to ensure the fruits remain safe for consumption.
And this one is very simple because I could remember when we were growing up in the village, we don't know what is called carbide or other thing they are using. We plug our plantain, use water, sprinkle water on it, cover it with bag. After like 3 days after, the thing will ripe and we will eat it. So this one they are using chemical to cover it. They are killing us slowly. In the name of we are eating fruit and we are using money to buy our debt. So they should go back to those olden days and leave this model. I want to do it sharp. I want to do it sharp, killing others because of they want to make money quick.
Medical experts warn that certain chemicals used in artificial ripening may have harmful effects on human health if not properly regulated. They say some substances may affect the digestive system and in extreme cases pose long-term health risk.
There's this new thing going on about artificial ripening of fruits that people consume, and it comes with a lot of detrimental effects on the health of people that consume them. Basically, these chemicals are used to hasten ripening, to make it look attractive, to make it look bright to people and appealing to the consumers. But they come with a lot of detrimental consequences, which can range from gastrointestinal problems because of the chemicals they use. Certain chemicals like calcium carbide, ethylene are used commonly, but when they are introduced into these fruits, they bring about gastrointestinal problems like abdominal pain, stooling or diarrhea, even increase the chances of ulceration in the gastrointestinal tract. And then the regulatory agencies in charge of food control, pay attention to this. And even the Department of Agriculture should pay attention to how foods are stored, produced, and distributed.
Health professionals are therefore advising consumers to properly wash fruits before eating them and remain cautious about unusually bright or overly soft fruit. They also call on regulatory authorities to strengthen monitoring in market to ensure the fruits sold to the public are safe. Experts emphasize that while fruits remain an essential part of healthy diets, safe handling and proper ripening methods are critical to protecting public health. Oidamola Olokuta for Voice of the People TV.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living.
Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People television.
The 2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching VOP TV. Do not
Well, hello and welcome to the African News and Voice of the People television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website. It is www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories. We begin the African news from Nigeria, where the fourth batch of Nigerians evacuated from South Africa arrived in Lagos on Thursday evening. The aircraft, which brought the returnees, brought back over 180 Nigerians after a technical issue preventing the aircraft from departing a day earlier. The latest arrival brings the total number of citizens evacuated from South Africa following the recent xenophobic attacks to about 1,000 citizens. In a related development, the House of Representatives has rejected a proposal to cut diplomatic ties with South Africa over the xenophobic attack on Nigerians. The proposal was defeated during debate on a motion sponsored by the chairman of the House Committee on Navy, Yusuf Gagdi. Gagdi, who moved the motion, said Nigerians and other African nationals continue to face killings, unlawful arrest, displacement, and destruction of businesses despite repeated diplomatic engagements between both countries. He said the recurring attacks and inflammatory remarks by some South African nationals undermines the ideals of African unity and peaceful coexistence. During the debate, lawmaker Donald Ojogo Osauru urged the federal government to adopt a tougher stance, insisting Nigeria must not remain a toothless bulldog. He also proposed that diplomatic ties with South Africa be severed. At the end of the debate, Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu put the proposal to a voice vote, but the House rejected the vote. Still under xenophobic violence in South Africa, groups of anti-immigration South Africans seized foreigners from their homes in Johannesburg on Thursday and handed them to police. In Johannesburg, Alexandra Township, protesters reportedly broke down doors and entered houses where they believed undocumented immigrants were hiding. They were said to have escorted the immigrants to police vans where they were taken away. In Soweto, anti-immigrant protesters marched through town wielding sticks and flags with plans to go search for undocumented immigrants. Several of the flyers for Thursday's protest advertised a peaceful march followed by door-to-door. Another march took place in Durban on the East Coast. South Africa, where millions of people are unemployed, has seen a rise in anti-immigrant sentiment in recent months, leading to nationwide protests on June the 30th for informal deadlines set for undocumented immigrants to leave the country. And in Eswatini, the Eswatini government has revealed that a new group of U.S. deportees
it received from the United States was made up of 11 persons, mostly from other African countries. The government said the new arrivals were flown into the nation is the fourth batch to arrive since July last year as part of a $5 million deal with Washington. The country has already taken in 19 men as part of U.S. deals with several African nations to accept migrants under a third country deportation program under President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown. Eswatini says the deportees were only in the country temporarily as it expects them to be returned to their countries of origin. Elsewhere, Liberia's Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ethel Davids, says her country remains grateful to Nigeria for standing by them during its darkest moment. She said this during a meeting with her Nigerian Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Shola Eniokolaye, in Abuja. Davis disclosed that if you woke up any Liberian citizen and asked them who their best friend was, the first thing that would come to mind would be Nigeria. She expressed appreciation to the federal government as well as the people of Nigeria for the unwavering support to Liberia over the years. According to her, Liberia is ready to explore other ways to strengthen the relationship between the two countries in the spirit of brotherhood. She explained that the meeting between the two ministers focused on how to deepen the bilateral relations between the two countries. And in Southern Africa, particularly Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe's vice president said she and 7 other persons survived unharmed after their helicopter crashed just after takeoff on Thursday while they were campaigning for next month's elections. Zambia heads to the polls on August the 13th with President Hakainde Hichilema expected to win a second term in office. Vice President Mutale Nalumango revealed that the helicopter came down as she and her team were leaving a campaign rally in the northeastern town of Nakonde. A government statement said Nalumango had undergone a routine medical check after the crash and was discharged in good health. Pictures shared on social media showed the white Air Force helicopter on its side having apparently crashed into a tree. And in Uganda, Chief of Defense Forces General Muhoozi Kainerugaba said the Ugandan People's Defense Force, that's the UPDF, will not allow foreign interest to weaken Uganda's sovereignty. He warned that the military remains vigilant against individuals he accused of working against the country's development. General Muhoozi made the remarks during the pass-out ceremony of more than 10,000 UPDF recruits at the Kaweweta Basic Military Training School. The ceremony was presided over by President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who inspected the parade before the recruits were formally passed out after completing months of basic military training. The graduation comes as the UPDF continues to expand its manpower while maintaining its role in national security, regional peace support operations, and counter-terrorism efforts. General Muhoozi, who addressed the recruits and invited guests, said Uganda remains peaceful and secure, but warned that the country still faces threats from what he described as external interests operating through local collaborators. And in Mozambique, Mozambique says that Russia's foreign minister, Sergei Lavrov, has offered Moscow support in the battle against the terrorist threat in its oil-rich north, where international energy giants have set up operations. The country is fighting an insurgency in northern Cabo Delgado province linked to the Islamic State groups, which has seen taken attacks on civilians and security forces and the displacement of thousands of people. A statement by Mozambique's presidency stated that the insurgency challenged future in talks between Lavrov and President Daniel Chapo. Cabo Delgado has huge reserves of gas, which has attracted the energy giants, including France, Total's Energy, Italy's Eni, and U.S. company ExxonMobil. Rwanda forces have been deployed to the area since 2021 to assist Mozambique's army in an operation that has millions of euros worth of EU backing. Moving on, a convoy carrying Malian soldiers and fighters from the Russian paramilitary Africa Corps was reportedly attacked in northern Mali on Thursday. Reports said the convoy was transporting over 200 Russian fighters and more than 100 Malian soldiers. A similar attack had hit another military convoy headed north earlier this week, according to the report. The Al-Qaeda-affiliated Jamaat Nusrat al-Islam wal Muslimin, that's the JNIM, and the Tuareg-led rebel group, the Azawad Liberation Front, staged attacks on army positions across Mali on Saturday, July the 4th. The convoy was heading towards the northern town of Anefis, where fighting has continued since then, when it came under fire early on Thursday. A spokesperson for the FLA claimed responsibility for the attack. It is unclear whether JNIM was also involved. The groups teamed up for a coordinated high-profile operation in April that hit the airport in the capital, Bamako, and killed the defense minister. And in Senegal, Senegal's Constitutional Council on Thursday struck down a bill passed by the parliament last week that sought to strengthen the powers of the legislature at the expense of the president. The ruling was the latest development in a dispute between the president and his former mentor that has already seen heated exchanges inside parliament, an opposition boycott, and brawls outside the building. The Constitutional Council ruled that the legislation was contrary to the Constitution after President Bassirou Diomaye Faye referred the matter to them. The Pacific Party, led by Faye's rival and former Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko, had proposed the measure. The government complained it had been carried out without consultation with political stakeholders. The text stipulated that the president would no longer be allowed to lead a political party or a coalition of parties. The opposition and various civil society organizations have criticized the amendment. When Parliament passed the bill last month, Faye announced his intention of putting the issue to a referendum. The World Bank has urged Kenya to implement a raft of anti-corruption reforms demanding under its latest $750 billion lending package. Corruption is considered endemic at every level of Kenyan public life, from police shaking down drivers at traffic lights to procurement scandals at government level. This has contributed to massive protests over the past 2 years. The World Bank finally approved its latest lending package to Kenya on June the 29th after it was stalled throughout 2025 because the government was dragging its feet on anti-corruption measures. World Bank's director for Kenya, Kwemayo Fan, outlined 4 reforms that the bank has insisted upon. They include rules against politicians having conflicts of interest, a new electronic procurement system to make public work tenders more transparent, and a single treasury account that can be more easily monitored. The bank also demanded the passing of a whistleblower protection bill that has been stalled for years. But still in Kenya, World Bank says Kenya's economy is expected to expand 4.3% this year and 4.4% in 2027. This year's forecast is being 0.6 percentage points lower than its November prediction due to the impact of the US-Israeli war on Iran. Kenya's economy grew 4.6% in 2024. The country's finance ministry expects growth of 5.0% this year and 5.2% in 2027. The bank said adequate agricultural harvest, easing monetary policy, a stable exchange rate, and recovering credit to the private sector would help cushion the economy. East Africa's biggest economy has been expanding steadily by around 5% a year, but there are near-term risks which included the fallout from the war in Iran, which has led to a surge in petroleum prices and disrupted shippings around the Straits of Hormuz. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more, in the studio with us is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is a publisher right here in Nigeria and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you and thank you for joining the conversation.
Thank you for having me.
Also joined us virtually all the way from Uganda is Barrister Edward Okwaro Matakenya. Barrister Edward is a lawyer in Uganda, a business associate, and also a human rights activist. Barrister Edward, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, David.
All right then. Also joined us virtually all the way from Nairobi, Kenya, is Mr. Martins Irere Njoy. Mr. Martins is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator, a financial advisor, and also the CEO and founder of Wealthgate Insurance Agency. Mr. Martins, a very good afternoon to you, and thank you so very much for joining the conversation this afternoon.
A very good afternoon to you, Mr. David.
Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. Also from Nairobi, Kenya, is Mr. Sintati Wasilwa. Mr. Sintati is the APAC Assistant Lead Analyst and Manager for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And he's also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. A very good afternoon to you, Mr. Sintati, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon.
My pleasure, David.
Also joined us virtually all the way from Liberia is Hansen G. Blayan. Hansen is a media and communication professional. He joins us virtually from Liberia. A very good afternoon to you, Hansen, and thank you for joining the conversation this afternoon. All right, and well, I understand that Hansen has not joined the conversation, but let me start off this conversation from Mr. Sintati. Looking at the projection of the economy of your country, 4.3% in 2026 and 4.4% in 2027. Now, this is as projected by the World Bank. First off, I know you are a major analyst and of course you know better with this, but looking at these projected figures and leave the reality with the economy presently, do you think that this projection can see the light of the day? Because again, your country, Kenya, is East Africa's biggest economy, but then by these figures and projection, would these see the light of the day?
Well, many thanks, David. I think it's important, first of all, to acknowledge the fact that this, like statistical data supplied by the World Bank are just but indicators. So these figures regarding the economic growth prospects, the projections for 2026 and next year, 2027, are not necessarily accommodating whatever is happening on the ground. I mean, it could be accommodating, but I mean, not to a very large extent, given the fact that, many Kenyans who are working in the informal sector, and generally, most of this statistical data, when they're compiled, they don't take into account the activities in the informal sector of the economy. Leaving that aside, as I've mentioned, these are indicators. Whether they have accommodated, whether the World Bank has accommodated whatever happens in the informal sector of the economy or not, the fact of the matter remains that the Kenyan economy is struggling. Now, apart from those external shocks that have been mentioned by, the World Bank in relation to these projections, I think one left out. I went through that particular report, must have been yesterday, and it specifically mentioned the elections that are due next year in August 2027. When you look at the performance of the Kenyan economy, every time we have elections, then there's always a kind of an economic dip in the performance. I mean, economic growth performance.
Okay.
So all in all, apart from those external shocks mentioned by that particular report, it is important to remember that other domestic issues have been largely not accounted for. And in this case, these are the policies by the government of the day. I mean, over the last, close to a decade, the government has been struggling with a huge public debt. And so we've had a continuous gradual increase in taxation. And that has literally taken more money out of the pockets of Kenyans. So we are really struggling. I mean, the cost of living is high, and your guess is as good as mine. Not maybe much different, fundamentally speaking, from other cases across Africa, including in Nigeria.
Interestingly, right, the debt to GDP ratio of Kenya sits at around 61.70%. And I mean, as we speak, and of course you did affirm a couple of seconds ago, the debt profile of Kenya is about 76.8 billion US dollars. Now, looking at these realities facing the projection by the World Bank, do you think, again, this is the World Bank trying to talk the Kenyan people happy? Because again, like I said earlier, Kenya is East Africa's biggest economy. So is that what we're seeing right now as against the reality of what the economy is talking about, particularly with the debt ratio that I just reeled out now?
In fact, when you go through one of these reports recently published by the World Bank, it indicates clearly that the government of the Republic of Kenya has, this tendency of underreporting the amount of the public debt. The country's public debt is underestimated by the government. The reality is this: debt in its essence may not be bad, is not necessarily a bad thing if an economy is highly productive. But for developing countries, including Kenya, because our economic productivity is not as high as, let's say, economies of first world countries or the so-called developed economies, could be the United States, could be Singapore, could be the UK, and many others, we are susceptible to issues such as high taxation. Anytime developing countries are struggling with issues to do with a huge amount of public debt, most governments are going to run towards increasing taxation as the most formidable policy, be able to raise money. But then again, this carries along with it several risks, including a stagnated economy, including the political risk. I mean, people are likely to go out to the streets to protest, and that has happened previously in Kenya.
All right.
So these are not necessarily good thing. So I think at this point, what needs to be interrogated is, especially by the politicians, is what can we be able to do right? And my proposal would be that we need a deliberate action. We need a high level of political will to be able to address issues of poor governance, especially in this case to do with corruption. And you can refer to the bulletin which you just read. You have some of those conditions, listed by the World Bank, including kicking out corruption, which remains a very big problem in Kenya.
All right, then let me bring it to Nigeria here before I return back to Kenya to Mr. Martins. Now, Doctor, you're an economist, and like I did reel out earlier, the Kenya's debt to GDP ratio is about 60.71%. Now, their debt, clearly, about 76.8 billion US dollars. What do you think at this point, this projection by the World Bank as concerning the increase in the economy of Kenya is instigated going into an election season? Now, also, there is also the part of high taxation by the government of Kenya, which is again one conversation that the World Bank is not putting into consideration. What's your take as an economist in all of this?
Well, that to start with, this desktop projections, understand? Okay. That's what is, that's World Bank projection does not always reflect the reality of the people, understand me? And again, this World Bank staff and even IMF, they are not angels. They are also being manipulated by the government of the day, understand? To give impression that government is doing well, especially when the election is near.
Okay.
Just as Mr. Sistiati said, the economy of Kenya is not doing well. It is struggling, like most of the economies in the other African countries. Understand? So this what we should be talking about is per capita income of the citizens. Understand?
Okay.
What is the quality of life of the citizens? Staying in an air-conditioned office and making projections, understand, that the economy is doing well while the people are suffering, understand, does not make any meaning. Understand me? Staying in an air-conditioned office, putting up fantastic projections that the economy, there's no way the economy of Kenya will grow by that percentage, going by what they are going through at this point in time. Understand me?
Right.
So you can see that they are being somehow either influenced or manipulated to give a positive outlook.
Now,
why the difference is obvious.
Looking at this particular analysis standard you just mentioned now, what has high taxes on the people got to do with this projection of the World Bank? Because this is what Kenyans are presently clamoring to be looked into.
What once said the tax is high, the citizens are becoming poorer. Understand me? Once there's high taxation benefits only the government, not the people. Even the biggest auditing firm in the world, KPMG, said that no country can tax itself to success. Understand me? Now, tax is always should come from the profit of the people, not the capital of the people. Understand me?
Right.
But you can see, because they cannot raise money, they cannot generate wealth on their own, they now feel that the only way they can get money is to tax the people. And when you overtax the people, you are making them poorer. And that's what is happening even in this country that we find ourselves. So there's no way the economy of Kenya can grow above 2.5 in reality, just like that of Nigeria. Understand me?
So that projection is not visible in any way.
It is not realistic.
Okay.
For you to project go to the people that's on the
On the
streets.
streets.
Take the quality of life of the people.
All right, let's take this conversation to Uganda before I return back to Kenya. Barrister Edward, you're a financial advisor, and of course, you know very well what it means to have high taxation on the people who, again, are also grappling with cost of living and even high, of course, all the taxes that they have been, forced to part away with. But my analyst in Nigeria here said that there is no nation that goes all wealthy by taxing her people. Let's look at the projection by the World Bank. Clearly, the bank is saying adequate agricultural harvest, ease in monetary policy, a stable exchange rate, which is what, again, the government of the day is talking and flaunting that this is what they've achieved, is clearly going to give the economy some stability. Thereby, they are achieving the 4.3% increase in 2026. What's your position with this as well? Barrister Edward.
Thank you, David. Number one, I want you to understand that the economy to grow, it is also the stability of the mental people you actually taxing. The moment you get that the mental status of your own citizens is not up to actually generating what you expect to grow the economy of that country, it becomes a bit difficult for us to agree on such allegations labeled by the bank or the World Bank in that point. So I feel that Kenya at the rate, let them not use actually perfuming the word or perfuming the sweet kind of a flame to the world. In actual sense, the people in Kenya are not feeling that economic growth which they actually they are talking about. So in short, Kenya is going through the biggest within East Africa. In fact, Kenya is one of the centers which actually even these other countries are actually expected that economic growth should be booming at this point. But unfortunately, you get these other small countries like Rwanda actually a bit free when it comes like taxes. So Kenya, if they do not look at the issues of taxation, then you get that you might be happy outside, but inside the house, people are dying.
Right.
More especially when it comes to like taxes. That is the problem. So the people in Kenya are not expecting much, actually, as you people say, but the actual sense they are suffering internally.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation back to Kenya. And of course, we'll be having Mr. Martins have his voice in this particular one. Now, the bank also did say, like I told Barrister Edward a couple of minutes ago, that adequate agricultural harvest, ease in monetary policy, a stable exchange rate, and of course, recovery and credit facility is also going to help cushion the economy of the country, thereby achieving this particular 4.3%. Now, I'd like to also bring to the fold here a statistics reeled out by the budget policy statement by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock in your country, clearly stating that agricultural prioritizes in policy, but poorly funded in the 2026 budget. Now, with these developments coming from from that particular body, how much of a reality does the World Bank have in their hands that made them give this projection? Plus, is this the government trying to reel out something that is not realistic with the Kenyan people as against the reality on ground in Kenya?
Thank you, Mr. David. One thing we have to understand that the projection by the World Bank is from the past demographic data on economics. Hence, prediction matrix on economic growth is this will happen in an avenue whereby these corruption channels has been curtailed. Other thing is to where they have indicated the procurement system be in place, and the legislature or our people in the government what we call competition or interest from these people in the government is not infiltrated in the system of our government tendering process. Another thing is to say that we had an information whereby World Bank and declined to offer Kenyan government facility or loan.
Yes, that's $750 million.
Hence, this was promoted by the change in the policies, whereby we have what we call heavy taxation. You see the increment on the commodity goods. That's why this report was taken to World Bank, and they stated that this is how we will iron our issue and our economic issue. When we add the tax on this kind of consumer goods, we're gonna be able to balance our books of account. Secondly, this issue of what we call this issue whereby World Bank is pressing, saying that they are predicting the economy to rise. It is these people we understand. They are the former colonies. They want us. They don't want Africa to be free. They are suppressing us with the high facility loans so that they can scramble on our mineral resources.
But some would say that they are not forcing your president and the leadership of your country to come ask for these loans. The leadership of your country wholeheartedly went there for these loans. So they did not force the country or the leadership to come ask for these loans. But let's talk about the loan, because again, we're pressed for time. One of the indicators they gave in that loan is the fact that the whistleblower protection bill must be installed in the a policy of your nation. What do you make of that as well?
Okay, one thing to understand from how bank operates is to understand, to scrutinize the books of account. You happen, government is borrowing even locally, whereby this money doesn't get into consolidated account. When government is government facility or revenue is not generated in the consolidated account, it means this money or these resources are being channeled to corruption entity. And that's why now when World Bank want to scrutinize the book of account or to check the audit, there is query, there are big question marks. And that's why now you can see they have given these factors to be considered
before
in
giving the loan.
future. If corruption channel and being curtailed and the competition of interest is checked in our procure entities.
All right, then. Let me take this conversation to Mr. Sintati, and basically we'll still be talking about the loan and the conditions given by the World Bank. Now, from your perspective, this is something that they have also done their checks and their balances, and they're clearly stating this, and this must be done before the $750 billion be released to the Kenyan government. Now, this is also going to be adding to the already 78 point something billion dollars debt that the country is presently having. What's your take on this?
First of all, I do not really think there are any structural, well, this is my perspective. I don't really have any issues with those conditionalities. I mean, it is the African governments, including the Kenyan government, that seek the assistance of the World Bank, right? One of the basic principles or rules in economics is that there is no free lunch. Absolutely. So even today, personally or any other, person A, B, C, if you walk into a bank and you need a loan, the bank is going to tell you, these are the conditions that, these are the terms and conditions that you need to fulfill or you think you will fulfill as conditions for us to be able to proceed with facilitating your loan. The biggest question here is, or the bigger picture here should be rather, what should the Kenyan political leadership be thinking about going into the future to be able to cut, such kind of dependence from these multilateral institutions? I think that should be the bigger picture. Otherwise, as long as you prove ineffective in running government, in passing policies that lead to high debts, public debts, that you can no longer sustain your spending, that you can no longer generate enough revenue to be able to cater for all these government expenses, then there's a problem with how you're managing your economy. That's where the problem lies. So I guess that's where the Kenyan government needs to dust itself and have a very hard look in the mirror. However, that is unlikely to happen anytime soon. Remember that this is not a new thing. In the 1980s, in the 1990s, early 2000s, all these structural issues to do with, the so-called structural adjustment programs and policies, they were there. They still persist, but now, we only have a name change, but they're still there. So it simply means that the Kenyan government, including other African governments, have deliberately refused to wean themselves off from the dependence on the World Bank.
We're looking at that conversation, and we're hoping that, again, they do better and, of course, manage the funding as well. But in 30 seconds, let me get your view on the xenophobic attacks that have been recently reignited in South Africa. Now, I understand that Kenyan government has evacuated over 151 thereabout citizens of Kenyan descent back home, and of course, still saying that there will be some level of consultation and diplomatic talks with the South African government. What's your take about these attacks in recent times? Plus, how much of these returnees back home is the government carefully going to take care of? If you have any idea, please help Africans understand. Quickly, maybe in 30 seconds.
Well, quickly enough, the updated figures as of today indicate that 472 Kenyans have been evacuated from South Africa.
Okay.
But then again, when you look at what has been happening ever since we had the June 30th protest over there, it simply means that the South African government agencies are reluctant to hold back on those xenophobic groups or xenophobic violence. That's why those attacks are still persisting, which is quite unfortunate. However, I think at this point, what needs to be done is African governments that have their nationals there need to prioritize continued evacuation of them. It's a safety risk at this time.
All right, and thank you so very much, Mr. Tintati. Let me still go back to Mr. Martins. Same question. What do you think can be done with African governments, particularly having that conversation with the South African government as well? From your perspective, looking at the fact that, yes, over 400 Kenyans have returned back home, leaving their businesses and, of course, their homes back in South Africa. You're taking 30 seconds because of our time.
Thank you, Mr. David. It's sad to see what is happening in South Africa, the country we've been respected, we've been admiring, we've been associated to turning the country into a state of slavery, racial segregation, and all kind of inhumanity. Basically, what it should happen from today going forward is that the diplomatic negotiations between the African entities, between the end of the state, because even in Kenya, we have South African citizens who are basically in business and in other area of activities. But if we start fighting in such kind of avenue that we have seen in South Africa, we are not building Africa.
All right,
so
then.
basically, what we should do is the end of states should come and negotiate and have a table whereby the interest is about Africa. It is not about me. I come from this place.
All right,
I
then.
come from this place. So there should be unity of association
All right, then.
going forward in Africa.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Martins, for chiming your voice on the conversation. Let me go to Uganda as well. Barrister Edward, quite a number of Ugandans also have been returned back home by the president and orders, by the president's orders. But I want you to marry this same situation of General Mahuzi's statement clearly stating that no international interference would be tolerated by the military. Just opposing it with, of course, the xenophobic attacks and return of Ugandan citizens from South Africa back home to Uganda. Quickly, maybe for 30 seconds or 45 seconds.
Thank you. On the issue of Morsi is would actually call the autocracy something of leadership. A man who's just ruling under military powers is not actually ruling using the constitution to actually give the democracy its space. So that is a role of the Museveni's family. Ugandans are not there. I think you have listened recently. They are fighting to make sure that they dominate the parliament so that they can get opposition. You get that. Now it will be one rule party, a country. It's going to be a war in Uganda. Looking at the South African situation, yes, Ugandans have come, and actually, I think I mentioned last time that you in Uganda, you get that the so-called general military have already initiated actually the process of saying you actually do a revenge to the same, which is actually mediocrity of leadership. I don't think you can fight fire using fire.
All right,
we should be having solutions. We need policies. We need this is the time African leaders need to sit down, get policies, leverage on institutional cooperation, and we need now a situation whereby we need to look at how do we create jobs. Our industries, it is all that where the problem is lying in Africa.
Right.
Africa is rich, but we have been denied all these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Barrister Edward. Thank you for joining the conversation. Let me come to the studio here. Doctor, the fourth batch, yes, of about 180 Nigerians have returned to Nigeria. And of course, at plenary yesterday, I beg your pardon, the House of Representative members did also did not support the motion that this level of retaliation be taken back on South Africans. First, on the part of diplomacy and continuous engagement, do you think this is the way forward? Plus, how much of engagement should the government of other African nations who are affected with this have with the South African government? Because clearly, it's looking like the South African government doesn't have that bite to stop these people. I mean, in Soweto, these protesters have gone as far as door to door, dragging people out and handing them over to immigration officers.
Well, I'm shocked that this is happening in the country of Nelson Mandela, of all people.
Change is the only constant thing in life.
So I'm sure that it's happening in South Africa. But this is the time for AU to act. Understand? This is the time for AU. We have gone, I don't support, that two wrongs cannot make a right.
Okay.
And I know that it is misguided youths that are doing this. But the president is either that he has lost control of the country or he is complicit in this. It is either that Cyril Ramaphosa has lost control of the leadership of South Africa or he is complicit in this. But this is the time for AU, Council of Head of States, to convene, understand?
On the matter.
On the matter. They shouldn't be led back. Understand me? They must not. This is the time for AU to come out as a body and make a unified statement on this issue.
All right, then, because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African news. And we've been talking with Dr. Peter Anosike, publisher and also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
Also, Barrister Edward Okwaro-Matakinye, all the way from Uganda, joined us virtually. He is also a lawyer and a business associate, plus a human rights activist. Thank you so very much for being here, sir. Also,
thank you.
Mr. Martins Irere Injoy, public and political affairs analyst and commentator, financial advisor, CEO and founder of Wellgate Insurance Agency in Nairobi, Kenya. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation as well. And
thank you so much.
And also Mr. Sintati Wasilwa, APAC Assistant Lead Analyst and Manager for Europe, Middle East and Africa, also public and political affairs analyst and commentator. Thank you so very much for joining the conversation. We'll take a very short break right now. When we return, the business angle of the African news will be up next, including sports. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back at the Studio African News right here in Voice of the People Television. Now to some business stories. Data released by the Central Agency for Public Mobilization and Statistics shows that Egypt's annual urban consumer inflation slowed slightly to 14.3% in June from 14.6% in May. According to the data, annual core inflation calculated by the Central Bank of Egypt rose to 14.3% in June from 13.8% in May. And to wrap up the African news, we'll go straight up in sports. France booked a FIFA World Cup semi-final place after defeating Morocco 2-0 in Thursday's quarterfinal game. The Atlas Lions came into the match as the last African nation remaining in the competition following victories over the Netherlands and Canada. 2 goals by Kylian Mbappe and Ousmane Dembele sent France to the semi-finals in Dallas on Tuesday, July the 14th, where they will face the winner of the quarterfinal match between Spain and Belgium. And with that sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we're at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOPTV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. You have a good afternoon.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOPTV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOPTV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOPTV. Now you have more than a voice.